Better to start the British Racing and Sports Car Club calendar season in 2022 than the home of British motor racing, Silverstone in Northamptonshire. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here, kicking off the British Racing Sports Car Club season in the best possible way. What a calendar it's going to be this year, and what an incredible array of racing that you've got over the next 2 days. You've got Mazdas, you've got Formula Fords, modified Fords, Intermarks, and of course the FunCup. It's 2 days of non-stop drama, suspense and action. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up with your commentator, Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, welcome along everyone to a new season of racing with the Brscc. We are here ready and raring to go with a packed weekend on the Silverstone International circuit, which is playing host to some of the Brscc's and indeed the UK's most popular championships. Huge grids, close racing, and for the time being at least, absolutely perfect weather. It's a bit blustery, but there isn't a cloud in the sky. It's actually pretty mild out there, supposedly getting into the mid-teens. It finally feels like spring has sprung. We've shaken off the cold and pretty miserable winter months, and we're ready to go racing again. As you can see, we've got cars on the grid ready for our first race of the day. This is going to be a familiar sight over the next day and a half. Mazda MX-5s gridding up on the start-finish straight because no, we have not one, not two, but three Mazda MX-5 championships racing here over the course of the weekend. Two for these older spec Mark 1 cars, and then the always popular MX-5 SuperCup for the Mark 3s will be up a little bit later on as well. We've also got action from the National Formula Ford Championship, who will have a race today. The bulk of today's racing action is made up of the FunCup Endurance Championship. Their 4-hour season opener will begin just before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then tomorrow we're joined by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, who bring along their Intermark series and their Super Saloons and Tin Tops, as well as the Ford Modified series, plus all of the MX-5 and Formula Ford action will continue into tomorrow as well. So great to have you all along. Hopefully we can put on a really good day of racing for you. I think we probably will. The Silverstone International circuit is a good one for racing. It's got a high average speed. It's got a couple of nice long straights where certainly one make racing, which we're going to see a lot of over the weekend. You can get a good slipstream, good pack racing, lots of places to overtake, because at the end of those long straights are some pretty tight and technical sections where you can launch an attack up the inside or try and outfox the driver in front, force them into a mistake and maybe get them on the exit of the corner. So it's a good circuit for racing, and we've got some good championships here which always produce action. The grid then for our first race, which is now in place. There was one driver who was a little bit late on parade, but the grid is headed by Michael Nibbs. Michael Nibbs, who is continuing where he left off last year, really. Michael got his first win of the season in the final race of 2021 at Brands Hatch, and he starts on pole position for this race in the number 82 car. Alongside him is Fraser Fenwick, who also had one race win in 2021, that coming here at Silverstone, but on the national circuit on the other side of the facility. The lights then have gone out, we're away and racing. No green flag lap here, of course, on the Silverstone International circuit. So off towards the first corner we go, side by side into that first corner. Fenwick on the inside, Michael Nibbs on the outside, and they run wheel to wheel through the right-hander at Abbey, up through Farm Curve and into the first big braking point at Village, the tight right-hander. And as they arrive at that tight right-hander, they're still door handle to door handle for the lead. Further back, it's getting very close, a bit too close, bit of contact there in the midfield. And one car was way out on the runoff area heading into view, and still this side-by-side battle continues between the top two. Fenwick refusing to give way, and he does now finally take the lead away from Michael Nibbs. So Nibbs started on pole, but it's Fraser Fenwick who gets the advantage as they head down the hanger straight for the first time. Now this is where they will really start to feel that slipstream. In a car like this, you can gain up to around a second a lap from having a good tow, and you can see why, because it allows Michael Nibbs to get alongside Fenwick, pulls to the outside, but now that leaves the door open on the inside line, and there's contact. Oh, Michael Nibbs does a brilliant job of saving it, but that was Tom Smith getting into the side of him through Stowe Corner, and that almost spelled disaster. It's really delayed this group now, though, and that means they're continuing to jockey for position into the braking zone. Michael Nibbs getting roughed up by someone else there. In fact, that was Tom Smith again, so the second bit of contact between the 44 and 82 cars in the space of a couple of 100 metres, and it's Nibbs that definitely comes off the worst. A few variations of the racing line through the double apex right-hander at Club. We're back through to the end of the first lap. One car in that newly installed gravel trap on the exit of the final corner. Fraser Fenwick rubbing his hands with glee here because all of the shenanigans behind him have allowed him to pull clear by 1.4 seconds. In the gravel, I'm afraid, and out of the race is Oak Richardson, and that might well prompt the first appearance of the RunYourFleet.com safety car of the day. We shall wait to see. You can see it looming ominously in the background there, waiting to be scrambled onto the circuit if needed. But one of the changes, there have been a few changes to the Silverstone circuit over the last few months, but the installation of new gravel traps at certain key areas of the track might lead to a higher number of safety cars than we're accustomed to around here. Normally in Silverstone, you would think you could go quite a long way off the road without getting stuck in a gravel trap. That now not really the case. So as I started to say then, Fenwick 1.5 seconds nearly ahead of Mike Comber in second. That is Seb Fisher into third position. Comber started fifth, Fisher started 10th. That gives you some idea of how hectic that opening lap was. Luke Pullen is fourth, he started sixth. Wasn't particularly happy with how he qualified, although sixth place in a field of 43 cars isn't bad going, but he gained 2 spots out of all of that, getting ahead, of course, of Michael Nibbs and Tom Smith. And there you can see the blue car, number 82, is Michael Nibbs. He's blue from one side, red from the other. He'll be feeling rather blue, I'd imagine, after the way his first lap went. It was not according to the script, and he's still struggling to get back into the rhythm, isn't he? Where's he going to cross the line? 12th place he was at the start of the previous lap. He's actually lost another one now to Owen Mills, the orange car, and he's down to 13th. So that number 82 car could be possibly carrying some damage after the 2 bits of contact. It may just be that he's out of rhythm now, and he's going to lose another place, look, into the braking zone. That's going to be Connor Mills on the inside, but he then turns a defensive move into an attacking one and almost got that place back away from Owen Mills. We'll have to see how that one sorts itself out. Back to the second place squabble now, which was a 2-horse race, but actually Luke Pullen doing a really good job here of pulling Steve Foden. No, that's not Steve Foden anymore behind him, is it? Foden, yes, it is Steve Foden with a new livery this year, who is chasing after him, and they're working together to catch Comber and Fisher, and it's possible that those two are working together to try and catch Fraser Fenwick, who's the only man in the field, really, without anyone to work with. He's got no slipstream. Yellow flags out at Stowe. That must be where the number 7 car, Oak Richardson, has buried itself. So marshals look like they're going to be able to deal with that under waved yellows rather than having to throw the safety car, which is excellent news. There's Michael Nibbs. He did get back ahead of Owen Mills and kept Courtney Mills behind in the number 777 car. Courtney, the black car there, has an awful lot of company. The 24 of Ollie Graham is the first car behind. Side by side then behind them, Adam Sparrow, number 19, going around the outside. That was brave stuff, especially now that you can see you don't have the luxury of that runoff area anymore. Really will make a big difference. It's all, I think, partly to police track limits as much as anything, and also a safety feature. Gravel traps do stop cars a little bit more effectively than tarmac runoff areas, but also they're not quite as inviting for drivers that might wish to carry a bit more speed through the corner than they should and run a bit wide over the exit curve. You've still got room to do so. It certainly is fraught with more danger now. And through the link, the section that, funnily enough, links the international circuit from one end to the other. And down onto the back straight they go. Tim Dorr there is the green and yellow car, number 37, started 21st, and Tim Dorr, I think, is running perhaps a few positions further back than that now. But, yeah, Tim Dorr looks like he's lost a couple of positions from where he started. Mills there still pursuing Michael Nibbs. So Nibbs is 12th. Tom Smith, who he had those couple of bits of contact with on the first lap, is 8th. So Smith definitely didn't lose as much time, but it does seem that Nibbs is starting to settle back down again now, which is good news. Michael Nibbs, who, as I said, got that 1 win last year, but wasn't a regular podium finisher over the course of the season. When he raced, which he didn't race for a full year, it must be said, when he did race, he was fast and often was out there in his Mark III SuperCup car as well. So he knows MX-5s, does Michael Nibbs, and he's now started, he's caught his breath, he's just starting now to get back into the rhythm. Overtake there, I think, from Steve Foden against Luke Pullen for 4th place as they went through the right-hander. Luke Pullen perhaps about to lose that 4th spot to Steve Foden. Did he lose it? No, Foden in 77 is still behind him. You can get to the inside there through Village, but it's actually quite easy to carry momentum around the outside, so sometimes even if you get alongside the driver to your left, it always off the corner very quickly, and that was what happened to Foden. And one of them, I think, it was Foden maybe pushing his wing mirror back out there. He had his hand out of the cockpit for some reason, or even around perhaps at Luke Pullen. to say, hey, I'm faster than you should let me through. I don't think Luke agrees, though. Very wide there, and that's going to be a change of positions almost certainly. That was, I think, Stuart Simmons, the number 88 car. To one side goes Callum Greatrex, to the inside goes Michael Nibbs, and he gets both of them. They both run wide, though, and Greatrex will end up going back through. So the 34 car, no, it's not Callum Greatrex, that's Chris Greatrex. There are 3 Greatrexes, Jason and Callum and Chris. So that was Chris Greatrex, number 35. Came out the best of that, then he'll come across the line in 10th position, Nibbs 11th, and Simmons down to 12th, maybe 13th, because Owen Mills is up the inside of him now. Mills can't quite complete the manoeuvre through Abbey Corner. Both run a little bit wide there over that curb. Risky stuff. It's easy to lose the car when you start bouncing over the curbs at those speeds. That is a daunting corner, and probably near enough flat out in these Mark 1 MX-5s. Maybe not when you're side by side, but on an ideal lap, you can carry an awful lot of speed through that corner. So how far can Nibbs recover then in this race? It is a 20-minute race. We're not even halfway through yet, and he's 11th place. Chris Greatrex ahead, but then you can see the problem that he'll have is there's a big chunk of clear air to the other 2 Greatrexes, who at the moment are running 8th, 9th and 10th, the 3 Greatrex family members. And the gap between the second of those, Callum Greatrex, and the third, Chris Greatrex, is something like 3 seconds, and that's going to be tricky for Michael Nibbs to close, especially if these 2 keep working together, which you have to assume they will. Yellow flags out at Stowe, so they can't overtake there, but down here at Vale and Club they can. And, 34 car there. Callum Greatrex is actually got ahead of Jason on this lap. Jason was 8th at the start of the lap, and it was 34 ahead of 33. The target screen on the line now updates accordingly. Side by side there, Foden this time is up the inside of Luke Pullen, so that's for 4th place. Steve Foden takes that 4th spot away from the youngster. And Luke Pullen might do well now just to latch onto the tail of Steve. He's got a bit more experience in MX-5 racing. He's been in this championship for a while, and Steve Foden was 4th in the championship last year. He is the highest placed returning driver. As we've got a slow car there, was number 5, I think, Aidan Edgar. Was a little bit off the pace, possibly with a problem. But yeah, Steve Foden, in a way, should have started as the championship favourite, really. As I said, he's the highest placed championship finisher from last year, who has come back again for a full season campaign in 2022. And Steve Foden was 3 times a race winner, and in fact he won twice on the national circuit here at Silverstone. He and Michael Nibbs sharing the wins between them that weekend. Nibbs not having a great race, but Foden is at least now starting to come to the front. See that Adam Craig there, the number 29 car, and the 44, is that of Tom Smith? No, it can't be. No, Adam Craig, yes, has been overtaken by Tom Smith. Lots of new liveries to get used to this year. Adam Craig's certainly, that I think is very, very similar livery at least to what Richard Wood used to run. His number 3 car. He has lost that place then, so Adam Craig down to 7th, Tom Smith up to 6th, and now going for 5th on Luke Pullen, who had no choice but to leave the door open there through Abbey Corner. That delays them both, though, and here comes Craig, who might try and make it 3 wide. He does. Looks to the inside there. Through will go Tom Smith. Can Craig follow him? Luke Pullen's going to do everything he can to stop him, that's for sure. Carry that momentum around the outside. You flick left here as they go past the loop and down into the link, and Luke Pullen fighting hard here to hold on to every position that he can, but it's so easy to lose momentum. When one car passes you here, it's very easy to lose a number of positions as a result. So Pullen actually did well there to limit the damage to just 1 place lost. So Fraser Fenwick, I'll remind you, still leads the way. Mike Comber is now 2 seconds behind him, so Fenwick really is checking out now. Fenwick, remember, was 2nd fastest in qualifying, but he was 3/10 quicker than the 3rd place car, so he had pace, and with Nibbs down the order, it's always going to favour Fenwick and make him the favourite to take the race victory. Adam Craig there, you can see, has got himself ahead of Pullen down the back straight. No great surprise there with the power of that slipstream. And now the danger is the arrival of cars 34 and 33, who have been really showing some exemplary teamwork here. These 2 haven't been fighting. They've just been running nose to tail, working with each other in the slipstream, and it's working because they're catching the group ahead, who keep on squabbling. Speaking of squabbling, there goes Steve Foden up the inside, and that gives him 3rd now on Seb Fisher, as Luke Pullen tries to get back at Adam Craig for 6th to no avail. But we have the change for 3rd, and Steve Foden is charging through the order. Well, do we have the change? They're still side by side, and Foden on the inside there, the white car with the gold stripe up the middle, will, I think, finally make that move stick. Michael Nibbs up the inside, meanwhile, in the background. Looked a little bit out of shape under braking. As ever with this championship, you never quite know where to look, do you? Out onto the hanger straight. Foden got Fisher, so he is third. But of course that means he's now the sitting duck with the slipstream down the hanger straight. Is Fisher going to pull out and pass, or is he going to choose to push? I think he's pushing him for now. Maybe, looks to the inside. He did try and maybe think about making the move, but the only way that they're going to finish any higher than third, this group, is if they work together. 8 minutes is plenty of time to go after the 2 cars ahead if they don't start squabbling. But of course, it's really quite hard to get that message from one driver to the other. They can't chat to each other on the radio exactly. So even if Seb Fisher has no intention of re-overtaking Steve Foden, Foden is going to defend because he can't know that for sure. Going on further down the order then, this is the 73 car in the thick of a battle. Bo Parry, that is. The outside line through Stowe Corner. Fantastic scraps wherever you look here in this 43-car field. We've got 42 of them running there, which Richard Bartlett has headed for the pit lane. Some sort of mechanical issue, or maybe some damage for him, but apart from that, everyone running, and pretty much everyone has someone to play with. Across the start-finish line we go then, pulling out there, 737 to try and make the move into Abbey Corner. That's Simon Hartley, the blue car, and he's up the inside and might just make the move stick. Yes, he does. That's the 550 of Tom Mallet that he passes. And they're running a long way down the order, but this is what I mean. The fighting is just as intense. It doesn't really matter where you are. That was for 23rd place, that overtake. You thought it was for a podium position. Right, this is for a podium position. This is Seb Fisher back up the inside of Steve Foden, so he gets that 3rd place back away. Going on with the grey tracks is they've got Adam Craig still behind, so that, or now behind I should say, so they're past Craig. So Adam Craig, the black car, dropping down to 9th position. Luke Pullen though still holding on to 6th position, the place where he started. Oh, didn't look very settled there, turning into the left-hander through the club complex. And didn't look very settled on the exit either, so that's a little bit oversteering that car. Drivers quite like that, of course, but I don't think Luke Pullen's enjoying it, because look at the exit speed that cost him. He's got the Greytrex train on the inside line. They're both going to push each other through, and just like that, 2 more positions lost. 6th place becomes 8th then for Luke Pullen. I think he'll be quite glad to see the end of this race, the way it's going. Fisher and Foden there continue to trade their 3rd position. Fisher back in front now. Really, in a race like this, at a circuit like this, it's kind of all about where you are on the last lap. It doesn't, you know, I don't think they're going to catch Fenwick now. I also think Conger is safe in 2nd, so all 3 of these drivers have probably resigned themselves to the fact that 3rd is as good as it will get, and so now it's about working out whether you want to be in that 3rd place, starting the final lap. I would say no, because of the power of the slipstream. It's going to be almost impossible to defend. That being said, Seb Fisher doing a good job of that now, because Foden and Smith were side by side. Foden and Smith still are side by side as they go through Stowe Corner. And that delays them a lot. Not only does Fisher get away, but that group behind, look how much closer the Greytrexes are. There's 2 red and white cars that have worked together all race long. We are 3/4 of the way through, and they're now knocking on the door of the podium battle. There's not room for both of them on the podium at the moment, because this is only the fight for 3rd that they're catching. But that's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places back to Luke Pullen, who is now behind Adam Craig, and all moving across the line pretty much simultaneously. Michael Nibs, by the way, is in 10th spot now. Sorry, 11th spot. And his lap times, well, he just did a personal best, a 22.0. He is about the fastest driver on the track. Only the race leader, Fraser Fenwick, is going quicker than Michael Nibs. Nibs has caught Chris Greytrex, look. So the red and white car going through shot is under threat from our pole sitter. And I don't think it's going to be that long before we get the change here, probably down this hanger straight. Really tight line there for Nibs. Carries good speed off the corner. Sits in that slipstream. He'll try, I'm sure, to make the move down at the end of the straight, which is where the 3rd place battle finds itself now. Any change this time? No, they look pretty settled, so let's see if we can hang back for the Michael Nibs scrap. Here it comes, he's up the inside, he's late on the brakes, but he's not late enough on the brakes. Chris Greytrex does a good job there of, he had the better line, I suppose, carry more speed from the wider racing line. And out of the cockpit there for Tom Mill, not sure what that was all about. No yellow flags there, that's sometimes warning that drivers like to give if they see a yellow flag, just to let the drivers know behind that they're about to slow down. Case there. Nibs then stuck still in 11th place. Foden back on the inside of Fisher. Clearly he does want to lead that group. I say that that's not the place to be, but sometimes it is if you think the cars behind are likely to fall over each other in their attempts to get after you, and because that group is getting bigger by the lap, perhaps Foden does fancy his chances of escaping. It's not happening now though, because he's got a Greytrex to the outside. That's Jason Greytrex, and that's for well, that's for 4th place, because Jason's already got himself ahead of Tom Smith, and now he's trying to go around the outside of Steve Foden. That's a risky place to be, because they've added this little tyre stack just there, look, on the exit of the corner, which again is there to deter drivers from running too wide over the curbs and the grass. And he just didn't carry the speed off the turn. However, he's got the slipstream from Foden, at least he did, before Steve moved to the inside to defend. This is all getting very busy indeed. Foden on the inside, Greytrex on the outside, and that's Tom Smith behind, and Foden sideways. Off wide he goes, he gets a tap in the tail from Greytrex, and Luke Pullen comes up the middle of them all. Superb driving from the AB Motorsports driver. How on earth did he find a gap through that traffic, which was all getting sideways, driving into each other in front of him, and Luke Pullen, whose race had been not really one worth remembering up to this point, suddenly has a particularly memorable moment. Brilliant stuff that. And poor old Steve Foden though, who was driving brilliantly up until that point. I didn't quite see what started that slide, whether he had a tap going into the corner. He certainly got one halfway round the corner as he was already having a moment. Nothing really Greytrex could have done there, because he had a sideways car in front of him. Now Luke Pullen once again has the pair of red and white cars working together at the inside of him. Oh, that's not ideal. That's the 550 car of Tom Mallet, and that looks like maybe broken right rear suspension. The car seemed to be leaning awkwardly onto that corner. It was down at Stowe. Thankfully gets going again though. It looked for a second like he might be stranded in the middle of the road. Oh, Pullen's got a fight on his hands again now. That car just doesn't have the raw speed, does it? It's a shame, because he's driving it as aggressively as he can, but he's clearly struggling to keep his position in the pack here. Drew already has gone, I think that's Jason Greytrex. Yeah, number 33 is ahead of him. And now Foden up the inside of Callum Greytrex, and they both got the inside of Luke Pullen. So 2 places regained there for Steve Foden. Really been a good race this for some of the early championship favourites, has it? This man is doing well out of it. Fraser Fenwick, who was definitely one of the early championship favourites. Fraser Fenwick was a top 10 finisher in the championship last year, and was competitive throughout, got that 1 win at Silverstone, and it looks like he's about to get another win at Silverstone to start his 2022 season. Mike Comber's had a few wins over the years, one of the most experienced Mazda MX-5 racers out there. 64 is around, and we'll get going again. Darrell Radwell started 39th, and Radwell was in 34th at the time. He won't be there now though after that spin. But Michael Nibbs has finally got the better of Chris Greytrex meanwhile, as they work their way down the back straight. The leader is not that far away from traffic, look, but here comes Fraser Fenwick. The red and white car and Mike Comber in 2nd place. There are the back markers. Fenwick will be very glad that we don't have another race, another lap to go here, because then you would have to start dealing with some of these cars. The 112 car, Ben Manchett, is one of them. There goes the race leader, the grey car at the back of the group, heading down towards Vale Club for what will be the final time. And it's been an inch-perfect race this from Fraser Fenwick. He turns into the left-hander now, and Fraser is going to start off his 2022 season in perfect fashion. He managed to break away from the pack in the early stages, which is so important in Mazda MX-5 racing, and since then it's been a nice Sunday lunchtime drive. He swerves towards the pit wall in celebration. Victory to Fraser Fenwick in round number 1 of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Mike Comber is 2nd, and here comes the land rush for 3rd. It's going to be just about Seb Fisher who hangs on from in 4th position. Tom Smith, although his transponder's not working, but it will be Smith in 4th, Adam Craig in 5th, Jason Greytrex 6th, Steve Foden down in 7th place ahead of Callum Greytrex, the feisty Luke Pullen, and Michael Nibbs, who really did have a race to forget there. 10th place from pole position is not what he wanted, and not what he would have expected from that, but it all really went wrong halfway around the first lap when he was up there fighting for the race lead. Had that contact at Stowe Corner, and never really was able to fully recover. Certainly not as well as Tom Smith did, who finished 4th in that one. I wonder if maybe Michael did sustain a bit of damage as a result of it. In fact, that would put quite a bit of money on the fact that he did, because Michael just didn't have the speed in that race that we're accustomed to seeing from him. The rest of the field works its way through. Don't forget we've got the Masters competition as well within the Mazda MX-5 Championship, which is for drivers aged 45 and over, and it sort of goes to prove the point that age is but a number when it comes to motorsport, because we had our winning Masters driver, Jason Graytrek, finishing 6th place overall. Stuart Simmons was 2nd in the class, and Tim Dorr in 3rd, but got a healthy smattering of Masters drivers up and down the field. And Jason Graytrek's one of the fastest drivers in that race. The fastest driver was Adam Craig. He gets the fastest lap, and that is worth bonus points in the MX-5 Championship. So a bonus point for the fastest lap for him. And he set that with a 121.500, which would have only actually put him 7th on the grid, as it happens. But of course they were also busy falling over each other, that I guess it's not a surprise they weren't quite as quick as they were in quali. So Fenwick then takes the victory. Mike Comber is 3.5 seconds back in the end in 2nd, Seb Fisher 3rd, Tom Smith in 4th, Adam Craig finishing in 5th position. That was a really good drive that from Adam Craig, 8th on the grid. Then it was Jason Graytrek, Steve Foden, Callum Graytrek's Luke Pullen and Michael Nibbs, with Stuart Simmons 11th, Chris Graytrek's 12th, Courtney Mills in 13th ahead of Owen Mills and Jack Noller. Tim Dorr was next ahead of Ollie Graham, Martin Compton, Brad Jones and Scott Leach in 20th. Steve Brown and Bo Parry were next ahead of Matt Goddard and Chris Lovett, Richard Bartlett and Graham Rumsey, and then Chris Malloy, Brink Griffiths, Simon Hartley and Tom Mallett rounding out the top 30. Yes, they still keep coming. Luke Souch is 31st, Ollie Walden 32nd, Darryl Bradwell was next ahead of Andrew Dean and Ben Manchet, with Keith Dalton, Christopher Abbott, Ford Rost and Aidan Edgar, who was 6 laps down, having been in the pit lane in 39th, and then a couple of non-finishers in the end there. Adam Sparrow, Steve Martins and Nick Richardson, who was, I believe, oh no, he went to the gravel, didn't he, on the first lap of the race, so didn't register a lap time. Fastest lap to Adam Craig, but it is a race victory for Fraser Fenwick. So I think we can head back down to Jake Sanson in the pit lane then, and hear from our podium finishers.
What a fantastic race to start the Mazda MX-5 Championship with. That is absolutely what we wanted. And for the man up front, Fraser Fenwick is literally celebrating with every single Tom, Dick and Harry down in the pits. They are very, very impressed with this son. Let's get in there and have a quick word with Fraser. Fraser,
good evening.
What a start to the season. How about that?
Well, yeah, what a start. What a start. You know, it all comes down to the car at the end of the day. I can do my bit, but if the team don't do theirs, we're not going to get where we are. And the reason I'm here is all down to me granddad. My granddad's on the bonnet. He's done everything he can for me and my dad, who's hid behind the wall. Somewhere there he is. But he's the reason I'm here now, and I can't thank the team or the sponsors and my dad and granddad for everything.
It's so random to get such a big lead in a Mazda MX-5 race. You don't get a victory like that every day.
No, I got a bit lucky up at Stowe, but you know, it's all keeping consistency and keeping the times coming in to not let anyone catch you.
Spot on. What a way to start the year. Hopefully there's another couple more of those in the bag.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Good job. Excellent stuff from Fraser Fenwick. Let's see if we can grab a word with one of the others. Sam Fisher is the man who held off the gaggle after an incredible battle. Sam, I mean... Seb, sorry. Seb, we're going to have so many problems over this weekend. Seb, it's been such a ridiculously close battle out there, and you held off about 8 or 9 cars throughout the entirety of that race.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. I mean, I started 10th, and then I was 3rd at the end of the first lap, so that was rather lucky, but I was happy that I was there, and I thought if I could stick with Mike, that would be brilliant, and I could stick in his toe. But then when we got caught up with the back marker, I then looked behind, and there was about 400 other MX-5s on my tail, and I thought, oh God, I've got to fend them off without a toe. It was quite difficult, and Foden got past, but then got past him again. But yeah, to have a podium, I didn't expect that, to be fair. I didn't think I had the pace in testing, but my dad made some magic tweaks to the car and they worked. So thank you, Dad, you're a legend.
And obviously now that you've got one, pressure's going to be on to try and get a couple more in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last year we got 2 podiums at the first meeting, 2 thirds, so if I could go better, it's going to be tricky, but it's not impossible, so we'll be giving it our all tomorrow.
Good lad, fantastic job, well done.
Thanks a lot, cheers.
A great start for Seb Fisher there. Let's see if we can grab a word with Mike Comber, who is in 2nd position. Mike, well, It seemed a bit of an unusual race for you out there because you were kind of in no man's land for most of it in second place.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I'd have loved to have been at the front battling for it, but I just couldn't close the gap. Just didn't really have that extra bit to catch. Whenever I tried it, I lost time. So, yeah, perfect race by Fraser, unfortunately, for me. But yeah, congratulations to him. You know, he deserves it when you drive like that, as I'd expect if I drove like it. So, but hopefully in the next race we can try and close that gap and be a bit more of a challenge.
Well, one of the talking points I've heard from drivers in the garage down there is that the new tyres have made things a little trickier out there. Can you elaborate? Just what's it like out there now?
It's just sort of like early development stages in a way. So you know, we haven't really spent much time on the tyre developing it. So I think because we've changed from the other tyre, it's just managing that sort of, whether it's the driver that has to manage it or the setup, to try and just get a bit longer out the tyre, because it does drop off slightly. But it allowed me, with a bit of space there, not to really be able to gain, and with a bit of breathing space behind, just to sort of see if I can improve things as from the driver's point of view, to see if it does make a difference. So we took a bit of information from it to take to the next one.
Interesting. Well, hopefully you'll be back out tomorrow and you'll be back at the front again. Thanks very much, Mike.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Awesome. A really, really good start to the Mazda MX-5 Championship, but now comes the single-seater championship that really tests a real racing driver's mettle. If you can handle this, you can handle anything. Formula Fords, my favourite. Andy, all yours, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Great to hear from our podium finishers then in our first race of the day. And if you enjoyed that, which you probably did, we will get to do it all again later on in the weekend. The Mazda MX-5 Championship back out from the 2 races tomorrow. And now, though, we turn our attention to the only single-seater racing on the package, and it is the Avon Tyres Brscc National Formula 4 Championship. Brscc enjoyed a really great end-of-season spectacle Brands Hatch Formula 4 Festival last year, which has really reignited, quite rightly, a little bit of interest in this category of racing. We've got a 19-car grid out for the first race, and this is how they will line up. Pole position for Jordan Dempsey, alongside him Rory Smith on that front row of the grid. Lucas Romanek and Colin Queen make up the second row ahead of Jamie Sharp and Thomas Mills. Then we've got Megan Gilks and Andre Lafond on the fourth row of the grid. Ben Cochran and David MacArthur round out the top 10 ahead of Gabe Tesh and David Maloney on the sixth row. Sean Rashid and Tom Nippers on row 7. Brandon McCorgum and James Hadovin eighth row on the grid. Row 9, Gavin and Quinn, a little bit out of position really there. Quinn with Bryn Kinch rounding out the field. But yeah, that Formula Ford Festival, which I know many of you may well have tuned in to watch, was an absolute blast. It was great to be there to call the action, and we saw some superb racing. I think we'll see some more superb racing here at Silverstone. Silverstone, whether it be the national, international, or indeed the Grand Prix layout, is made for Formula Ford 1600 racing, which is, again, like the MX-5s, really slipstream dependent. It's going to be hard to escape here. Might be difficult to actually make an overtake, but they should stay nice and close together, and it's one of those where if you start getting side-by-side battles, it tends to generate more side-by-side battles behind. So yeah, this is going to be a fascinating 20 minutes of racing. Jordan Dempsey on pole ahead of Rory Smith. Jamie Sharp, the festival winner, back for another full season this year, starts 5th. He's the first of the red cars on the right-hand side of the grid as we look at it. Rev starting to rise then, ready to go racing here at Silverstone. Lights out and away they go. And a very even start there for all of the front runners. On the left is Rory Smith, on the right, the white and blue car is Jordan Dempsey, and Dempsey might be in danger of losing the lead there on that outside line through Abbey Corner. Through the right they go. Number 33 is Ben Cochran, the blue car, making good ground on the outside, and still wheel to wheel for the race lead. Dempsey's going to get it though. He's late on the brakes, very late on the brakes into Village, and he will hold on to the advantage for pole position then from Rory Smith in second position. That is, I don't know, I guess that is Romanek in third position by the looks of it, just hanging on. In fact, it looks like they're pretty much in green order for the top 5 or so as they make their way down the back straight. In fact, it might be Tom Mills ahead of Jamie Sharp for 5th. No, it's not. That is still Jamie, I think. No, it is. That's Thomas Mills into 5th. They're now going for 4th look on the outside into Stowe Corner. Top 2 breaking away, but they're the fight for 4th. Around the outside goes Tom Mills. The 89 car is Jamie Sharp behind. Very wide lines. Being taken by everyone, really. Some of them nowhere near the racetrack as they come out of snow. Possibly struggling to get some temperature into those front tyres. It may be sunny, but as I said, that wind is keeping the ambient temperature pretty low. Club for the first time then. The frantic 20 minutes of racing. Out onto the pit straight we go, and Jordan Dempsey, as I predicted, finding it hard to escape here from Rory Smith. Romanek third, Tom Mills in fourth. Fifth position is Colin Queen, and sixth place for Jamie Sharp. So that's the only change there. It's Tom Mills getting ahead of Colin Queen and Jamie Sharp. Leaders into Village, defensive line taken by Jordan Dempsey in the Low Dempsey Racing car. Family team essentially. And Rory Smith trying his best to find a way through, but that ain't going to be easy to do. He's close enough this time to get a good slip through down the Hanger Straight though. There's the 33 of Cochrane. His way out onto the Hanger Straight. Very defensive line being taken by Dempsey. Look, hugging the white line down the right-hand side of the road. The left as we look at it, the inside into Stowe Corner, which in these cars is probably the best overtaking opportunity. Either there or into Village, but it can be a little bit tricky to get close enough through the first couple of corners to attack into Village. These cars don't have any aerodynamics, of course. They run on grooved tyres, not slick tyres, so they don't have a huge amount of grip, but of course they're not very heavy either, so braking distances are remarkably short for a car with no aerodynamics. And sometimes make an out-and-out braking manoeuvre a little bit tricky to do. You can see the power of the slipstream there, though. The car fourth in line is fastest on the track right now. That is Thomas Mills, the 1-2-1 car. So Thomas Mills is using the slipstream to set slightly faster lap times, chase after the group in front, but then he locks up there, the fourth car in line, to the braking zone at Village. And doesn't really cost him, but you've got to be careful not to flat spot those tyres. Limited on tyre usage as well throughout the weekend, so you have to be a little bit cautious early in the season as well. You'll be wanting to use this rubber on multiple occasions over the course of the season. If you ruin a tyre, then obviously that goes out of the window. Dempsey not feeling the need to defend this time because Smith didn't get such a good exit, and now Romanek sees a chance to challenge for second. The Oldfield Motorsport car looks to the outside line. Got three different teams represented there in the top three positions. And they stay in the same order, but it is the Low Dempsey Racing car that continues to lead the way. The BM Racing car in second, Rory Smith, teammate with Jamie Sharp. Third place, the Oldfield car with Romanek, and then another of those Low Dempsey cars in fourth position, Thomas Mills. Colin Queen doing well here to just about hang on to their slipstream. Sharp is struggling though, isn't he, in sixth? Once you lose that toe, it can be very difficult to maintain the good lap times. I think Jamie is finding that. It's the first one really to become properly detached from this lead group. Rory Smith launches up the inside. He wasn't quite close enough though. That's what I mean. That looked like a done deal, but you don't brake for long enough into that, even that corner, the slowest on the track, to really be able to outbrake someone, and that attempted move has slowed him down. Thomas Mills not slow, then goes around the outside of Romanek for third. That was a splendid move through the link, and it gives him a podium place as they head onto the Hanger Straight for the fourth time of asking. This is music to the ears of the race leader Jordan Dempsey, who's starting now to eke a bit of an advantage. Smith second, third then for Mills, and now Colin Queen comes up to attack Romanek, who is going to go from third to fifth here, I think, in the space of one lap, because the next corner is a left-hander, and that should favour the car on the inside. Actually, it doesn't. That's interesting. So, Dempsey is on to the lead of the race, and indeed makes the lead of the race his own now. I'll say that, he's still feeling the need to weave and break the slipstream. That was a squeeze from Romanek against Colin Queen, and then moves back to the other side of the road. That can sometimes be frowned upon by the clerk of the course. We'll see if anything comes of that. You can make one defensive move, but you can't crowd another driver towards the wall, and then you're certainly not supposed to make another move back to the racing line. It doesn't really matter in the end, because it looks like Romanek's been overtaken anyway, going into Village. So, yeah, that is now Colin Queen up into fourth position. Nicely done. Now, of course, he will be punching a hole in the air for the chasing car of Romanek to use down the Hanger Straight. Lead gap was 0.6 of a second, by the way. Dempsey was 0.4 quicker than Rory Smith on the previous lap, and that's likely to continue now, because Smith once again is defending from Thomas Mills into Stowe. Those two, again, I sound like a broken record, I know, but if they worked together, they might have a chance of getting back after the lead. And working together is not what they're doing now, because Smith continues to defend that second place as he goes through Vale and Club. Although actually, I'd say to the eye, the gap has somehow still come down. To sort of suggest that Rory Smith has got maybe some really good speed in that car. What with the lap times. Yeah, he was just over half a tenth quicker, personal best lap that time for the second place driver, even with the defensive manoeuvres he was having to make. Oh, and a big lock up there. He's really closed the gap now. So Jordan Dempsey had his chance there, didn't he, to escape? Hasn't quite been able to capitalise on it. So game back on again for the leaders. The top three almost back together. Well, Thomas Mills just losing a bit of ground through the first sector. Didn't get a great run through Village and the Link. With the toe down the back straight, he should be able to get back there now. Can Smith get the run into Stowe Corner? Is he close enough? Dempsey thinks he might be, so he holds the inside ground and then just moves over. But you see, he left a car's width there. That wasn't a full move back onto the racing line. He left room for Rory Smith if Rory did want to send it down the outside, which is exactly what he's going to do now. He's drawn level going into the braking zone in the final couple of corners. But Dempsey on the inside line holds his ground. He's slow through the exit though, and Rory Smith tries to go right round the outside. He's all the way off the road though, and here comes Thomas Mills on the inside line through the second part of the club. He gets second place back. Fantastic opportunistic driving that from Mills, who might even have a run on his teammate now as they head towards the first corner. Fantastic stuff there, and Thomas Mills was not backwards in coming forwards. He saw the chance there to get himself ahead of Rory Smith, and through indeed he went. So Mills, the 121 car, the Kevin Mills racing car, leading the way. Well, not leading the way, second place, but it is a Kevin Mills racing car leading in Jordan Dempsey. So teammates 1 and 2 really dropped Queen and Romanek now. I think Queen 1.5 seconds behind the top three battles. So there you can see that visibly. That gap is pretty huge now. And in fact, Jamie Sharp is starting to catch them. Sharp on the previous lap did a personal best lap that was nearly 4 tenths quicker than Queen and Romanek ahead. And through Stowe Corner. 12 minutes still to go. Plenty of time left for this to shake out. Defensive line there from Mills. Can Smith get on the inside? No. Jinking around, but it's not doing him a lot of good really. In the background, Colin Queen was going defensive over Lucas Romanek, successfully so. Look at the way that Sharp and indeed Ben Cochrane are catching, so 6th and 7th are gaining quite rapidly actually on these two as they continue to fight over 4th place. Once again Queen goes defensive down the main straight, and that will slow him up at the apex, and that means that Romanek also is slow at the apex because he can't drive over the 4th place car when it's sat right on the racing line. Goes to the inside, that's a bold move under braking, and Romanek will go through. So Romanek back into 4th position, but the damage is done really. Spinner in the background. Who's that pointing the wrong way? Can't quite see from there. Ah, it is the 15 car of David MacArthur. One of the Northwest-based drivers has had a spin. Pretty scary part of the track as well. Look at the lead that Dempsey's got now because Mills is putting up a brilliant defensive job here against Rory Smith. I don't think he's intending to play rear gunner here, but it's certainly working for him, working for Dempsey. Because Dempsey's cleared off now. That's well over a second, I'd say, between the top two. And granted, there's still over half the race to go, but it will be hard for any driver, I think, to gain that sort of advantage. Here comes everybody else now. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and nearly 8th place, actually. With Lafont catching in his ray. It is Romanek 4th then. 5th, Sharp 6th, Cochrane 7th. And then there, look, the 8th place car is starting to close in as well. David MacArthur was 9th when he spun. He won't be any more, of course. In the first corner they go. Wide line for Jamie Sharp, the festival winner, looking to try and take that momentum into 2022. It's not really working so far, but he's now got a chance to go and break into the top 5. Easy to do though. Try this way and that, but just can't quite get the right line at the right part of the circuit to execute the overtake. And now runs wide going through the Link. That's going to leave him very vulnerable to attack from Ben Cochrane down the back straight. Ben Cochrane with Team Dolan, one of 2 Team Dolan drivers here this weekend. Morgan Quinn being the other. Morgan is really struggling out. Safety car is being scrambled. Why is the immediate question, because I thought David MacArthur had got going, indeed he had, but Morgan Quinn, who I was about to mention has been off the pace all weekend, has not come through at the end of that previous lap. Oh, they're still racing at the moment though, clearly, because they have not yet come across the safety car board, and that was Jamie Sharp getting well and truly roughed up there. He's going to lose a place actually to Benjamin Cochrane. Now they see yellow flags and the safety car boards are out, but I think Morgan Quinn has gone off or pulled off somewhere around the circuit. I want to say possibly down at Stowe. I think I saw a green flag on the exit of Stowe, which would suggest there was a yellow flag on going into the corner. So, first time that we will see the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car in 2022. And, this will undo all of the hard work Jordan Dempsey had done. And look what's happened as well. Rory Smith, whilst we were focusing on the battle in behind, has got back into second place ahead of Tom Mills. And this is perfect for Smith. He timed that beautifully. Of course, couldn't have known the safety car was coming out unless he'd seen the Morgan Quinn car on the side of the road. But he got into second place, and then immediately a 3-second gap to Jordan Dempsey disappears without him even having to try. So that is pretty perfect timing for the second place driver, who is weaving around, as is everyone behind the safety car, to keep the heat in the tyres. So into the second half of the race we go. Jordan Dempsey leading the way, Rory Smith second, third Thomas Mills, fourth Lucas Romanek, fifth is Colin Queen, sixth place for Benjamin Cochran, seventh is James Sharp, there he is, number 89, eighth for, no hang on, swap back over those two, so maybe Cochran realised he'd overtaken under yellow flags, which I did think was a possibility, so Sharp will go back into sixth, Cochran down to seventh, reset at the end of the lap. Eighth place then is Andre Lafond, ninth for 32 Sean Rashid, and 10th Davide Maloney, 21 machine. Then 11th position number 26, that is Murray Shepherd. 12th position for Gabe Tesh, 13th is the 129 of Hadfield. Corgan, Nippers, Kinch, Gilks and MacArthur, of course, benefits from all of this. David MacArthur, you can see him, the red car with the black nose at the back of the group, had that spin at Abbey Corner, and he now gets to catch back up to the safety car queue. So still none the wiser as to where Morgan Quinn is, but he's clearly in a position that requires some outside assistance to be moved out of the way. So that's, we guess, the reason for the safety car here then. When we go racing, we're going to have just over a quarter of it to go, probably. Plenty of time, that though. Lap times around here are about a minute 10. Yeah, high 1 minute 10s at race pace. We should still get another 3 or 4 laps in, hopefully, if we go racing this time. Jordan Dempsey looking to try and claim the first win of the year. Jordan, I think I'm right in saying, didn't do the season last time, though he didn't race at Knock Hill. He didn't make the podium. That was actually the only race of the regular season that he did. He did, of course, come and race at the festival as well. But Jordan Dempsey, if he's doing the full season this year, which looks like he probably should be, even if he's not at the moment planning on doing, clearly got the speed to go out there and win races and fight for the championship. So want to try and start that championship campaign with a race victory. We're going to go racing this time, by the way. The safety car is coming in, so racing will get back underway. And Jordan Dempsey really backing the field up here as he tries to make absolutely sure that he doesn't leave the door open for anyone on the restart. This is a great opportunity, of course, for those behind to really have a go at him. Here we go then, picking up the speed. He's let the safety car pull sufficiently far ahead that he can accelerate quite early and try and get back into the rhythm that he had clearly before the safety car intervention. Corner then to the main straight, racing back underway. Just under 5 minutes to go here at Silverstone, and immediately the battle on there for 4th place. Of course it is, because Colin Queen and Lucas Romanek cannot leave each other alone. And they're once again going to allow these top 3, I think, to pull clear at the head of the field. Through the first sequence of corners, and Rory Smith immediately going on the attack to try and take the race lead away here, and he might be on the inside into the link. This could work well for him. No, the door is closed, and Thomas Mills again sniffs an opportunity to get back into second place. He is a bit outnumbered here, Rory Smith, isn't he, with his teammates running either side of him. And in theory, Thomas Mills is going to be more keen on making sure that Rory Smith doesn't finish in first place here, so he's going to do everything he can to distract him. Oh, and that's really distracting, sliding to the outside of Rory. Through Stowe Corner goes Tom Mills. Didn't quite work. Romanek's off the track in his fight for 4th place, as was Jamie Sharp in 6th. So down into the final couple of corners, 2 by 2 they run. There's Sharp just keeping Benjamin Cochrane at bay. Sharp sideways, those curbs don't have much grip, and he can't close the door either. Cochrane is there on the inside line, and this is going to give a double slipstream to the car behind them, I think. Oh, lots of jockeying going on as they head towards Abbey Corner. So through the right-hander they go. That's Andre Lafont trying to get in on the act. Cochrane goes ahead of Sharp. That's 6th place for him now, and there the change for 2nd place, and maybe a change for the lead. They almost come together, the top 3, and is that Thomas Mills into the lead now? They were almost 3 wide through the right-hander. Who has got the advantage? No, somehow it's still Dempsey, but Rory Smith on the inside, and that has brought Romanek and Queen right back into it. 3 minutes to go, and a 5-car fight for the race victory. They could well arrive down here at Stoke Corner 4 wide, because they're all getting a slipstream off each other. Jordan Dempsey trying to make good his escape, but what happens behind it? Smith on the inside, Mills to the outside line. That's for 2nd place, and Mills, I think, will have it with the momentum around the outside, but that's a bit too much momentum. He runs way off the track, and that surely will allow Rory Smith to get back alongside as they drop down into the braking zone. He's got the better line now through into Club, and he should, through the right-hander at least, be able to make 2nd place his own again. Maybe not. Mills once again runs off the track, and Romanek goes on the inside, and both of them. Lucas Romanek from 4th to 2nd. Fantastic stuff, but now he has to start defending. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and again Jordan Dempsey starts to make his break. Romanek 2nd, Mills 3rd, and poor old Rory Smith, every time he thinks he's got a shot at the win, he seems to lose ground, and this time he's off the podium altogether. Into the braking zone they go then. Colin Queen keeping touch in 5th. Ben Sharp is back into 6th now, ahead of Cochrane. This is brilliant stuff. Typical Formula Ford 1600 racing, isn't it? You can see why still young up-and-coming single-seater drivers see this as a valid place to come and race. You learn so much from driving these cars. You learn so much from having these kind of races, and that can only help them as they move further up the single-seater ladder. Thomas Mills to the outside of Lucas Romanek now for 2nd position. Dempsey, I think, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, has got this one in the bag. It's all about who joins him on the podium. Will his teammate Thomas Mills be there? If he is, what position will he be in? Or can the likes of Rory Smith and Colin Queen fight back here? That's what they're trying to do. Smith to the outside, could get 2 in 1. He's very late on the brakes. He's going to get level at least with Lucas Romanek, but he was too late on the brakes. And look, that scuppers his exit speed, and so he ends up losing another place to Colin Queen. It's all about exit speed through that sequence. You can go charging into the club complex, but that will only slow you down coming out onto the main straight. When you're on the straight longer than you're in the corner, so it's therefore more important to be quick down the straight than it is through the turn, in theory. Right, we're on to what should be maybe the final lap. I didn't quite spot how long was left on the clock when they crossed the line, and that is a complication for the drivers. If they think it's the last lap, then it's now or never, isn't it, for 2nd place? Romanek's got it, but Thomas Mills wants it. And to be honest, Colin Queen, Rory Smith and Jamie Sharp quite fancy a go in this as well. There are now 5 of them together fighting over 6th position. Here we go then. Down the hanger straight for what could be the final time. Jordan Dempsey in beautiful isolation here as the race leader, 1.6 seconds up the road. The real activity is some way behind him. There they go. There were 3 wide in the background. And who came out on top? Is it still Romanek in 2nd place? Yes, just about the black car. From, I think, Mills in 3rd, and then it was a blur of red and white behind. Couldn't quite tell what order they were in. Here they come into the braking zone, and you know what, we might just squeeze one more lap out of this. It's going to be nip and tuck, but I think Jordan Dempsey's pace is enough that he'll cross the line. Oh, contact in the background, Sharp into the back of Rory Smith. That was close. We do get another lap, just with 3 seconds left on the clock there. Jordan Dempsey went through onto the final lap of the race. Good news for everyone who is called Lucas Romanek, really, because Romanek has really got some defensive work to do if he's going to hang on to this P2. If he managed to hold them all off on that lap, can he do it again? Well, this will help him, because that's Colin Queen attacking Thomas Mills. Benjamin Cochrane's a part of this now as well. Oh, wide for Mills. They all stack up behind him. Yeah, I think Romanek's in the clear now. It's all about 3rd place. And I'm not convinced that Mills is close enough here to Romanek to get much of a tow, so he could be a sitting duck now as they head down towards Stoke Corner for the final time in what has been a breathless opening round of the 2022 Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. Defensive line from Mills to the outside goes Colin Queen. He might just be able to do this if he's late enough on the brakes into Stoke, but Mills is late as well. Neither of them really make the apex. They both run out wide, and that might just allow the next car in line to have a go at them as well. Into the final braking zone. Jordan Dempsey is on course for a brilliant race victory. Lucas Romanek second. Who will finish third? It looks like maybe Tom Mills has done just enough here. He will come out of club corner with a car length or so in hand. Dempsey takes the race victory. Brilliant driving from the Kevin Mills racing driver. Second to Lucas Romanek, third Tom Mills, fourth Colin Queen, and Jamie Sharp gets himself into fifth place. He does get past Rory Smith on the final lap, who finishes sixth. Cochrane seventh, Lafond is eighth, Maloney ninth, and Rashid will round out the top 10. Oh, I've missed this. It's been a long and pretty miserable winter, hasn't it? But it is so good to be back with the Brscc and enjoying this top quality racing. That was second to none, and it's why I will always get up on my soapbox about club racing in the UK being underappreciated by some members of the motorsport community. I will challenge you to find better racing than that in pretty much any other higher tier single-seater championship in this country. That was fantastic. Jordan Dempsey, a worthy race winner, won it by 3.6 seconds. If you just looked at the results, you'd think it was a pretty boring race, but as we've just seen, it couldn't be much further from the truth. That Romanek second, he then had 1.1 seconds in hand over Thomas Mills in third, but of course that's when it starts to get really tight. Mills, Queen, Sharp, Smith, Cochrane, Lafond, well, back to Cochrane at least. What was that gap? It was 0.4 of a second separating third and sixth place, third and seventh place, excuse me, at the line. That is remarkable. So, fantastic stuff, as always, from the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. They will also be back out racing tomorrow. They'll have just one race, disappointingly, tomorrow. They will be at race at 11:15 in the morning. And that is going to be a race not to be missed, although you can say that about pretty much every race on the bill here at Silverstone. Those cars head into the pit lane. A reminder, we've got one more race coming your way very shortly for the Mazda MX-5s, and then a lunch break before the FunCup Endurance race, which takes up the afternoon's running. So Jordan Dempsey then gets himself the race win, the first of the year. Lucas Romanek is second, and Thomas Mills in third. Colin Queen fourth, ahead of Jamie Sharp and Rory Smith. Then Cochrane, Lafond, Maloney and Rashid to round out the top 10. 11th position Murray Shepherd, 12th Megan Gilks, 13th James Hadfield, and 14th Brandon Morgan ahead of Gabe Tesh and Tom Nippers. David MacArthur, after his spin, recovers the 17th, aided by the safety car, ahead of Kinch at the back. So, brilliant racing from the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. The drivers, I think, are heading down into the pit lane towards Jake Sanson, who should very shortly be able to have a word with them.
What a way to start the Formula Ford season. Jordan, absolutely spot on, nailed every apex, kept them behind even with the safety car period. What was it like out there?
Just trying, first couple of laps I knew Rory had pace behind me, so I knew I needed to try and mess him up as much as I could. So every time I could defend him and try and get Tom into the mix, I knew then if they started battling I could break away, because I know the KMR Spectrum is working wonders this weekend. So I knew once I got my head down that I could get away, and then, you know, nice to get Tom on the podium as well. So yeah, happy out.
Now, obviously, racing Silverstone, middle of March, it's very, very cold temperatures. It must have been really easy to slide around out there. Were tyre temperatures any good to you?
Yeah, well, actually, funny enough, we found our tyres nearly going off near the end, so I was kind of nearly trying to mind them, whatever way the surface is here. But, yeah, kind of just manage everything. And once I got the gap then, I was kind of able to put my head down and just keep hitting the apexes and keep banging in those 10.7s, 10.8s, and then once I was doing that I knew I was okay. So
superb. What a way to start the year. Hopefully there's more tomorrow. Good luck with it.
Thank you, I'll try.
He'll never give anything less than his best. Let's have a word with our man in second place, freshly into Formula Fords recently, Lucas Romanek. Good to see you, buddy, and second place. What a great start to the year.
Yeah, it all came a bit of a surprise because, you know, when the safety car was not out, you know, Colin started defending, so we sort of lost the front three, but then after that we got quite lucky with the safety car, and unfortunate for Quinn, but yeah, obviously safety car came out and just got a really good restart. Had to defend a little bit, but that's how it goes really. And then yeah, when I got P2 I just managed to get a cut back from Rory and Tom, because they went defensive into Vale. So they obviously went deep and yeah, got the cutback. Yeah, but yeah, it was really good.
Looks like it's going to be a very tricky year. There's at least 6 or 7 of you that can win races consistently.
Yeah, definitely. I think the whole grid is really close this year, especially. But yeah, I can't wait for the whole season, and especially tomorrow as well.
Excellent. Well, hopefully you'll be back on the podium again tomorrow, maybe one better.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Great to hear from Lucas Romanek, really settling into life in Formula Fords. Let's see if we can grab a word with Tom after a fantastic battle all the way through. Well, that was not a bad start to the season, Tom. Third position in an hectic battle. That's exactly what you signed up for.
Yeah, that was Formula Ford at its best, wasn't it? That was a lot of slipstreaming. Yeah, I'm not doing the full season, so it was good to see my teammate win, and I did everything I could to help at times. Made Rory's life difficult, so Jordan get away, but yeah, I got faster lap, so what more could I ask for?
It's a great way to start your 2022 motorsport campaign, even if you're not doing the full season. What is it like to drive these cars when they come in fresh and cold tyres?
It's on the edge. I think as a whole we spend more time turning out of the corner than we do in. They're really loose, but they're super fun to drive, and they teach you loads. So yeah, it's just brilliant formula.
Excellent, great performance, and hopefully there's more for you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Formula Fords have been absolutely amazing, but there's still plenty more racing to come. Andy, up to you for the starting grid for race 3.
Thank you, Jake. So I've had a bit of time to catch my breath after that race. I feel I might lose it again over the next 20 minutes or so, because we are heading into our second Mazda MX-5 action of the day, this time for the slightly more up-to-date Mark III MX-5. So this is, of course, a Mark IV MX-5, which is being slowly integrated into the Brscc MX-5 portfolio. We'll see more of those out on track this year, but the Mark III is still going very strong indeed. 37 cars entered for our opening round of the championship, and some big stories really over the winter, with mainly the top 2 drivers in last year's championship, the double reigning champion Sam Smith and the perennial runner-up, the bridesmaid of the MX-5 SuperCup Jack Harding, who has finished runner-up in this championship almost every year in which he's taken part in it. He finally got fed up of finishing second, as they've left the passengers new to move onwards and upwards with their racing careers. We wish them the very best of luck. We, I'm sure, may well see them back at some point in the future. But that rather opens the door for maybe some new names. We are guaranteed a new champion this year. There are no former champions of this series racing on the grid this season. There are, of course, people who have had success in the championships, be they Mazda MX-5 championships or otherwise, and so don't be fooled into thinking that it's not a competitive grid. It is a seriously competitive grid, and that really is borne out when you start looking at some of the names that have not qualified all that well, that are deep in the field, sometimes out of the top 20, and they've been frontrunners in Mazda MX-5s in the past. It shows how hard it's going to be this year to break out at the front of the field. It is a very familiar name, though, on pole position, and a welcome return to the grid to Aidan Hills, who took a step away from racing last year, having been a championship runner for a number of years. In fact, he finished runner-up in the championship a couple of seasons ago, and Aidan took a step back last year to focus more on management and on running cars in the team, and his team, Hills Motorsport, had plenty of success, with James Costons finishing 3rd in the championship for them last season, and managing to bag himself a couple of race wins along the way. But Aidan makes a welcome return to the driving scene here this weekend. Now, I don't know whether this is a full season campaign. I kind of hope it is, because wherever Aidan goes, there's always excitement, and he managed to take the pole position from Adam Bessel alongside him. So that will be the front row for the grid in this MX-5 SuperCup race. Row 2 is where we find Will Blackwell-Chambers. Will is a former Mark I champion and has been getting quicker and quicker in the SuperCup car over the last year or so. And Will Blackwell-Chambers, number 18, is going to be lined up 3rd on the grid ahead of James Costons, another one of those Hills Motorsports cars on the 2nd row. James, the highest placed driver from last year's championship, coming back for another go in 2022. Then, row number 3, Colin Bysouth, number 88, and Richard Amos. Those are 2 quick drivers, that is for sure. Colin Bysouth has really come on strong over recent years, as we see the grid start to filter through on the screen. But Colin Bysouth definitely one to watch, I think, this season. He is a potential championship threat for sure, as, to be honest, is Richard Amos, who was third in the club class last season. Patrick Fletcher and Nick Reinrod make up the fourth row. Nick is the reigning City Car Cup champion, making the switch to rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5s. He's driven pretty much anything over the years, so I'm sure he clearly has turned his hand to this pretty well. John Langridge is next, another former Mark 1 champion, and Tom Griffiths making the switch from the BMW Compact Cup, another very popular one-make Brscc series, over to the MX-5 SuperCup. Intrigued to see how he gets on. Michael Nibbs, who we saw on pole in the Mark 1 race earlier on, starts 11th alongside Alex Miller, with Lee Britton and Tom Selden making up the 7th row. Row 8 for Braden Fletcher, younger brother of Kelvin Fletcher, actor, farmer, dancer and pretty successful racing driver. Braden, as far as I know, has only taken up racing of those particular pastimes, but he is starting this race 15th alongside Will Morris. Nick Rutter and Declan Lee are next ahead of Marcus Carlton, and Jack Brewer, runner-up in last year's Mark 1 Championship, just struggling a bit, I think, to get to grips with the Mark 3. He's 20th on the grid. Josh Poulain and Scott Wright make up the 11th row ahead of series veteran Martin Tolley, who is always in the thick of the action. He's got Daniel Rose for company on the 12th row. Stephen New and Xavier Brook are next up then. They line up together on row 13 ahead of Chris Richardson and the championship sponsor, Mr. Clapham North, quickly becoming Mr. Brscc, George Grant. The top 30 is rounded out by 62 Kevin Sylvain, 44 Taylor Chohan, with Kevin Brent and Daniel Parent-Smith, another newbie, lining up the 16th row of the grid. Seamus Heaney is next alongside Adrian Burge. They're together on row number 17, and then right towards the back, Christopher Gidd, who was given a 5-position grid penalty for contravention of Motorsport UK regulation Q12.21.4. Anyone out there watching who knows what that is, because I can't bother looking it up, but whatever it was, he got a 5-second penalty for it and starts alongside Bruce Robinson, the ultimate row with Liz Walton at the back of the field. So, as I said, stacked with talent, this grid, that is for sure one of the most competitive grids out there, and the style of racing, if you've never seen it before, is basically what we saw from the Mark 1s earlier on, but kicked up a gear or so. These are obviously a newer car, a newer version of the Mazda MX-5. They are a bit more powerful, they have certainly more racy feel to them. They are stiffer suspension-wise. That can make them a bit tricky to drive if you're used to driving the Mark 1, which is quite soft and slidey and you almost drift it through the corners. You can't really do that with the SuperCup car. You need to try and drive these more like a sort of traditional racing car, i.e. keep it in as straight a line as possible, and that is something I reckon that it sometimes takes a season or so for even the best Mark 1 drivers to get to grips with. We've seen it from Will Blackmell Chambers, we've seen it from John Langridge, we will see it this year, I'm sure, from Jack Brewer, who lines up in the yellow number 93 car from 20th on the grid. It just takes that bit of time to not quite unlearn everything that you learn in the Mark 1, but just hone it slightly differently for these SuperCup cars. But testament to the popularity of this car, that we have 37 of them on the grid, and guaranteed some really good racing. Several classes out there as well. The Pro class is where we will find obviously most of the front-running cars, but we also have the Club class, which is for the more casual racer, perhaps drivers that aren't doing a full season or that don't have quite the ultimate pace to fight for race wins. Not always the case though. We have seen people like Richard Amos, for example, up there getting overall podiums last year, even though he was in the Club class, and then also the Masters class, which is for the over 45s, as we had in the Mark 1 series. Again, some of those Masters drivers are very, very rapid indeed. Almost ready. I think it takes a bit of time to get all the cars on the grid, and looking out of the window I think we're missing Marcus Carlton. I don't see the number 78 car on the 10th row of the grid alongside Jack Brewer, so we appear to be missing one car at least after qualifying. Hopefully though, he's the only one that won't be out there on the starting line. There's a couple of cars just inching up into position. The Martian's doing a great job as always to make sure that this happens as quickly and efficiently as it can. It's not always easy to make that happen. We do now get the green flag. So pole position on the outside here, remember, is the pale blue and black number 8 car of Aidan Hills. The all black is Adam Bessel alongside him. Who gets into the first corner first? Who will win round number 1 of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 SuperCup? Let's find out. Lights go out. Good start made by Aidan Hills. He's definitely going to have the advantage into the first corner. The question is whether it will be Adam Bessel in second. Looks like it will be. James Cossins tries to move up to challenge though, goes to the outside into Abbey, but he's not quite going to get there, I don't think. A brilliant sight they make as they glint in the spring sunshine heading through the first few corners. This huge pack of Mark 3 MX-5s, and Aidan Hills doesn't even have to defend. Oh, shunt in the background there. There's a spin at least, and I think there was a bit of contact as well. Can't quite see who that is, but there will be one car that may not be going much further. And if it can't get out of the way, then that safety car may have to come back out on track again. There's Bessel second then. Colin Bysouth, that is, in third position now. James Cossins getting elbowed backwards a bit. The number 6 car, Richard Amos, another definite contender this year, Richard Amos. He was third in the club class last season. A very close season of club class racing it was, though, with Kevin Sylvain taking the championship in the end. So Richard Amos, we know, is fast, and so is Colin Bysouth. Colin Bysouth into second place now. Wasting no time in moving forward here. Will Blackwell Chambers is going backwards though. The white and red number 18 car that started third. They're 3 wide down the hill. Bessel was on the grass. Bysouth squeezes across in front of him. And to the outside of the ball goes Richard Amos. That should work and get him third place. Patrick Fletcher's coming through as well in the black car with the red stripes, number 29. Bessel trying to keep him at bay. 22 is Nick Grinder on there. You won't miss him in the pack, will you? And they're all missing Aidan Hills though, because Aidan Hills comes through 2.7 seconds up the road from everybody else. Now, I spoke to Aidan after qualifying, and he was saying that the slipstream around here was worth at least half of a second, maybe a full second a lap. He qualified on pole though, he told me, without a slipstream, so that kind of tells you the sort of pace that Aidan feels like he has here this weekend, and he's showing that now. Side by side for second here, Richard Amos coming up alongside Colin Bysouth, and we'll go through. Oh, they lean on each other though, that was a bit unnecessary. Amos will go through, but Bysouth might end up losing third to Patrick Fletcher. I think he will, won't he? Ends up having to go the other side of that tyre stack as well. It's all unravelling for Bysouth. He'll lose another place now to Adam Bessel and to James Cossins. In the gravel, I'm afraid, is Martin Tolley. And that looks like it's down at Stowe Corner. That's the corner they're heading towards now. There are obviously double wave yellows out at that part of the circuit, so no overtaking. Look at the amount of gravel on the road. Looks like he's got off pretty early in the braking zone there, which is an interesting accident to have. I can't remember seeing many cars go off going into Stowe Corner. That just maybe settles things down, actually. They had to get single file for that yellow flag zone. That means that for the first time all race so far, the first 2 laps at least, do get a single line train of traffic. Hills leading the way then. Look at the gap that he's got, that is insane. 119.345. He's not even got the tyres full of its temperature yet. Richard Amos is now 4.5 seconds behind him in second place, from Patrick Fletcher third, Adam Bessel fourth, James Cossins fifth. Will Blackwell Chambers recovering a bit actually into sixth place ahead of Colin Bysouth, who's gone the other way down into seventh. John Langridge is eighth, Nick Grinder on ninth, and Michael Nibbs rounding out the top 10. Bit of a tap in the tail maybe there from Bessel to Fletcher. Behind, there is all sorts going on. Tom Griffiths is in that group. Tom's had a decent start there, 14th place for him. Actually, I'll say that he's lost 4 positions, take that back. Started 10th, he's dropped down to 14th as the Ultimate Compact Cup race winner. And the hanger straight they go then. John Langridge in the tow of Colin Bysouth. As there, Patrick Fletcher tucks up in the slipstream behind Richard Amos. Now, there are still yellow flags down here at Stowe, so they're going to have to sort this out pretty quickly. I say there are still yellow flags, yes there are, just saw double wave yellows on the outside line there, so single file we go as they work their way towards Vale and Club for the third time of asking. I don't know about you, but I quite fancy Aidan Hill's chances of winning this race. 4.5 seconds up the road already after 2 laps. He's very unlike this championship, but the pace he had, the confidence he had after qualifying was palpable, and really living up to that potential now. 3 there is running a bit wide, as they're very close to the pit wall when Patrick Fletcher tried to get up the inside of Richard Amos, who was having none of it. 6 seconds behind the race leader they are now. They were only 1.5 seconds slower than him on the previous lap though. It's no surprise really when you see the jostling that they're doing. This is not the quickest way of driving around the Silverstone International circuit, but from a neutral perspective it's the best way of doing it. Certainly the most exciting. But they are rather handing this on a plate to Aidan Hills, who was starting to say is fast anyway, and then was able to break the toe as they all tripped over each other on the opening lap. Bysouth there ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, that's 6th and 7th. The silver car with the pink headlights is Colin Bysouth. He's had a real up and down race. He started 5th, he got into 2nd pretty early on, now he's back down in 6th again as they escape their way through the gravel at Stowe Corner. Oops, that's not the right way to go. That's number 77, which is Seamus Heaney, and it looks like he might be pulling off with a problem. Actually, I think that was up at the link, the corner that links them onto the Hangler Straight. So, thankfully, he should be able to get himself well out of the way. There goes Aidan Hills, and then we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and finally, Richard Amos gets to the start-finish line 6.5 seconds back. It was a personal best lap from Amos, though, and only half a second slower than the race leader. And then you've got that pack, which really is Amos, Fletcher, Bessel, Costons, Bysouth, Blake Baldwin, Campbell Chambers, Langridge, Nibbs, Grindrod, and then a gap back to this group, which is headed by Lee Britton, number 50, the red car. But he's under a lot of pressure here from the number 7 of Alex Mills, the black and gold car, and then Tom Griffiths in the blue car, who goes on the inside of him. Actually, Griffiths might be able to get 12th place here. I think the 76 car is going to have the preferred line into the link, and Tom Griffiths does go through. He may be new to Mazda MX-5 racing in the real world, but he's been doing a lot of sim racing over the last couple of years, as many of us have, in MX-5s. Picked up a thing or two from some of the quick drivers in that championship, and has become one himself. I'm sure as this season goes on, he'll become one of the front runners in the MX-5 SuperCup as well. Into Stowe he goes then. You've got one more car in that group to try and overtake. Then it's going to be tricky to break away from him. There goes Tom though, ahead of Alex Miller, who's a bit of a veteran these days of the MX-5 SuperCup. Oh, that's James Costons on the inside of Langridge. That is, well, Costons has dropped back here then because he started the lap in 5th, but John Langridge was 8th at the start of it, so 2 or 3 places lost at least there for James Costons. 10 there, trying to get up the inside line further back. That is Braden Fletcher, who again has been in and out of this championship a bit over the last few years. I've always got the feeling that if he could avoid the reliability issues that seem to plague him, and put together a good season campaign, he could be really quick. He's had flashes of brilliance over the years as Braden. He started off racing in things like Mighty Minis, as he needed his brother. Oh, Griffiths past Lee Britton. That was feisty stuff, but Miller's on the inside of both of them. That's not going to work. Griffiths then, I think, will get 11th place out of all of that. Yes, he does. The blue car moves ahead, and now he wants them all to fall over each other behind so that he can make a break. Oh, no, contact! Round goes... round doesn't go Alex Miller, but around does go Braden Fletcher, who I fear I've just put the curse of the commentator on. This is exactly what always seems to happen to Braden. He gets into the fight, and then something goes wrong. That all looked a little bit odd. There was a third car looking to the inside there, a blue car, which maybe distracted Miller, who was in the middle, and he ended up getting into the right rear corner of Braden Fletcher. Fletcher spins, Miller half spins, and they both lose a lot of ground. They head down into Stowe Corner. Meanwhile, at Club, there's a bit of touchy-feely stuff going on. Bites out this sideways. Amos was in the back of him, but that was partly because Bessel was pushing him through the corner. Blackwell Chambers to the outside will be shown the edge of the road. Patrick Fletcher tries to go on the inside again. This is an 11-car fight, this, for... it's a 11-car fight for second place. Bysouth has it at the moment, but that is quite the menacing pack of cars filling his rear-view mirrors. Richard Amos is the first car trying to get past him. He's the white machine. He looks to the inside as much to defend as it was to attack, I think, there. They fan out behind. Costons to the outside of Langridge and Blackwell Chambers. He's got 2 former Mark 1 champions on the inside of him there, and I think the blue car might come out best of that. No, he's still on the outside 3 wide, and he's very much going to come out of it worse. Amos at the inside of Bysouth for second place. That'll give a nice slipstream to Bessel and Fletcher behind. And they're going to arrive at Stowe Corner pretty much on top of each other, aren't they? To the outside, Bessel. To the left, as we look at it, is Richard Amos getting a shove there. Patrick Fletcher on the grass! Patrick Fletcher on the grass down the Hanger Straight. That was never going to work. He backed out of it, thankfully, because that would have been a very scary place to end up making contact. It was almost certainly what would have happened if he'd have kept his foot in it. Down into Club again, and Colin Bysouth, who was second at the start of the lap, is now fighting to hang on to 4th place. Patrick Fletcher. Oh, Bysouth sideways. Brilliant car control. No, he's into the side of Fletcher again. Somehow doesn't loop him, but that's done a bit of damage to the car. It has killed his momentum through Club Corner, and he's now got Michael Nibbs on the inside, with Nick Ryder on the 22 on his tail as well. That was close stuff. Colin Bysouth got a bit sideways there on the inside line, clattered into the side of the car to his outside, and then did it again. And you can see there a bit of trim hanging loose at the back. That, I don't think that's bodywork. I'm not quite sure what that is, a bit of rubber or something, but it shouldn't be too detrimental to his performance. Rather it fell off though, I'm sure. Not that he even is probably aware that it's flapping, but if that does catch the attention of the clerk of the course, he could be pulled in to get that repaired. Right, good news everyone, we're only halfway through this race. 10 minutes gone, 10 minutes still to go. Hayden Hills is missing all the fun here. He's 12 seconds up the road and will get no screen time as a result, because how can we take our eyes away from this battle going on behind? Patrick Fletcher to the outside of Adam Bessel. This is for third position now. There is a danger here, isn't there, of them losing touch with Richard Amos, because he's just starting to break the toe. He was a second ahead of this group at the start of the lap. That's the man in second place, the white car. Drop down into club once more. This is the 8th lap of the race. Adam Bessel defending nicely there, keeping Patrick Fletcher at bay. Tom Griffiths catching this group as well now. Look, you've got Michael Libbs 9th, Grimes on 10th, and just there is the blue car of Tom Griffiths. So he's warming to the task here, is Tom. He's back almost to where he started. He started on the fringes of the top 10, in 10th place actually, that number 76 car. And if he overtakes one more car, he'll be back into that position once again. Fletcher still can't get past Adam Bessel, and yeah, they really are losing touch here with Richard Amos. Amos on the previous lap did a 20.6, sorry, a 20.0, which was 6/10 quicker than Adam Bessel. That is not ideal. Someone with rear bodywork flapping there heading into the first corner. That was, I think, Braden Fletcher, because he was running around where Declan Lee was, and of course it would make sense for Braden to have some rear damage after that contact at this corner a few laps ago. That marker there doing its best to stay out of the way. That is, I think, the number 11 car potentially, Scott Wright. We've got two drivers out of the race, Seamus Heaney and Martin Tolley. Both of whom have had their cars recovered. And out of the way stays number 11. Wright, good stuff there to not impede the lead lap cars as they have this tremendous battle. Oh, Fletcher from the inside of the track to the outside to try and get past Adam Bessel. Cossins throws one at the inside of John Langridge, who then goes up the inside of Fletcher. That's the thing, the momentum through that sequence of corners is really tricky to manage, actually. If they start going side by side in front of you or defending, it's very easy to end up running into the back of them. In the end, it's Cossins that might lose out here, because he's got Blackwell Chambers up the inside, and he's getting a nice push there, is Blackwell Chambers, from Colin Bysouth, and they'll both try and go past Cossins into the first corner. Blackwell Chambers will do it. Bysouth hasn't quite got the move finished yet, but he'll hang around the outside through Village and get the inside line, sorry, through Farm, get the inside line into Village, and he does move ahead of Cossins. In the background there, Michael Nibbs defending from Tom Griffiths. Which of these battles do we focus on? They've both got the potential to explode into life at any second, haven't they? Oh, there we go, mistake from Bessel. He slides wide at the link, Fletcher at the inside, and he's going to now go wheel to wheel with the other black car for third position. Keep an eye to Langridge behind. He's getting the slipstream on both of them. The white, silver and green car of the former Mark 1 champion. And yet he's going to use that to go to the inside of both. I am amazed Patrick Fletcher didn't cover that off easy earlier, because look at that, Langridge will carry the momentum through the corner. He's going to go through. They take wildly different lines through the right-hander at Stowe and drop back down towards Club Corner once again. 6 3/4 minutes to go. Langridge goes ahead. His old Mark 1 sparring partner Blackwell Chambers is right behind him as well. They both got themselves ahead of Bessel and Fletcher, who, if they're not careful, are going to find themselves right at the back of this group. Fletcher around the outside there. Bessel goes to the inside line. Then it's Rob. There's Griffiths on the inside of Michael Nibbs, and that does now put Tom Griffiths back into the top 10. But the rate they're going up the road, he could still catch this next group, couldn't he? If he and Grindrod and Nibbs don't lose too much time fighting each other, they could still have a chance for a podium place, because this is third on back here. Langridge in third, with Blackwell Chambers, Colin Bysouth, Patrick Fletcher, Adam Bessel, James Cossins, Nick Grindrod, Tom Griffiths and Michael Nibbs, all still in contention. Through the link they head. Langridge holding on, Blackwell Chambers behind. Bessel launches an attack up the inside of Colin Bysouth. A lap ago at that corner, Bessel was third. He is now fighting to try and hold on to 7th place. Sign of how quickly things can change here. Now, Langridge versus Blackwell Chambers. I spent several years saying things like that when I was covering the Mark 1 Championship a few years ago. These two know each other very well. They race each other a lot over the years. And that is a tasty battle. It would be great to see both of them racing consistently at the front this year. They both had their moments last year, but they really seem now to have learned this car. And they seem, at the moment, very evenly matched. Too evenly matched, actually. Bit of contact there, going into the left-hander at Club. Ice out there trying to sneak around the outside of James Costner. We've seen how slippery that little AstroTurf is on the outside edge of that curb. No grip out there whatsoever. South still kept the momentum going though. Here comes Blackwell Chambers on the inside of Langridge for third place at Abbey. Don't really see the sense in trying that move, to be honest. It's only ever going to slow you both down and give the cars behind them run into the braking zone. Oh, that's not good to see. That is the 70 car involved in a fairly significant shunt. 70 is Xavier Brook, thankfully getting out of the way. That's good to see. Looked worse than it was maybe. The other car might have been Chris Richardson. It might have been 96. Quite see the number from that angle. And into the lead we go then. Langridge still third. Might escape the safety car here because although there's a lot of damage to Xavier Brook's car, he has been able to get it behind the barriers, and I think the other car continued as well. So there might be a bit of debris down there, but no errant MX-5s. Side by side in the background there between Griffiths and Grindrod. That's for 9th place now. Tom Griffiths, who continues this march back up the order. He's going to bring Michael Nibbs with him. So Grindrod, used to the rough and tumble of one-make racing, not necessarily used to these cars though. There is the bit of debris down at the final corner at Club. Careful not to run over that. Oh, there's another car there pointing the wrong way. Possibly a third one that was involved in all of that. So 3 minutes 45 seconds there and thereabouts to go. Tom Griffith's next target is going to be James Cossins. So Tom Griffith's 9th place now then. And Cossins is next victim potentially. Langridge is now overtaken by Blackwell Chambers. Bessel tries to go with him. And again, it will stack them all up. That's Liz Walton, isn't it, number 19, who's had a problem at Club. Still sat in the car is Liz. So perhaps just waiting for recovery from the marshals. Nick Grindrod with a big lock-up there. Just about makes the corner, but that won't have done his right front tyre any good. Here comes Blackwell Chambers then, at the head of the train. They head onto the hangar straight once again. I mean, how do you play this? Where do you want to be on the last lap? I'm not convinced you want to be at the front of this group. I think you maybe want to be second or third at this point on the final lap to really get that run into Stowe Corner. You can see here Langridge is closing in the toe, but Blackwell Chambers will always cover the inside line. Bysouth to the outside, and that really limited Langridge's options there. Bysouth sends it into the right-hander. Surely he's not going to stay on the road on the exit. He does. But there are yellow flags because Liz Walton is being attended to by the marshal, so no overtaking into the next braking zone. That is 44, which is another one of the Paddock Motorsport cars. That's Taylor Chauhan off the road. Pulled off, I think. Well, no, he went the wrong way, so he probably hasn't pulled off. Every there in the middle of the road. James Costner's really slowing down with the yellow flags. Or I'd have to say that the cars ahead did quite considerably more than the cars ahead did, because he's now nearly 3 seconds behind Adam Bessel, so that's split the pack now. It's always a bit of a grey area, that, with yellow flags. You're supposed to significantly reduce your speed and, of course, not overtake, but there isn't a set speed that you have to go to, so as long as you prove that you've slowed down a bit, maybe exploit that system, which is wrong, really. It's there for safety reasons, of course, to keep our brilliant Orange Army, the marshals, safe when they're out on the track dealing with an incident, but that competitive edge of racing drivers will always mean that they're looking for an advantage wherever they can get it. What it means is we've now got a 4-way fight realistically for third place. Blackwell Chambers, John Langridge, Colin Bysouth and Adam Bessel, and then everyone else left to fight over the scraps. That's 7th on back, really. You can see the time that's lost them, really, with the very slow run through the final sector last time. Blackwell Chambers then hanging on to third for now. Richard Amos, don't forget, is still second. Aidan Hills has already gone across the start-finish line onto what will be his final lap of the race, I think. He is 14 seconds ahead of the second place car, so it's going to be again close as to whether this is the final lap or not. But Aidan could afford, wanted to back off here and make it the last lap. Yellow car there, that's Jack Brewer, the runner-up of last year's Mark 1 Championship. How's Jack getting on? He started 20th, didn't he? And Jack Brewer is 17th now, number 93, so he's picked up a few places. Got Nick Rutter behind him in the orange number 99 car. And Jack, who missed out on the Mark 1 Championship in dramatic fashion, had a pretty bruising final round at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit at the end of last year, did Jack, having gone there as the championship leader, beaten in the end by Oliver Allwood. And shame not to have Oliver out there in either of our MX-5 grids here today. This man, I said at the start, it was great to have him back. I think there may well be 36 other drivers out there who aren't so happy to see Aidan Hills back in the paddock as a racing driver. Anyway, of course, he never left the paddock really, back out on track, because he has put on a clinic here. He's 14 seconds up the road. He could have slowed down to make that his final lap, but he's enjoying himself far too much, so he comes across the line with a couple of seconds left on the clock and will now go onto his final tour of the 1.8-mile Silverstone International Circuit. Second place looks pretty safe for Richard Amos. I actually go so far as to say that third place is Blackwell Chambers now, unless he makes a mistake, because he has pretty much broken the toe from myself, Langridge and Bessel. Real shame that we had that yellow flag come out actually at Stowe a few laps ago, because that has kind of put this battle on ice now. Once you thin the ranks a little bit and you end up with just 2 or 3 cars fighting each other, it's harder to get that run, build that momentum, because they're just not squabbling as much in front of you. This group here is actually separated as well, hasn't it? We lost someone from that group. Yeah, Grindrod's dropped down to 12th. So I think Grindrod's really lost some ground on the previous lap. Aidan Hill's not losing ground though. He's consistently been the fastest driver out there. He told me after qualifying that he was confident. He had the pole position time even without really working with people in the slipstream. And now he's having a bit of fun down into the last couple of corners. Aidan Hill's former rally crosser, so he knows a thing or two about car control. Don't loop it now, Aidan. That would be embarrassing. Comes out of the final corner, one hand in the air, already celebrating, and rightly so. Possibly the most dominant victory I've ever seen in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and it goes the way of Aidan Hills, the winner of the first round of the 2022 championship. Richard Amos gets his championship campaign off to a stellar start with second place, and Will Blackwell Chambers should come home in third. This is the fight for fifth place. Adam Bessel trying to beat John Langridge to the line. Oh, Langridge is wide over the curve. Who got it? It was Langridge just. John Langridge pips him by 7/100ths of a second to take fifth position behind Blackwell Chambers third and Colin Bysouth in fourth. Then behind them it is Patrick Fletcher seventh, James Cossons eighth, Tom Griffiths in ninth. I know I've spoken about Tom a lot, but he may have only gained one position in that race from where he started, but given the disappointing first lap he had, that was a brilliant recovery drive in his first ever MX-5 Super Cup race. George Grant has unfortunately got a bit of damage there to the left front corner of his car, and now he's got some damage to the right rear corner of his car, because in his attempts there to hang on to, what was that, 22nd place, he gets a nerf in the tail from the 25 car of Stephen New, and almost ends up needing a new car because he was heading towards the pit wall there at pretty high speed for a moment, but George saved it nicely, and the series sponsor, Mr. Clapham North, will come home at the end in just about one piece, and that is third place, I think, in the Masters class. The Masters class won by Nick Grindrod, who, as I said, mysteriously faded to 12th there towards the end. Nick Rutter was second in that class, and George Grant third. Of the club drivers, the class win went to, actually, Stephen New down in 22nd place. There are not as many club drivers this year, because the bulk of them aiming to be competitive in pro. I'm noticing as well on the timing screen, after the race is finished helpfully, that Aidan Hills is listed as a guest driver, so this obviously is going to be a one-off appearance, and that may well mean that he's not scoring championship points. So Richard Amos in second essentially could pick up the points for race victory. So Hills takes the win on the road though by 15 seconds, no taking that away from him. Richard Amos second, Will Blackwell Chambers in third, ahead of Colin Bysouth and John Langridge. Adam Bessel was sixth, ahead of Patrick Fletcher and James Cossons, then Tom Griffiths ninth, and 10th for Michael Nims. It's a busy day. Lee Britton is next, ahead of Nick Grindrod in 12th, the winner of the Masters category. Alex Miller 13th, then Will Morris and Jack Brewer, a solid finish there in his debut in the championship. 15th, Daniel Rose is 16th, ahead of Nick Rutter. Then it was Tom Selden, Patrick Fletcher, Braden Fletcher and Declan Lee to round out the top 20. Kevin Sylvain is next. Stephen New wins the club class ahead of George Grant and Chris Richardson. Bruce Robinson is the Masters winner within the club category as well. There you can see those that didn't make it to the end: Josh Poulane, Javier Brook, Liz Walton, Seamus Heaney and Martin Tolley out on the first lap. Unsurprisingly, fastest lap goes to Aidan Hills. Shock horror, 1 minute 19.0. It was a very fast time in a race full of very fast times, really. He had clear track, granted, but I don't think they'd have caught him even if he hadn't made that big break at the very start of the race. So, drivers heading down into the pit lane. There you can see them pulling up at the pit entry end. And we can head down there now, I believe, and hear from our podium finishers who are down there in the sunshine with Jake Sanson.
Well, that is not the start I expected to the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. How dominant a victory was that for Aidan Hills? Let's get a word in with him. I'm going to run round his car. Aidan, we are going to have to check the record books. I think that might be the biggest victory in Mazda MX-5 Super Cup history, especially in the dry.
It's definitely the biggest victory in my career. Normally when I win a race it's by like 2 or 3 tenths. Never. I looked in the mirror after the first lap and I was like, "Are you boys not coming to play?" Or I just kept putting the laps in, and then literally 10 minutes to go I was just cruising because I got to look after the tyres and look after the car ready for tomorrow. But yeah, it's mega. I didn't expect it, to be honest. I was so nervous before the race. Obviously, I feel like I got loads of pressure on me because I'm running the team and obviously got the boys and that. But yeah, it was a good race, mate. Can't complain.
And obviously heading into tomorrow, now you know exactly what the car and the tyres can do. Is it going to be a little bit more impetus from the car and the team tomorrow?
I don't think so. I think if those boys stop battling so much on the first couple of laps, then they'll stay with us. But it was good, mate. It's good to be back. I haven't raced one of these for 2.5 years, so obviously a big thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport for all their work. And I was trying to help the boys, obviously in my team, but it's so hard. I don't want to get involved too much. I'm only here for the weekend, so I just want to, come here and just have a bit of fun more than anything.
Well, no pressure, but there's a couple of more races tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, mate. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to race 3 being reverse grid as well, so let's go.
Good stuff, buddy.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
What a fantastic victory. I mean, 15 seconds. That's unheard of in this championship. I'm going to see if we can come over and have a word with our man in second place. Wait. Welcome back. Welcome back to the big show. Good to see you at the front again.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, the power some of the boys have got you race against quite a lot, but they can't really look after their tyres that well, so we knew it was going to be a waiting game and sort of see where we got to in the end, and it all paid off. They have no grip, you have a little drive back through, jobs are good, and final 5 minutes is all I need.
Well, what Aidan was done and when he was gone, I mean, that must have been a little bit demoralising, but to get 5 seconds clear of the rest must have been quite satisfying at the same time.
Oh, I watched him go, went, oh, that's nice. We're never going to see him again, so he can go have his private little race. He's rented the circuit, that's great for him, but we'll see what we can do with the rest of it. Amos did a really good drive to sort of pull the gap, and I was like, right, I've got no chance at anywhere better than third, so let's just do this. And we did it. I mean, it's absolutely insane out there. People are driving aggressively, would be one way of putting it, but we made it through. I think every panel on the car's been hit, but we're at the front, and yeah, really happy with it.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully there's one better tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think that's a little optimistic.
Good luck with it.
Cheers.
Third position, not a bad return for the efforts for Will. Let's see if we can have a word with Mr. Amos, though. Second position, that'll do quite nicely, won't it?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, but the start, Aidan just got away, and just a massive fight in the pack, and I started 6th, so yeah, I think I was second by the end of the 3rd lap, so yeah, it's all right.
Well, there's some good battles out there, and obviously if everybody kind of sticks together, there might be a bit of an open race, but it looked a little bit hectic at times.
Yeah, the first 3 or 4 laps, it's just a track known for that. You just got to get to the front of it and let everyone scramble, and then you get a break like I did, same as what Aidan did. So, yeah, it might not be quite so easy tomorrow to get that gap, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Interesting. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Good luck with it.
And you. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Always good to see these guys battling away at the front. Let's see if we can grab a word with the Masters winner after the club class winner after a fabulous battle. They're still in the middle of the congratulations. A club class win to start the year. That's not bad going, is it?
It's not bad. First race, first win ever. So yeah, quite happy with that.
Now, how tricky was it out there when you've got, flotsam and jetsam all over the place and 18, 19 drivers to battle with?
To be honest, I don't really know what happened at the start. It was just a massive melee of cars going everywhere, bits of sort of tyre dust and things, and yeah. So I'm just glad I made it out of that and actually made it up the field. So yeah. Congrats to everyone else who survived as well. But yeah, thanks.
And now that you got your first win out the way, obviously that's one objective done, but to go and get another one.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, it's a good place to start from. I can only go downhill from here, I suppose. So, I mean, don't want to place any or too much expectation on that. But
smooth drive. Good luck for tomorrow to have some more.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
Excellent. How good has the racing been in these first 3 races of the day, Andy? We've also got, of course, the FunCup coming up this afternoon. 4 hours, great battling on the international circuit. Sounds like a perfect way to start the year.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Well, what a brilliant morning of racing we've been treated to here. There is plenty more racing to come, though. Only one more race today. However, it should be a good one. It is the opening round of the FunCup Endurance Championship. That is coming up after the lunch break here at Silverstone. It may be 4 hours, but do not be put off by that, because FunCup racing is always brilliant, and we've got plenty to talk about ahead of the start of a new season. The race due to get underway at 13:55. We're going to be coming back on air at about 1:45 for all of the pre-race build-up for our opening round of the championship and the final race of the day today here at Silverstone. Thank you everyone for joining us here this morning. We'll see you back here in just a little while for the opening round of the FunCup Endurance Championship. Well, welcome back everybody to Silverstone and the season opener for the Brscc here on the Silverstone International Circuit in the shadow of the spectacular Silverstone wing, a layout of Silverstone that doesn't get used half as much as it should do, really. We've seen today why it should be used more. This is a fantastic layout that produces really, really exciting racing. If you joined us for this morning's action here at Silverstone, you'll have seen two cracking Mazda MX-5 races and an equally breathless National Formula Ford 1600 race. Now time for something a little bit different, but no less entertaining, because it is time for the FunCup Endurance Championship, the season opener of the FunCup Endurance Championship, which has been running as a championship now since 2012, so 2011 I should say. We've been enjoying these races for a long time. Of course, it actually started as a series long before that, almost a decade before that, and these days is one of the most competitive endurance championships in the country. The cars are heading out onto the grid. We're joined for this one down in the pit lane by our regular roving pit reporter for the FunCup, Jamie Peters-Ennis, and I think we can hear from him now.
Yes, good afternoon from down here in the pit lane for what is going to be another thrilling FunCup Endurance Championship season. We've got 19 cars on the grid and no less than 10 new drivers for this epic 4-hour thriller. So I'll hand you back to Andy McEwen, who will take you through the grid.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie. We'll be hearing lots more from Jamie over the course of the next 4 hours. That's the length of this FunCup Endurance Championship race. 4 hours around the Silverstone International Circuit. And it is a long race, yes, but FunCup racing is rarely dull. There are always stories that develop as you go through the race, and some really close racing as well, because of the design of these cars. And we'll get into that in a bit more detail, of course, once we get the race underway, which, as you can see, is not a million miles away from happening now. Cars are out on their green flag lap. They'll come back around for a 2x2 rolling start, which gives me just enough time to run you through the grid, which is decided completely at random. A random grid draw, which has set the grid so you could have quick cars, and indeed you do have quick cars, mixed between the front, back and middle of the 19-car grid. Pole position went the way of 111 GCI Racing, so that car will start on pole position, and that car has been a regular contender for podium finishes of late, but is still looking for its first victory. That car will be started by Ian Wood. Alongside him will be the 146 PLR Racing, started by Ben Pitch. Row 2 for new team, number 99, Kaizen Motorsport. Ravi Ramyen, though, has raced in the championship before. He starts that car alongside Will Pembroke in the 125 Greensall Motorsport machine. Then it's the 246 Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car, started by Vlad Vasiliev, and Stobart Sports, number 170, Colin Kingsnorth. Row 4 for Agua Caliente, 207, Paul Turner, and Team Viking, the 110 car of Nick Nunn. Fifth row, rounding out the top 10, 158, Raw Motorsports, Paul Rivette. I've heard of him. I've heard he's a pretty handy peddler, and indeed has been in the past in FunCup races. Fueled Up Racing at X number 49, which is started by Paul Ellis Smith. Then it's GT Radial and EDF Motorsport on the 6th row. Row 7, CCS Media and Apollo Motorsport making a welcome return. And row 8 for Greensall Motorsports 263 car alongside Team Greenheath with Team Olympium and MJ Tech GT on the penultimate row of the grid. At the very back of the grid, car number 1, multiple reigning champions, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus Farkini Diot starts that car. They have to start at the back because they are our reigning champions, as is FunCup tradition. Right, 2x2 through Club Corner, ready to get 4 hours of racing underway here on the Silverstone International Circuit. Round number 1 of the 2022 FunCup Endurance Championship is go. Off they go. Ian Wood from pole position tries to hold on to the advantage. Already a few moves being made there in the middle of the pack, but it's GCI Racing on the inside, PLR Racing on the outside, and I think the momentum might have been with the red machine on the wider line there. Ben Pitch potentially might be appearing as the race leader here. Yes, it looks like he is, although Ian Wood is not one to back down without a fight. He tries to get back up the inside, can't quite get there though, so PLR lead the way, then GCI slotting into second. And of course, in a 4-hour race, it is so important to get through this first sequence of corners in one piece. It looks like they've done it. Kaizen Motorsport there a third, and then Stobart Sport appear to be fourth. Onto the hangar straight for the first time. Delighted to say that I'm joined for the next 4 hours in the warmth of the commentary box. I'm not suggesting that had anything to do with his decision to come up here, but Jake Sanson has ventured up here. We've set Jamie loose in the pit lane, so Jake is here to talk us through the race. And Jake, this will be fun, I reckon.
Certainly will, and we're going for our first bid for the lead change already. That is already going to be the move to first position, as we have a very exciting battle. Everyone trying to get through Stowe Corner in largely a decent spread, but we're already getting lead changes. In fact, the race leaders coming in, GCI, may be about to fall to third if they're not careful. Several cars trying to make their way through, zigging and zagging, hoping for a clear run. You've got to remember that while these cars look like VW Beetles, they are as far from those cars as it is possible to be underneath that body shell. These are Formula V racing cars, so they are proper machines and great racing beasts. So the drivers are obviously getting to know them, and obviously with the circuit temperature being very low today, yes, the sun is out, the sky is blue, but it's incredibly cold. There's a huge crosswind as well going down the Hanger Straight, so the track temperatures is not going to get above about 17, 18 degrees Celsius today. It's going to be very tricky all the way through.
Tricky already, I'm afraid, for Agua Caliente, because the 207 car of Paul Turner is smoking quite heavily from the right rear corner. I think that is just bodywork rubbing on the tyre, but that's not good news for Paul, who again makes a welcome return to FunCup Racing here this weekend. Oh, very wide for the 99. That was a close moment for Ravi Ramyed. They've stuck a little tyre stack on the exit of that corner to stop people doing exactly that, and he very nearly gave it a headbutt. That puts the CCS media car into second place, started by Nigel Greensall, who's surprised to see him moving towards the front. They're 3 and 4 wide behind though. That is very close indeed, and diving up the inside. 263, Greensall Motorsports' other car, started by Sam Smith, may have just taken 4th place.
Stobart versus Viking, absolutely level pegging as they get down into the braking zone for the Vale. There's several other drivers trying to knit their way on the inside line. Nice and early doors as several cars are already trying to make a good impression. Not going to be long before CCS Media gets into the lead the way that Nigel Greensall is pushing it out of the final turn. He's already going 0.8 of a second a lap quicker than the car in front, so CCI Media already getting purple sectors around the course. Everybody else just trying to file in formation. Third is the Greensall Motorsport car, then PLR, Viking, Aqua, Calente, Stobart, Calzon and Vape Club with EDF. So a lot of great teams already trying to fight their way forward. CCS are already leading. They managed to get through on the way out of farm.
That did not take Nigel Greensall long, did it? But then
contact.
That is the, I think that was Team Olympians, Chris Doval going around. Yes, it was the green car that's been a championship front runner the last few seasons. Unfortunately, falls right to the back of the field here. So I presume a tap in the tail there that sent him spinning through Village. Thankfully, it's a long race, plenty of time to recover, but because of the importance of slipstreaming, this first 40-minute stint, you really need to stay with that lead pack.
Yeah, that was a very difficult situation for the two teams to get into there. Basically, two cars wanted the same bit of racetrack. In comes the Stobart car to find it behind the Viking machine. As they come off of Stowe, back on the power, up down the crest, and then up the climb again to the Vale. The CCS Media car already stretching away with about 7 to 8 car lengths already on the chasing cars behind. The GCI car is still there in the top 5. Viking's going to try and get its way on the inside of the 207 machine of Agua Caliente. They are going to hold their line off the final corner, down the main straight, and everybody's already trying to pick a nice move. Stobart trying to come up the inside of Viking into Abbey. That's going to be brave. Can he lean on the curb? He's going to have to bail out of that one because that was so brave. But the car's momentum is not quite enough to carry it past the Viking.
Yeah, Colin Kingsnorth then in the Stobart car. It's Nick Nunn that starts the yellow and black Viking car that was runner-up in the championship a couple of seasons ago. Now, what of our reigning champions? Well, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus started the race 19th and last. That car is 9th at the moment, so 10 places gained for that machine. It goes through there, the black and gold car just ahead of the Stobart machine at the moment. There's been a few little changes there towards the back of the top 10. The Uvio car we know is quick. It started by Farkini, and there you can see it popping out of the slipstream up the inside of the Viking machine. This will be for a top 6 position already. Farkini does like to have a little bet with some of the other drivers as to how long it's going to take him to get from the back to the front. We're on the 4th lap now. He's not right at the front yet, but he's certainly on his way.
Well, I was talking to him before the race started. He's in very good spirits, is Farkini. The team obviously very, very confident with it. He reminded me before we went on the air that, remember, you have to call us Uvio until we get to the front. Then you can call us Uvio as much as you like. Just like winding us up, Mr. Dion. Fantastic stuff with that crew. It isn't going to take them long the way they're charging through. That's going to be another move made on the Agua Caliente car up into the first corner. That's P5. That didn't take long at all, and it's only going to be another 5-10 minutes or so before they're trying to get up with Nigel Greensall for the lead.
Yeah, some quick drivers though that they now have to start overtaking, and you can see actually a big gap to PLR Racing in 4th place, so it might take a lap or so for Farchini to get many more places. Bit of a move being attempted there. That might have been the Raw Motorsport car and Paul Revett trying to take away 10th place from the 246, the Vape Club Racing with EDF Motorsport. Clark Vasiliev starting that car in this one. The lead gap for CCS Media, 1.1 seconds then. It's the Greensall Motorsport car in second, so Nigel Greensall leads the race, and the car that he runs is in 2nd place. It's been a pretty good opening few laps for the FunCup Racing veteran. GCI Racing have made it to 3rd, but are holding their own, with PLR somewhat distant 4th. Ben Pitch having initially challenged for the lead, falling back a bit, and he's now 3.5 seconds behind the podium places.
There's an awful lot of jockeying for position still. Stobart has been stuck behind Viking for the entirety of the first 7 minutes of racing. They're just trying to find a way to get on terms with them as they come through the veil. Car tucked up behind them, that is the 69 machine. That's the MJ Tech GT car. So obviously they are running the branding of the tyres that are the control tyre for the entire field. The GT tyres, very, very thin, but also very, very grippy once they get up to temperature. The problem is you can't get up to temperature very easily in the middle of March on Silverstone's International circuit with several crosswinds around the course, so it's going to be tricky for them all to find the grip. That is the battle for the CCS Media car. I think the CCS Media car just lost the lead.
It was definitely the lead battle, wasn't it? Oh, look at that, 3 wide into Village. But yeah, the top 3 had really concertina together because of the fastest lap of the race for Sam Smith in 2nd place, perhaps using that slipstream to catch Nigel Greensall and bring with him GCI Racing's Ian Wood. So we've got a 3-way fight for the lead developing, whilst everybody else fights over the minor positions. That was a real scrum through the first sector, and it continues now down the back straight with the MJ Tech GT car. Stobart Sports in the mix as well, looking for a gap. They find one on the inside, so they're going to be 3 wide just behind these 3, who almost do the same thing. Team Viking just about hanging on to 7th place, but that is Paul Revett in the 158 car. That Raw Motorsport car moving to the front. Paul Revett, one of the most experienced UK motor racing drivers, really never did quite get that big shot that he needed to get right to the top of British Motorsport. We know he's quick in anything that he drives.
And he's already starting to have a think about the Viking up front, but this car is coming through the field very rapidly indeed. You can see the 207 hanging in there, the Agua Caliente car. Like many cars in the field, actually carrying the Ukraine flag. Very nice to see the sort of solidarity through the field, but there's a great battle shaping up because the Agua Caliente car is not far away from the Raw Motorsport car and actually sticking in the slipstream as they go through Abbey up towards Farm and then into Village, the tight right-hand hairpin. There's a little bit of a gap proving on the inside. There's the move, and the Raw Motorsport car makes the place up. So that is always going to be an interesting challenge. We're just keeping an eye on the leading trio, still covered by less than a second. CCS Media, Greensall and GCI, so they're all very close together. 4th place, the PLR 146 is about 4.5 seconds away now from the leading car. Here are the top 3 cars. And the CCS Media car has lost the lead briefly, so Smith has got himself through into the lead. And keep an eye on the Smith trio today. They mean business.
Well, there aren't many drivers that can say they caught and overtook Nigel Greensall in a FunCup Endurance Championship race. That is pretty impressive stuff from Sam Smith, who's really not done that many of these races. They raced last season, did this team, and they were quick, no doubt about it, but this, I would argue, is the most competitive we've seen them so far. Team Viking here, back at the inside of Paul Revett's Raw Motorsport car, almost into the side of it. That was a bit clumsy. Revett left the door as open as he could, but Nick Dunn in the Viking machine still really ended up overshooting the corner. That's really delayed them now. The Agua Caliente car, thankfully now smoke-free, is joining in the fun. Another lead change. It's very difficult to keep track of how many of these we'll get in the first half hour or so. It's Greensall back in front of his own car, with Ian Wood just sort of keeping a watching brief there in 3rd place. I don't get the impression that Ian is too keen to get involved in this. I think he's quite happy to sit in the slipstream and work with them, because look at the way they're pulling away from everyone else.
I was having a quick natter before the race got started to Graham Butterworth of the GCI team. They look very confident coming into this one. They seem to have a good car underneath them. They've got a good handle on the tyres, and even in the cold temperatures, they seem to know what the car is going to do. Certainly for the first 40 minutes, they were very confident they'd run at the front, and that's exactly where they've placed themselves. They need to essentially just stick in behind Greensall and Smith and just continue to hustle them. Ian Wood is doing exactly what he needs to do in 3rd place, just try and keep himself very much in the hunt. trying to not trip over these two up front, who are going to continue to swap positions. Having said that, Smeeth has lost a little bit of ground to Greensall, so Wood might just feel, well, if I can get close enough to you on the run to farm, then I can slot up the inside instead. Here's that battle continuing. The Agua Caliente car now having moved past the Viking car. Briefly is it, because back on the inside, I can carry the spade right around the outside, place the car nicely, get on the throttle and get a good application on the run out of the chicane and into the next lap. Might be a bit of a push through from the MJ Tech GT car next, because they are the ones lining them up to the first corner again. And there's the chance coming through from the Viking car. We're going to see plenty of these overtaking opportunities created into Abbey. Braves it on the inside, nicely done. And there's good opportunity to shut the door on the exit. Manages to control it. The Stobart Sport car is trying to go right the long way round, flirting with the white line on the outside, and it gives him the place.
Oh, that made me nervous. They were 4 wide for a second then. They just about found the space. So how's that worked out then? Yeah, so Agua Caliente held on. Stobart next. Then it's Martin Gibson in that MJ Tech GT car. Martin, who's been doing a lot of British truck racing over the last season or so. And he is in the slipstream now, looking to try and make a move as they head back down this hangar straight. This is the way that these battle packs will continue to operate, I think, over the least opening stint of the race. You'll see lots of passing, but very hard to break away from a pack of cars like this. These cars are designed to be unaerodynamic. As Jake was saying, it's a single-seater chassis with this deliberately bulbous sort of garden shed-like shape of the Beetle body kit, which means it punches a big hole in the air. The slipstream is therefore super powerful, and especially on a windy day like this, if you're driving into a headwind down that back straight, there is no way that you can defend from the car behind you.
EDF versus Kaizen as they come into the final turn, and the Kaizen car is just going to get on the inside as the EDF car gets completely squeezed on the way out of the final turn. Meanwhile, on the inside, that's more potential work for the MJ Tech car to try and get on the inside of the Stobart Sport machine. Hasn't quite been able to get there, and as a result has actually had to get off the throttle. So watch out for the 246 EDF car. That might just make its way on the inside line and sweep by without too much opposition at all. Has managed to do so, so that works out quite well on their favour. But at the front of this queue, the Viking car is trying to keep tabs on the Raw Motorsport machine up in P6. They've managed to move their way up into 7th position. The Stobart car moves up to 9th. And the EDF and Kaizen cars have both managed to get past the 104 machine on that last lap. But it's still CCS Media from Greensall. They've opened up the gap now to a second. That could be crucial heading into the next phase of the race, because the Uvio car is there in 5th position, trying to work its way forward, and has actually got the gap to the PLR machine in 4th position, down to less than a second. So watch out for the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus machine working its way into 4th position sooner rather than later.
Yeah, although the Uvio car is not as quick as the race leaders. You can see there a new fastest lap set by Greensall Motorsport there, 120.926. This is what Farkini does at 21.0. So a tenth or two slower, but that is still a tenth or two slower a lap. And of course, a stint around here is going to be 30 odd laps. A reminder, if you're new to FunCup, that the pit stop window opens every 40 minutes. You cannot pit, at least make a scheduled pit stop, a mandatory stop, outside of those 10-minute windows that come every 40 minutes. So by the time you get to that first pit stop, if you're losing a tenth or so a lap, that can easily turn into 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds deficit over the course of a stint. So Farkini needs to find a bit more pace here if he's going to bring that car immediately, at least, into race-leading contention. Out of the link they go then, 15 minutes nearly into the race. Top 3 still separated by less than a second. CCS from Greensall from GCR Racing. PLR there in 4th position with Uvio, as Jake said, catching him in 5th. And then a big gap back to this group. We've got Paul Rivette, the blue and white Raw Motorsport car, then the yellow and black Vikings, and then 3 abreast behind them as Martin Gibson tries. It doesn't quite manage to find a way past Stobart Sport and Agua Caliente.
You've got to be so careful when you make these overtaking moves. It's such a long race, and the last thing you want to do is be parking into somebody's corner fender, because that's when you really start to pick up damage that's going to impede you for a long, long time. It's that age-old adage, is it? You can't win the race in the first hour, but you can definitely lose it, so you've got to be incredibly careful where you pitch the car. This is going to be interesting how much room is going to be given. Not a lot at all for the MJ Tech car, as Agua Caliente makes it very clear you're staying back, and as a result, the Agua Caliente team are now going to get some pressure on the way down to the first corner again, but on into the corner into Abbey. Oh, that was a little bit of a moment for the Vape EDF machine. Just a little bit too hungry, I think, going in there. The MJ Tech car was able to hold 10th position quite easily in the end, because they had to get off the throttle and they were well out of line. So the exit very severely compromised. This is a great little tussle we've got further back. This is Greenheath, Greensill and Apollo having an amazing little tussle. Here we go. This is going to be the slipstream effect in great urgency here. As on the inside, Nigel Greensill is going to get his run on Sam Smeeth. Through he goes. He can drift the car a little bit on throttle, catch it through, turn in, get the car nicely planted. But Smeeth is going to be in exactly the same position on the way into the next lap. In fact, he's going to go for it into the next corner. Smeeth will not let Greensill have this for long. Back on the inside. Thanks very much.
I was about to pose the question about whether these two might work together because they are essentially teammate cars. I think the answer is no, because Nigel Greensill wants the lead and Sam Smeeth doesn't want to give it up, and all the while Ian Wood is sitting there just watching and enjoying the view, really. He's got this massive gap back to a new 4th place car. That's Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus now ahead of PLR Racing. Farkini ahead of Ben Pitch, so that's 4th position for them, but they are 6.4 seconds off the leaders, who are side by side once again through Farm into the braking zone at Village. Greensill up the inside line should go back through, but now there's another long straight coming up and Sam Smeeth will no doubt launch an attack there to get the lead back.
Ian Wood must be rubbing his hands with glee behind the cockpit there, because he's not working his tyres that hard, he's not working the engine that hard, and he's not working the brakes that hard either. So over the course of the next half an hour or so, the car that's actually going to be well looked after of these three is the one sat at the rear. Ian Wood's machine, the GCI car, is actually going to be the least spent over the course of the hour. Here comes Smeeth again, getting straight back to the inside, going into Stowe. That'll be nicely planted. Greensill will let him go. He'll file right in behind Smeeth again, and Ian Wood is just watching it happen. Oh, that was a nice overtaking move. I wonder when my turn's going to come.
I think he's quite content just to sit there and let this play out. You make a good point about the tyres as well. They won't change tyres even over a whole 4-hour race. In fact, you could probably do a whole season on a set of these GT tyres. So yes, it is worth saving them, but they are very durable indeed. It's a terrific battle, isn't it? They're really putting on a show here. Greensill back in front. Now this time Wood has a bit more of a run. He kind of had no choice but to pull out of the slipstream, but then he pulls back in again. The other thing he could be doing here is saving fuel, because whilst they don't have to change tyres, they do have to refuel probably every other pit stop. Save some fuel in the slipstream, less fuel goes in at the stop, less time in the pit lane.
Smeeth's got the lead back again. Greensill thought he might have a look at it, and he's accidentally nudged Ian Wood off the racing line there, and Wood got 2 wheels onto the grass. He won't be terribly happy about that. He'll be there saying, well, come on, guys. You know, I'm supposed to be catching you just on the pure slipstream effect. Don't nerf me out of the way. I've still got a great chance of this. There is the UVO car, and you can see full chat from the number 1, pushing incredibly hard Farkini as he continues to charge after them down the hangar straight, and he's managed to get that gap down to 5.8, so he is chipping away at it little by little. He's probably not going to get the opportunity to get an overtake on anyone in the top 3 for another 10 minutes or so, but he's certainly working the craft, and this is a good thing for the PLR machine in 5th place, because they can just tuck in behind, follow in the draft, and they can save a little bit more in terms of fuel, in terms of tyres, in terms of brakes, everything, just to keep it a little bit in behind the number 1 machine. They can follow in behind the UVO Hoffmann's Lotus and just let it run its course.
Absolutely, and that I think will be very much the tactic over the next 10-15 minutes or so. Somar Sport back on the inside of Paul Rivette in the Paul Motorsport car. Rivette has lost out to the Vikings since we last checked in with this battle, which is still just as close as ever it was. Another lead change happens going into the first corner. Greensill back ahead of Smeeth. We only count lead changes officially at the line, but we're getting at least 2 a lap at the moment, because they change typically going into the first corner. Sometimes we get a change at Village. We always get one down the hangar straight, and then sometimes another one thrown in down through Vale and Club. So I told you this wouldn't be a boring 4-hour race. People do hear that and they think, oh, there's no way that's going to be race interest. You may be surprised. These FunCup races are always pretty frenetic. I have to say that Greensill had a good run through the first sector there, pulls clear a bit of Smeeth, and now Smeeth's going to have to really concentrate to get back onto the rear of the race-leading car.
Well, I make that 9 lead changes across the last 4 laps. There's not many motor racing series that can claim that. So fantastic stuff from these 2 out front. Ian Wood has managed to get close enough to them to get in the draft, so he can catch the back of these 2 cars once again. Smeeth looks like he's lining up Greensill again. There's just a little bit too much daylight between the 2 for him to fling it up the inside at the Vale. But I have a feeling down the home straight through Abbey and Farm, he'll get another chance maybe into Village, because he can just line up the car quite nicely. A little bit of a dodgy interpretation of track limits there from Ian Wood as he just drifts slightly off the racing line. The black bit with the white lines either side, that's the racetrack, Ian. So keep it together there. Watching out for the UVO car, he's just banged in a 1:21.4, which is not actually as quick as I would have assumed him to be going at that point. He's actually dropped a little bit in terms of pace there, Farkini, so that's still there in 4th position. Meanwhile, the badinage comes towards us. Viking, Raw, MJ Tech Stobart, Agua Caliente and the Vape Club. That is a very close battle between these 6. They come across the line together, covered by less than 2 seconds. So a very exciting run between these 6 cars. And this is where you're really going to get to see the fun put into FunCup, because they're really going to push it.
Yeah, 6th place battle this then, and Nick Nunn trying his hardest here to hang on to that P6 in the Viking machine. Comes out of the link. Corvette again, getting the slipstream and trying to execute the overtake. We are just over 20 minutes in then, so just into the second half of this opening stint of the race. And it's very easy to get carried away with all these overtakes and side-by-side modes. You've got to remember to pace yourself in these FunCup races, because typically, although they might calm down a bit in the middle portion, they do seem to keep their intensity pretty high throughout the entire four-house. Side there between Vape Club and Agua Caliente. Great to have Paul Turner back in the championship. I mentioned he was making a return, formerly raced with Eco Racing for a number of years, and he's a bit of a FunCup sabbatical over recent seasons. He's in that silver 207 car. He's very wide going through the club complex, and he's just going to ease the 246 car flat Vassiliev wide. And we've seen all day, Jake, that green sort of concrete or astroturf on the outside edge of those curves is like ice. It seems to be retaining a lot of moisture still at this point of the day.
And definitely temperature as well. Oh, goodness me, I thought 3 cars were going to connect there on the way through Abbey. But watch for the 207, the Agua Caliente car. That's going to get a nice run on the Vape Club machine round the outside. It will carry the speed there, taking advantage of the car in front being offline. Nobody's going to concede between Raw and Viking. They're going to keep it side by side on the way out of Village. They'll come into the right-hander before the hanger straight. Rivet is going to keep the car, slides it in rallycross style, manages to get traction and the power down. That was very well planted by Paul Rivet, and he didn't even lose a fraction of a second on the throttle.
That was pretty cool stuff, wasn't it? And like you say, just the perfect amount of sideways. However, he's not going to stay there for long, because Nick Nunn uses the toe, pulls to the outside. How brave is he feeling under braking? It takes a lot to outbrake Paul Rivet, who does indeed hang on to the position. Just about a gap back in the line there for the Viking car to slip into. Snowball Sport out wide. Kingsnorth over to Richard Webb at the first round of pit stops, just trying to find a way through this group. Cars side by side in front of you, yes, you gain a huge run on them, but finding the space to actually pass them isn't all that easy to do, and that's exactly the problem. They remain side by side in front of Colin Kingsnorth, who now might just get a go as they come across the start-finish line. Has a much better exit, wants to stay in line in the slipstream. Nothing being missed at the front of the field. CCS Media and Greensaw Motorsport still leading the way. GCI Racing, though, have lost the toe now. They're 2.7 seconds off the lead in 3rd position. So that little moment we saw at this part of the circuit really has cost GCI Racing.
We've still got 16 minutes until the first pit stop window opens. So there's an amazing amount of battling still to come from these guys before they even start to think about when to outfox the opposition. And those pit stops are obviously a very important element of the first hour, because you have to try and figure out, well, this is going to take potentially this length of time. They've been practicing their driver changes in the pit lane all morning when they've not been out for qualifying. And you've got to understand that these guys are trying to get these pit stops down to as quick as possible, but they have to change a driver in the course of that. So the driver has to get out, get back in. They also have to do the fuel. Refueling is a very important part of that as well. No changes of tyre, as Andy already alluded, so you've got to do that as quickly as possible. There's no minimum pit stop time, so you basically got to come in, change your tyres, do your splash of fuel as quickly as possible. The Agua Caliente car making its run up the inside there. Oh, sorry, that's the MJ Tech car getting through on the Viking. It's the Agua Caliente car that's next up. And then I do believe the car behind that is the Stobart Sport, having got all over the place. It's been at the front of that queue, it's been at the back of that queue, now it's in the heart of it. So another great representation of just how much work you're doing all the time in the FunCup. You've got to keep your wits about you.
Yeah, especially when you get stuck in a little pack like this. Well, quite a big pack, really. 6 of them, all pretty much nose to tail as they make their way through farm. Back into the big braking zone at Village. So tempting to throw it up the inside, but we've seen all day long, actually, in the sport races, the inside of Village is always the quickest line. We might might now be starting to see a bit of teamwork here maybe between these top two, because we haven't had a lead change in 5 laps. We're about to break a record for this race. The most consecutive laps that anyone's led so far is 4. Nigel Greensall has done it on 3 occasions now. If he stays in front for another 2 corners, he will lead a 5th lap in succession. And I think that maybe now Sam Smith, now they've shaken off Ian Wood, they might be willing just to sit in the slipstream with each other and not hold each other up. They're continuing to pull well clear, not only of Ian, but also critically of the likes of Uwe Hoffmann-Lotus and PLR 4th and 5th. This scrap then still rages on for 6th place. Raw Motorsport, MJ Tech GT, Team Viking, Agua Caliente, Stobart Sport, and just about still on the tail of that is the Fake Club with EDF car. Along with this lot, keep on scrapping this, the time they will lose to Uwe Hoffmann-Lotus and PLR up the road.
You've made a very good point about the 2 leaders breaking away. These cars are very similar in terms of aerodynamic punching through the hole to what we get to see in the world of karting. You tend to see 2 or 3 teammates, they'll work together, they'll stretch out a gap, and then at the end of the race they'll start racing. It's very similar in the FunCup because these beetle shells punch such a big hole in the air, and it's very tricky to run first in the queue. These two have got to push each other and essentially give each other a little bit of a nudge down the hangar straight. You can see there's still a massive amount of wheel-to-wheel going on here between the MJ Tech, which is desperate to try and get to the front of the queue. Rivet leans as much as he can on the inside line, and still the MJ Tech car finds its way to the front of the pack. Very impressive bravery and determination there on the far side. That was pretty tricky in terms of getting that one to work. And they're still desperately trying to hang on in front of Paul Rivet in the Raw Motorsport machine. The Viking car is still there. And then you've still got the Agua Caliente, the Vape Tech car, and the Stobart machine. But this is what we were talking about. Look, they're trying to get through the traffic now, the 2 leaders, but the CCS and Greensall car, they've actually stretched away from the GCI car to the tune of it's over 5 seconds now. And that's because they've stopped battling, they're working their way through the field. They haven't done anything particularly special, they're just using each other to work their way well clear of the GCI car. Once you start battling, you're costing yourself a good ½ a second to 0.6 of a second per corner where you're battling away with each other. If you're just working with each other on the slipstream down the straight, nudging each other forward as you go, a little bit of bump drafting as it were, you lose the toe of the cars behind you so quickly. And it's great strategy because looking at the UVO car in 4th place, they're now 10.5 seconds back.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second slower than the leaders on the previous lap. This is going to end in tears if they keep running side by side through here. Paul Rivet time and again gets alongside Martin Gibson. In fact, this time he gets through, but Gibson might just have the run in down the back straight. Paul weaves to the inside of the road, tries to break the toe. He's not going to do it though because Gibson got clear of the Viking car. And look how quickly he closes in. That is the effect of the slipstream there. It almost looks like the MJ Tech GT car's got an extra gear. He drives clean past the Raw Motorsport car, and you can see the frustration building inside that 158 machine now because Paul Rivet, I think, is a bit quicker actually than some of the cars around him. He just, every time he gets to the front of the group, he cannot break away.
That's how important teamwork is. Lead change, there we go. So that was what, 6 laps without a lead change, I think, and now Smith decides, right, now I can get into the front part of the race now, I can get ahead of Greensall. Not that Greensall's letting him do it very easily. And this is the thing, you know, they may be working in the same team, but Nigel Greensall is an ultra-competitive chap. He wants to win every time he gets into that car. Teammate be damned. So having Smith in front of him will be a little bit of a headache for the red mist of Nigel Greensall as he continues to run in 2nd position behind him there. Here comes the gaggle once again. 6 cars, 24 seconds behind the leaders, but they are still absolutely at each other's throats, and this time it's the MJ Tech car that's at the front of the train. Paul Rivet trying to get past Gibson any way he can. Into the right-hander, and again the back end steps up for Paul Rivet. This time he has lost about a car length in terms of the toe, but he'll gain it back massively down the hangar straight. Watch as they come towards us. You're going to see the exact reverse effect. Now, last lap, the MJ Tech car just stormed past the Raw Motorsport car. Watch the Raw Motorsport machine get alongside. It's going to get even down to the braking zone. This is now going to be about where Rivet places the car on the braking zone. Round the outside at Stowe. He's going to lean on him in the apex and carry the car right the way round the outside, and he's through. That is, well, he's not quite through, is he? Because he had to wobble off the curb. So the MJ Tech car does hang on, but the Stobart car is going to try and come around the outside and hold him at bay. He'll keep the inside line for the latter part of the Vale, and he might just get acceleration. He doesn't. He has to bail out.
Yeah, that was another example of getting the run, but then having nowhere to go with it, really, because though Colin Kingsnorth clearly was quicker than the 2 cars ahead down the hill, but had only the outside line available to him. This is a terrific scrap though, very entertaining to watch. It may be happening 26 seconds behind the race leader, but right now I don't think any one of these 6 drivers really cares about that. On to another lap we go then. We're on to the 23rd lap of the race, and there is your fight, and it is a fight still for the race lead. Nigel Greensall close enough if he wants to go up the inside of Sam Smith. Of course he wants to go up the inside of Sam Smith. He does so, he gets to the apex first, and we have yet another lead change. I think we got to 7 consecutive laps for Greensall in the lead a moment or 2 ago, and he'll now try and set about improving on that. Sam Smith has something to say about it. Goes to the outside, but you see, this is sensible racing. They're running side by side down the straight, but they're sorting it out more or less before they get to the corner, so they're not really delaying each other too much.
Yeah, that was the problem they had earlier on. They were essentially not giving each other a massive amount of space through the corners. They weren't hitting each other, but they were just holding each other up. Now they're doing exactly what they need to do to break clear. This battle just will not cease, will it? MJ Tech and Raw absolutely together. Rivet and Gibson actually banging fenders as they get to the braking zone. Paul Rivet absolutely determined. Body language in the car is very clear. I will head this battle. Do not even consider anything other than that happening. Stobart trying to come around the outside of the Vape Club machine. The Viking leans on the inside line, and Nunn very nearly went into the side of the Stobart machine as they came off the final turn. Back down the straight, all 6 cars together as they come through, and they were covered by less than a second. All 6 cars across the line together, or just over a second in fact. But now it is the Stobart car that's at the back of the train. It is just shuffling like a deck of cards thrown up in the air each time, but it is this time the Raw Motorsport car that heads it.
You just get the feeling they can't keep this up for too long before someone makes significant contact with someone else, but this is kind of par for the course in FunCup racing really. They're all well versed in this, and they all know exactly how hard to push it without it just tipping over the edge into side to side or nose to tail contact. Here we go again, Martin Gibson versus Paul Rivet at round 27 I think we're on now, because they have been side by side at this part of the circuit almost every lap of the race. Is Gibson going to clear him this time? I don't think he will, and we know that Paul is very committed under braking, gets to the corner first. The Vape Club car, by the way, of Vlad Vasiliev, who for most of this race has been at the back of this pack, is finally making his presence felt, isn't he? He's side by side here with the Viking car. It's actually the Vikings trying to get back ahead of him here into what would be 8th position, and they will do so around the outside. Good move that by Nick Nunn, and he knocks Vlad Vasiliev down a spot for the time being, but you'd almost bet your house on the fact that the next time they get to this part of the circuit, they'll be in a completely different order again.
Looks like the Vape Club car is going to have the best run off the turn this time as they come up towards turn 1. He actually goes left. That was a little bit unwise, because there's nowhere to go once the door is shut again by the Viking machine. So he ends up having to, I guess, blip the throttle and then get back on the power through Abbey to try and get the move done again. And again, he just gets a little bit far to the wrong side of where the car needs to travel. He keeps going left when the next car is when the next corner is a right-hander. I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the undercut maneuver through the apex to try and duck under the Viking machine, but Mr. Nunn is no slouch. He knows where to place the car to thwart the overtake. So it's going very well from their point of view to just keep it together. 6 minutes until the pit stop window opens. And these 6 are absolutely nose to tail once again. Paul Rivet determined this time. He got a good run out of the complex, so he's not going to lose the position this time. But he clearly likes a little bit of oversteer in that car. As up the inside, lead change again. Sam Smeeth gets on the inside of Nigel Greensall, but the plan is definitely working, because they come across the line this time by, and they are 11 seconds clear. So their strategy is working beautifully.
Yes, the Greensall Motorsport car's transponder stopped working for a second, which was a bit of a heart-stopping moment. I did think that they'd disappeared altogether. That was, thankfully they're still there, and as you said, they've just taken the lead again with the fastest lap to boot, a 1 minute 20.488. Side by side into the first corner here for the MJ Tech GT car, and they're not quite going to get that 6th place away for the time being. 5 minutes away from the pit window opening, Stobart Sport wide over the curbs. They just about managed to keep themselves in check, although I think they will have lost a position there to the Agua Caliente car behind. But yeah, 5 minutes away from the pit window opening then, and I think we might see some of the cars that are in that big pack getting held up choose to pit early and try and get some clean air.
Now, one of the more interesting observations I've made in this first 45 minutes is that the Uvio car is still stuck in 4th place. It's not really gaining a lot of time on the GCI car. You would have thought that once Marquini had got into 4th position and got ahead of the PLR machine, it it would start to pull away, but in fact, the VLR car is still only 0.8 of a second a lap or so back. They're not really making any gains at all, as round the outside, still, these two are absolutely at it. The MJ Tech car gets back into 6th position on the way out of Stowe, but will it keep it there? Because it's had to run wide on the exit. And if I know Paul Rivet, he's going to hold it right round the outside into the Vale. That's exactly what I thought he'd do. And there comes the Vape Tech car up into 8th position to get past the Viking machine just before the line. But yeah, I'm a little bit baffled as to why the UVO car just hasn't been able to unlock that raw pace that we come to see from them. They've got up to 4th place, but it's almost like they've hit the wall. They can't really get any further forward as up the inside, Paul Rivet continues to keep that car in P6. Yeah, I'm surprised the UVO car hasn't moved further forward quicker than this.
I do honestly think, as we go side by side again for the race lead now into Stowe Corner, I do honestly think it's just that slipstream. If they had a toe off someone, it's got to be worth nearly a second a lap around here. We're seeing the power that it has down that hanger straight in particular. They've just got no one. They're 2.5 seconds behind GCI Racing. If they can get within about a second and a half or a second of the 3rd place car, watch their lap times, see if their lap times improve. If they do, then that sort of does suggest that it's just the slipstream that they're lacking. Of course, all they need really is a safety car or something, nudge everyone up, and then they're right back up there with the leaders. In endurance racing, it's so much about staying on the lead lap. All you need is that late safety car, and you could be right back in contention. Greensall Motorsport then, Sam Smith leading the way with Nigel Greensall tucked right up behind, and the gap back to GCI is now 11.7 seconds. That has really gone up quickly, although in fairness, GCI were only a couple of hundredths even slower than Farkini on that lap, so really impressive pace this from Ian Wood in 3rd position, UVO 4th, BLR Racing 5th, back to 6th place squad, which is, guess what, all of it versus Martin Gibson. It is still the Royal Motorsport car in 6th, with MJ Tech GT in 7th, Team Viking 8th, the Vape Club Racing with EDF Motorsport car 9th, and Stobart Sport to round out the top 10.
So now we're going to get the traffic effect as well. This is going to be a big difference to the flow of the race. I think that's the GT Radial car getting out of the way. So that is the car currently running at 18th position. We've had issues already for the fueled up machine. They have lost a lap somewhere amongst it all. We didn't really catch an eye of what the problem was there. I'm sure Jamie will pick it up for us if it becomes relevant. But certainly the Greensall Motorsport car with the Smith trio at the wheel. Sounds like a 1950s jazz act. They continue on their way through, but Nigel Greensall himself is still there in the CCS Media car. This is exactly where he wants to place the car for this phase of the race. He's in the slipstream, in the draft, and it's started to get a little bit heated again in the battle for P6. Watch for the Vape Tech car that hasn't really been able to keep itself in position. The Vape Club machine is still there in 7th, 8th position consistently, but it can't quite get itself to the front of the field. It has a good try, and then it just gets held in the gaggle of cars around it. The problem he's going to have is that, the urgency and the slight love tap of the Viking car. That could easily have been a pirouette, but he did the right thing. He got off the throttle, he realised what would happen. He's just got himself back into the line.
Yeah, got to be careful doing things like that as well. Easy to damage that front splitter, which around here, a high-speed circuit like Silverstone, is worth quite a lot of time. If you damage or lose a bit of that front splitter, you'll lose speed in a straight line, you'll lose aerodynamic performance through the corners. These things do generate a decent amount of downforce, actually, particularly at the front end. So you don't want to be driving into people if you can help it. Nigel Greensall back into the lead of the race then. Sam Smith, we've seen this before, gets the better exit from Stowe, pulls to the right-hand side of the road. That's the outside dropping down through the Vale, but he should be able to brake later than Greensall and go through. He's very late that time, a bit too late actually, but that's fine because he's got the inside for Club. That means he gets into the right-hander ahead, but then drifts wide, gets onto that slippery green stuff, and Greensall goes back through again. 3 lead changes in 3 corners, and this really is exactly what we've seen from this lead battle throughout the entire race. We are just 30 seconds away, though, from the opening pit window, and then it will be interesting to see whether these two pit at the same time, as again, the lead changes into Abbey. 4 lead changes in 4 corners.
Yet another lead change. Brilliant from these two cars. They are synchronised in their working. Now, it's almost as if they are desperate to be the leading car at the pit stop. It is obviously an advantage to be the leading car at the pit stop, and that's why both Smead and Greensall want to be there. They have managed to pull out 13.2 seconds now on the rest of the field. Notice, though, that the UVO car is doing exactly what you suggested they needed to, Andy. They needed to get within a second and a half of the GCI car in front, and now they are exactly 1.5 seconds back. So we could see a change for third just before the pit window, which has now just opened. So the pit window is now open. This is is all going to be about where Smeeth places the car. He actually keeps Greensell at bay. Now, who blinks first for the pits? Neither of them coming in on this lap by the look of it, so they're going to keep it out one lap longer because, of course, they have to pass the board before they make their pit stop. They can't just assume that they've got the timing right. They have to pass the pit board with the pit window open sign aloft. So this is what they're going to do. Across the line they come, and there is the board. You can see it just there off to the side of the circuit. The pit window is open, but nobody can pit until they've passed that board.
And that pit window is open at the perfect time, really, for this battle, because it's just calmed down for the first time in 40 minutes. They've all spread out a little bit, so why don't we throw them all into the pit lane and see if that jumbles the order a little bit. You're absolutely right, though. They can't pit until they've passed that board. That means that they have at least one more circuit to go. Does change the strategy slightly in this pack, though. I did suspect we might see some people pit early to get into clean air, but actually now they've all separated a bit. That might not be the case. I count, by the way, 13 lead changes officially at the line. I mean, we've had a lot more than that at other points around the track. 13 lead changes in the first 40 minutes isn't bad, as in comes out. So the board must have just been out at the back end of the previous lap then, because MJ Tech GT are in. That is Scott Jeffs, former Euro NASCAR driver, taking over from Martin Gibbs. And I think I saw the Team Olympian car coming in as well. Neither of the leaders come in, or are they going to keep on trading the lead? The answer is the latter. We might even get another lead change this lap, because at the start of the lap it was the 263 car ahead. It is now 248. Just to finish the point I was making about lead changes, 13, now 14 lead changes in this race. We're still quite some way away from the record, which is back at Crookston a couple of years ago when we notched 63 official lead changes. That's just at the line, 63 lead changes. We might not quite get there today, but we're certainly racking them up. I mean, we've only ever had something like 15 or 16 races with this many lead changes. We're not even at the end of the first hour.
It's pretty impressive stuff between those two cars. This is the 125 car, one of the other Greensell Motorsport cars. So out onto the circuit they go. That's a very reasonably quick stop by the look of it, because they only just started the seatbelts up process of the previous driver by the time they came through. So that's about right. Still, Nigel Greensell leads Sam Smeeth, CCS Media ahead of the Greensell Motorsport car. And it's interesting that before we got the pit stop, the UVO car has actually closed the gap to within a second of the GCI machine. You almost wonder if they're going to try and make the bid to get into third position before they bail in for the pits. But we're about to find out, because this is going to be the first time that the leading cars have come around. There's the Olympian car that had that little pirouette earlier on, the 267 machine. Which of the leading cars is going to bail for the pit first? We'll have to find out a little bit longer, because neither of them choose to do so just yet.
Yeah, I don't think these two are going to be in a hurry to pit, are they? Because they're both clearly quick, and they've got this nice little teamwork strategy down. Just behind them, though, the Team Olympian car has pitted. Chris Doval has gone out, and Haytham Caragiuli has gone in. Haytham making his debut in the FunCup, but a man that we've, youngster, who we've seen racing in Ginettas pretty successfully, and great to have him on board with, I believe, a full season campaign in that Team Olympian car, and that is a really quick lineup actually. Chris Doval is rapid. We know that Caragiuli's been quick in Ginettas, and Christian Rose is a former champion in the FunCup as well a couple of years ago.
The slipstream effect has worked. The UVO car is into third place. They've managed to get through, so we didn't see it unfortunately on the cameras, but the GCI car has ended up in fourth position behind them, so the UVO car is there in third place. I believe Jamie is down in pit lane, so let's see what Jamie's got for us.
So I'm just down here at the Greensell Motorsport pit. Will Pembroke's just jumped out of the 125 pit. First of all, welcome back, because you've been away for a few years, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been 8 years since my last race at Spa, so it's amazing to be back.
And how much has it changed?
Not much. It's a shame to lose the gear stick. We're now on paddles, so I do miss heel and towing, but the cars are as great, as fun as they've ever been. Tyres seem a bit stickier, but it's just, it's a great sport. It's a great car.
And is this planned to do more, or is it just a one-off at the moment?
Yeah, that's the plan, is get my my toes back in the water this year, see how I get on with FunCup, and then perhaps move on to something different next year.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Will. Yeah, we've had more cars come in. The MJ Tech GT car came in, which had Scott Jeffs jump in. Now they didn't fuel,
pretty exciting down there in pit road at the moment.
Also had the Olympian car come in as well, who also didn't fuel, and that now has, as Andy mentioned, Haytham Caragiuli in as the 97 GT radial car comes in. That will have Steve Harris jumping in from Dave Scrappy Clark. They've been promoted to the celebrity car this weekend, and as Dave Rowe, I beg your pardon, gets hauled out of the car, and Steve Snooker Harris is just having his 22 litres of fuel put into the car, and then he'll be jumping in. But from down here in the pit lane, it's back to you guys. All clear.
Well, very exciting stuff down there. It's a busy pit lane to start with. But now we're going to get to see which of these two teams is actually going to make the jump first. And it isn't very clear who is going to make that bid for the pit lane first. There's still about 0.3 of a second between them. The UVO car has now got into third position. We just picked on that before we went down to Jamie in the pits. But I tell you what, they are in third position with 16 seconds to make up. They're going to have to do a massive amount of work to get up to these two. And with the Greensill car and the CCS Media car together, I don't really see UVO doing that very easily, because they're going to have to work incredibly hard, hoping that they find the traffic at the right moment in order to utilise the slipstreams.
Yeah, speaking of traffic, you can see that they're just ahead of that Team Olympian car that I mentioned has pitted, had its first driver change, and actually Avon Caragiuli is keeping pace with the leaders, so it goes to show that... Oh, round goes Nigel Greensill. Greensill a spin then from, well, first or second, depending on which corner you look at, but he was in that lead battle. No obvious damage to the car. It would be very unlike Nigel to just lose it on his own, though, so I wonder if he got squeezed onto a curb or something. There is quite a vicious curb, isn't there, through that left-hand kink at the link, and if you hit that at the wrong angle, you can sometimes end up pointing the wrong way. Completely changes the dynamic now of this lead scrap, because Sam Smith is going to find himself comfortably out in front. He's going to stay out, I think, as long as he possibly can. Will Greensill bail for the pit lane? As long as the car's okay, I'd imagine he'll stay out there a little bit longer, but now they are not able to work with each other. They are separated by quite a lot of real estate, look, and we'll now really see what sort of speed Sam Smith has. If he can maintain this gap over Nigel Greensill, that really shows that he's one of the fastest drivers out on track.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from somebody, whether it was Nigel Greensill dropping it on his own. You don't really expect mistakes like that from Nigel Greensill, but if you're pushing very hard, you're trying to stay a good 15, 16 seconds ahead of the UVO car, which is obviously now released in third position, and he's going to try and use the traffic around it to good effect. Right, here we go. We're going to have a couple of cars coming into the pits. That's the Stobart car coming in, the Viking car coming in, the Vape Club car coming in, and I think we've also got the Greenheath car coming in. So this is going to be a very busy pit lane for Jamie Peters-Ennis to try and chase down some drivers, because it's getting pretty hectic. And this is where we really get to see which pit crews had their Weetabix this morning.
Yeah, well, let's try and remember the order they come in then and see if they're still in that order when they leave. Stobart, Viking, EDF was the order, I think, with Greenheath. Yeah, they were in that fight, weren't they? They'd closed in by the end of the stint. Out of the Viking car gets Nick Nunn. In will get Mark Home. Just the two of them that share that car. Some teams have 3 drivers, but more of them are just sharing between 2. Out goes the Viking car. As there goes Nigel Greensill then. Not heading for the pit lane. Thought he was bearing right then, heading out of Stowe Corner. Caliente then go on, so who is yet to pit? Well, we've got the top 6 at the moment who haven't been into the pit lane, plus the 207 of Agua Caliente, which I guess now takes over 7th position. 4 has been in, that's the other EDF Motorsport car, which is now being driven by Victor Cara, I believe his FunCup racing debut.
Drama for one of the cars
go. One car struggling to get away. Didn't quite see who that was then as they went out of the pits. Jamie there standing by, ready and waiting to have a chat with someone. And, we will start to get into some of the stories then. I'm sure lots of drivers that are out there for this first stint will have some stories to tell. And Jamie Peters-Ennis is down there to tell us what's happening.
Absolutely, we had issues for Team Greenheath. The car just wouldn't fire up. Jonathan Evans, who jumped into the car from Gary Bates, the team was shouting at him to try and dip the clutch to try and bump it, but it just wouldn't go, so they've had to push start it, and that's lost a lot of time. Team Viking didn't fuel, as you saw. That has Mark Home behind the wheel, and GCI have just come in with Ian Wood handing over to Craig Butterworth. They also had a very, very quick stop. So yeah, and then once again, Andy, a very uncharacteristic spin from Nigel Greensill. We'll certainly be catching up with him and Sam Smith later on, but back to you.
Thank you, Jamie. Right then, in comes the race leading car. Sam Smith in for the first pit stop for the Greensall Motorsport car, Simon Smith, will take over, and they're going to put 1 churn of fuel in there. That's significant. You don't have to refuel at every stop, like I said, and how much fuel you put in is entirely up to you. So churn of fuel going in there, churn of fuel for CCS Media as well. Unsurprising, really, that they're both on the same fuel strategy. Nigel Greensall then vacating the CCS car, and Bob Tomlinson will jump in. And this is another dynamic now, isn't it, Jake, of this race where, you know, some drivers in teams are quicker maybe than the drivers they're sharing the car with. It's no secret that Nigel Greensall is the fastest driver in that CCS Media lineup. Will they now be able to remain as competitive as they were in the first stint once the other drivers jump on board?
Also, I wonder what the conversation's going to be like between Sam Sneed and Nigel Greensall when they get out, because they got very close to each other through that race, through that particular opening stint, but they managed to keep away from each other without too many dramas. The CCS Media car is a little bit sluggish to get going again. That will cost them another 3 or 4 seconds or so. It doesn't sound like much, but in the grand scheme of things, there is obviously a little bit more time to bail out of. As now we've got the UVO car is leading, so now we can call it the UVO machine out in front, with the PLR machine still right behind them. This is great work from that team as the PLR team tries to come in. Those two teams are going to come in together, so the UVO car is not even going to lead technically for an entire lap, because the leading cars crossed the timing line before they did. So I have a feeling they'll do the same thing in terms of the pit stop, so they will technically lead the race as they come across the timing line together, with the PLR car running in second. But the two cars will come in together and they will stop right behind each other. So this is going to be an interesting driver change now. Quickly out, quickly in.
And interestingly, fuel for UVO. Oh no, there is fuel for PLR, and that came out late actually, that churn of fuel. So they're both refueling. This should be a very evenly matched pit stop. Two of the quickest pit crews out there. You can see the churns go out at the same time. The driver starts to be belted in at exactly the same time. This is a proper fight in the pits, and they both need every second they can get. PLR get the doors shut, and they're off earlier, just about getting out in front of the Agua Caliente car, and that was a little bit close. Chris Hartley was stood in exactly the wrong point there as he tried to get some arty shots in the pit lane, but what a brilliant stop for PLR Racing.
I tell you what, Chris Hartley's got a few more grey hairs, hasn't he? Bless him. I tell you what, that's as close to the action as you can get. I've been there in the past in endurance races. I can remember vividly a race in Snetterton in 2020. Oh no, goes the CCS Media car.
Bob Tomlinson on his outlap, maybe, or yeah, that is the end of his outlap, isn't it? Down at Club has looped it. Second time in recent history that car has been pointing the wrong way, but a different driver aboard. Once again, they appear to be unscathed, no damage, but it's the time loss that matters here. That will take them well out of the fight for the victory now. Once all is said and done, well, that's the Stobart Sport car behind. Both of these cars are pitted. What was the gap originally between those two? It was something like 15 seconds.
Well, Jamie is down in pit lane, so let's see if Jamie has got some update on what was happening in that incredible stint in the early phases.
As we come to the end of our frantic first round of pit stops, two drivers from the same team were enjoying a wonderful battle, which was Sam Smith and Nigel Greensall. First of all, Nigel, he was keeping you on your toes, wasn't he?
He's brilliant, isn't he? He really is. What a teammate, eh? What a team. So, yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, love being on track with Sam because, yeah, he's one of the fastest guys I've ever worked with. So it's brilliant. Real pleasure.
And for you, Sam, obviously, you're racing against each other, but in the back of your mind, obviously, you're one of Nigel's customers. You don't want to hit each other, do you?
No, that's right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that would work, to be honest. I think I'd be worse off. Yeah, I mean, it's great working with Nigel, and you know, I learned so much from following him around the track, and you know, you get such an advantage being the car behind, especially with the high wind today. So, you know, thankfully that allowed me to catch him in the first place and then stick with him at times. So, you know, it was good fun. Enjoyed that.
And rest of the race, obviously Bob's out there now. We've just heard he might have had a little spin at Club. It's tricky condition out there because there is a bit of a crosswind, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And we got hit by, I guess it must be a novice driver in the Olympian car or something. He just ran into the back of me, spun me round, and there's some damage on the left rear corner, but whether that's affected the Bob and caused them to spin or not sure, but it's great with Bob and with Alan in the car, because they go out there and they try their hardest, and they drive really, really well. You know, it's such a pleasure racing with them. So yeah, we're just here to go as fast as we can on every lap, and with Sam on track, it's great because we totally trust each other, so you can run within millimetres and know that we're never going to have contact with them. Maybe we will one day, but I'm sure it'll if it does, it'll be a pure mistake, because with Sam, he's a professional driver. He's you know, probably the best guy out there on track. So you totally trust him and race, yeah, wheel to wheel and have fun. And we're just laughing the whole time round, I'm sure, so it's great.
Excellent. We'll let you go and relax now. Thanks a lot, guys. That was Nigel Greensall and Sam Smith. But from now, back to Andy and Jake.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Jamie. So interesting there, so it was contact with the Olympian car and Haytham Caragiuli that sent Greensall spinning. That was the spin that he had. We don't yet know what happened to Bob Tomlinson with his rotation, but we did kind of suspect that wasn't just an unforced error from Greensall.
No, indeed. I mean, he kept himself out of trouble for the entirety of that first stint. Great work, and interesting to hear the play-by-play from Nigel Greensall there. He knew that he could trust Sam Smith out there as a professional driver. Sam Smith goes back a long way in the world of sports cars, despite his tender years. You can remember him several years ago racing in the Ferrari Challenge out in Europe, so he knows his sports car racing incredibly well and is an incredibly able driver. So fascinating to see just how well these guys are able to adapt to the FunCup car. And obviously this is the great thing with it being a single make formula. You really have to try and find the best element of the car when you're out there. You have to try and make the most of it count. Now that spin for the CCS Media car has dropped it all the way to 10th position, so it's a big mistake from them, and it's cost them very dearly indeed. But with the Greensall car coming out in 4th position, the car that's benefited the most through the pit stops is the GCI. That first stint from Ian Wood, they've got out in the lead. So that car is now the race leader on merit. The PLR machine was quicker than the UVO out of the pits, so they've jumped them to get into 2nd place. UVO is there in 3rd. The Greensall machine is 4th. The MJ Tech car has done well to get out in front of the Viking in 5th and 6th position. Now, the Olympian car, I've got a feeling that they basically stayed out a little bit longer than anybody else, because obviously they initially pitted after problems earlier on, so they're still out there yet to pit in the actual pit lane window.
They have to have done it. Even if you pitted outside of that window, you still have to pit within the 10-minute window. So I think they pitted, but they haven't refueled. I think that's why they've jumped so much ground. They're still 24 seconds off the lead, but that's absolutely the right thing to do. Get yourself back into contention, hope for a safety car or something. It's a short-term gain for maybe a bit of time lost at a later stop. They'll have to put that fuel in, of course, probably next time they come in. But we saw most of the cars we saw in the pit lane were taking fuel, weren't they? If you don't take fuel, you can save 12 seconds by not putting that churn of fuel in. So I reckon that was the strategy they went for. Yeah, even if you pit outside of the pit window, every car has to come down the pit lane during that 10-minute pit window. You don't have to do anything to the car, you don't have to refuel, you don't have to change driver, but the driver must get out of the car, and then either the same driver or another driver must get back in, and everyone has to do that within the 10-minute window. So as Jake says, then GCI lead the way, that car now being driven by Craig Butterworth. PLR Racing's Neil Plymouth, the captain, is in 2nd place. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, they were, what, 12, 13 seconds off the lead at one point. They are now back into the podium spots. There they are, right on cue. And in fact, that is now 2nd, is it not? Because I think that's Neil Plymouth behind. Yes, it was. They were only a 10th apart at the line. So 2nd now for Fabio Randaccio, who takes over from Farfini in one car. 4th place, Greensall Motorsport, is now being driven by Simon Smith. I'm intrigued to know where they lost all of that time, because they should have been well up the road from GCR Racing and PLR, and yet they've come out behind them all. Either way, that car's still in 4th position. 5th for MJ Tech GT, that is now being driven by Scott Jeffs, as I said. 6th place Team Viking, that is Mark Holmes. 7th for Team Olympian, it is Haytham Caragiuli in that car. He's had a bit of a lively start to the stint, but they're slowly but surely getting themselves into contention. And actually, that's one of the fastest cars on the track right now. Caragiuli just did a 21.1. The only other driver going that quickly is the 2.6. No, in fact, no, that is quite a bit quicker than everyone, a second or so quicker than anyone else. So Caragiuli flying in 7th, Stobart Sporter in 8th position. That is Richard Webb on his first stint. Agua Caliente was Paul Turner, that's now Rob Croydon in the 2 out of 7 to round out the top 10. Bob Tomlinson, having already had a spin and another wild moment at the link, is in the CCS car in 10th.
I wonder if they lost that time just because they decided to go a little bit more on the fuel, because you can take your time in terms of how heavy you fuel the car. They may have just lost that extra 10 seconds or so just by trying to keep themselves in track position, but also fueling a little bit longer. So they managed to keep themselves in the top 5 with a little bit more fuel. That's a mistake from the Royal Motorsport car, and that's going to put the Vape Club machine right up alongside it, going through Club Corner and onto the main straight once again up to Abbey. So that's going to be an easy overtake for the Vape Club car to get into 12th position. They're not really going to have to break too much of a sweat unless the Royal Motorsport car runs right round the outside at Abbey, which is exactly what they're going to do. So a little bit of a mistake initially, a big twitch. Now I wonder if coming back off the pit stops, obviously I did say earlier that the track temperature was not high, so when you're in the pits you're going to lose a massive amount of tyre temperature. It's going to take you about 4 or 5 laps to get it back up to speed again and get the rhythm in these tyres again. And the GT tyres, they do fluctuate depending on pit stop rotations, so you've got to be so careful getting the heat into these tyres, and you lose trust in the car when it starts to drift wide. Now that is the Agua Caliente car getting past the Stobart machine. So that's the Agua Caliente car up into 8th position. The Stobart machine then dropping back into P9, and the next car behind them, well, that's the CCS medium machine. There it is.
Yeah, so that gap back to CCS was about 4.2 seconds at the start of the lap. They are quite a bit quicker than Bob Tomlinson at the moment, these two. But yeah, change there then. The 207 car of Rob Croydon, another driver that I haven't seen on one of these grids for quite some time. Clearly, hasn't lost any of his pace. 8th position now, but they're 21 seconds behind Team Olympian in 7th spot. So that probably is as good as it will get for the time being. So we are into the second hour already, would you believe, of this opening round of the FunCup Endurance Championship. I know, it does fly by, doesn't it? We now settle in, though, for this sort of middle phase of the race, where there are always pockets of activity, like this one between the Raw Motorsport 158 and the Vape Club 246, but it now becomes about strategy, about long run pace, comers and goers. We're still sort of waiting for Uvio Hoffman's Lotus to really flex their muscles. At the moment, they're still 0.2 of a second slower per lap than Craig Butterworth, the race leader, so there's still a lot to play out here, that's for sure. There they are, look, and Neil Plimmer, wily old fox that he is, just sitting in the slipstream, exactly what his teammate Ben Pitch did in the opening stint. They don't need to race the Uvio car right now, they can afford to sit there. Plus, I'm sure Neil is remembering the last race we had last year when he and Fabio Randaccio had a rather spectacular accident at the chicane at Toddington Park, so that might just deter him from going for an aggressive move on the Uvio car for now.
So the two teams that have been the most impressive in this opening phase, you've got to say, are the GCI car that's managed to get itself into the lead after that solid first stint from Ian Wood, and now of course Craig Butterworth taking over the car and keeping it nice and planted in terms of rhythm. But the PLR machine right there, 3rd position, just staying with the Uvio. They were actually the quicker team of the two in the pit stops as well. That's what gave them track position. They're definitely the most impressive teams from those first 2 stints. You obviously got to talk about the pace of the Greensill Motorsport car that's currently in P4, going wheel to wheel with the MJ Tech car. So the MJ Tech car is trying to get through, and the Viking car is in the midst of them as well. So they're going to go 3 wide. That's for position. So MJ Tech goes through, Viking goes through, Greensill is down then into, what is that, 7th position? Because the Greenheath car has got through them as well. So all of a sudden, the car that was in 4th position is now down in 7th, because I'm fairly sure that's the MJ Tech, the Olympian and the Viking car all getting through on that lap. There is a little bit of traffic for them to deal with. That's the 104 machine just getting out of the way, the EDF car. But we're about to see a plummet. The Olympian car is now in 4th, the MJ Tech is 5th, the Viking car is 6th, and the Greensill Motorsport car has lost 3 places in that one lap.
Haytham Caragiuli is a bit of a revelation here, isn't he? He's gained 2 positions on that lap, 4th place now for Team Olympian. That car was pointing the wrong way about 5 or 10 minutes into this race, and now here they are back into 4th position. We think they might be on a slightly different fuel strategy, but that's still really impressive pace. Caragiuli is quite comfortably the fastest driver out on the track right now. 21.8 last time, because of course he was overtaking people. Now he's in clean air. I'll be interested to see if he can pull away from Scott Jeffs. At the moment, I think he might be able to. Much neater line there through the Lincoln out onto the Hanger Straight. And Caragiuli 23 seconds nearly off the lead, but that is a seriously impressive first 15 minutes.
Hell hath no fury like a racer spun.
Something like that, yeah.
Very impressive work. They managed to get themselves into that 4th place move. The MJ Tech car is next up, then the Viking, and there is the 104 car that could do with getting out of the way as far as the Greensill Motorsport car, is concerned. But the UVO car, well, they're still chipping away at it. The gap is 5.6 now as they come through. So it's there or thereabouts. They've just got to wait and hope that the GCI car with Butterworth at the wheel is not quite going to be at the same sort of pace as Randaccio, because he is starting to chip away at it a little bit now. Comparable on the last lap. There's only a couple of hundredths of a second between them now, so perhaps the pendulum is going to turn in the favour of the UVO car. But you've got to remember that they've still got the PLR in tow. They're literally shadowing their every move. So within about 5-10 minutes or so, this could end up being a 3-way battle for the lead again.
Yeah, but like you say, they're only fractionally, in fact, GCI were still a couple of hundredths quicker than UVO on the previous lap. I don't know what they've done to that GCI car over the winter, but it's clearly worked. This is by far the fastest we've seen from this team, and consistently across both drivers as well. That is not very fast, I'm afraid, for the 49 car. That is Paul Taylor in the fueled-up racing car. May have a problem. I think it was a long way off the pace there, staying well out of the way, of course, of the leaders heading through Stone.
Okay, down in pit lane, Jamie has found even more racing drivers to give us the update. Let's see what he's got to say.
So down here at the GT Radial pit, one driver who's actually competing in his first ever car race is David Rowe. You're more used to Pikes Peak. It's a bit different, this, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. We sort of had to have a slightly different car. Obviously no turbo, no slicks, no aerodynamics like we normally used to, but these FunCup cars are just absolute. Well, the hint's in the name, isn't it? So they're great fun to drive and very physical. You know, like you got the amount of effort that you got to put in with your arms and stuff like that. Like I certainly slept well last night. Like I wrestled a gorilla maybe, but you know. But yeah, really enjoying it.
And first in, you got up into 5th place. It sort of surprised you a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I was really shocked, to be fair, because you know normally I look after a car for like a sports car team, and he was always like push to the front, like when you're on the start line, and of course I had the car wound up ready to slingshot it, and really there was a gap on the right, and all of a sudden I was in 5th. Then the next corner there was I was still maintaining position, then the next corner and then everybody else started bullying me after that, so I sort of just backed off a bit and just let them go. So, but yeah, I was really surprised with the start. It was good fun, really good fun. And then, hey, to my teammates that have trusted me to do the start, that was really good as well. And yeah, really good. So. And
have Scrappy and Snooker, Dave and Steve, have they been giving you any tips, or have they just told you just to get on with it and drive as fast as you can? Bear in mind, obviously, you're more used to a car that's got 730 horsepower more.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the tips or life lessons that they've been giving me are really fun, to be fair. And they've been giving us some great tips on, how to drive these cars and try to manage them and stuff like that. And the wealth of experience they've got, and everybody in this pit row, I think it can't be underestimated, that's for sure. So, if you want a good challenge, definitely come down and have a try at this. Yeah.
And the great thing is, you get to have another go. Enjoy the rest of it.
I know. I can't believe the amount of track time you get with these cars. It's crazy, isn't it? You look at the clock, and we've still got 3 odd hours to go, and it's unbelievable compared to what you normally do. It's 30 to maybe 10 minutes long normally, and it's all over. And whereas now I'm doing, I don't know, 40 or 50 Pikes Peaks, isn't it? So yeah, really good.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. And that is really one of the big stories of this race. There are something like, when I was looking through the driver entry, 19 or 20 names that I'm not familiar with on the entry list this weekend. So many people making either their first appearance in FunCup or their first race in a long, long time. It is becoming a really popular place to come and have a go at endurance racing, and those that like it seem to stick around for a long time. But yeah, that just caught my eye, how many new drivers there were this weekend.
Well, I'm speaking to a lot of drivers down in pit lane over the course of this weekend, not just in FunCup, but in the other classes as well. And obviously, we're coming out the other side of the pandemic. We're starting to live with it now. A lot of drivers that would have curtailed their racing program through it to try and focus on their finances. There are obvious opportunities for drivers now that we're into 2022 to start to come back to racing. And it's no massive surprise that the FunCup is a race championship of choice for them, because you get an awful lot of value for your money, you get a massive amount of track time, you get the pit stop feel like Le Mans, you get that teamwork, you get that strategy, you get that play-by-play, you also get a lot of work in the slipstream, a lot of overtaking, and it's cheap as chips. There's not many championships out there that give you so much bang for your buck.
Exactly, I was chatting to Neil Plimmer about that actually earlier on today, and he of course started racing in Formula Fords back in the 1980s, then went to race in MG Metros, and he said once he did an endurance race, he started to wonder why he'd ever bothered with sprint racing, because you get more track time in one 4-hour endurance race than you do in a whole season sometimes in sprint racing, which are sort of 12-15 minute races typically. So once you do go into endurance racing, as long as you enjoy this style of racing, it does seem to get a lot of drivers hooked. And of course you have got to enjoy it. You know, driving around there for 40 minutes at a time without anyone to race with isn't everyone's cup of tea, but there is a real challenge to overcome in endurance racing, and certain drivers really enjoy that. Those that do have all said they enjoy racing in the FunCup. Not hard to see why either, really. The quality of racing we've had here over the opening hour and 10 minutes or so has been absolutely exemplary. No wonder drivers come back year after year after year. I mean, Neil Plimmer made his first start in FunCup, I think it was 2002, back in the very first season, and he's hardly missed a race since. So that's 2 decades worth of FunCup racing, and he's still not bored of it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you've got multiple different types of endurance racing out there, but where FunCup is a little bit different to the others is that everybody's got the same equipment. Everyone has the same car, they have the same chassis, they have the same body shell, the same tyres, the same fuel. Everything is pretty much bob on from team to team. The only difference really is how much track time the teams decide to put in testing. But in terms of the actual quality of the product, everyone's got the identical kit. You've not got multiple different classes where one car is significantly faster than another. You've got a proper race going on. And for 4 hours, I mean, that's literally just standing on the ragged edge for the entirety of an afternoon of motorsport. There's not many forms of racing that can give you all of those things in one championship. The single make really adds to it because you've got different strategies going on. Mechanics will try something different in the way that the car is set up that can make anywhere between half a second to 3/4 of a second per lap just on raw pace. But then once you've got that in the slipstream, you've got 3 or 4 cars tagging along. It's like the Indy 500 for sports car racing in Great Britain. It's a fantastic opportunity to watch some of the best drivers, maybe not the most famous drivers, but certainly some of the best drivers in the country, some that are improving all the time, some that are evolving, and some that have been here for many, many years. But you always get the good quality. Sometimes it's not the sizzle of the sausage that makes the biggest difference, it's the quality of the core meat that you're eating.
I think I followed you there, yes.
Just about. You can tell I missed breakfast this morning, can't you?
Yes, you and me both. Yes, you're absolutely right, though. And you know, this is such a popular championship, and it wasn't that long ago, just before the pandemic, really. We were knocking on the door of 30 cars out there in every race, and it really was a shame, obviously, for many reasons, that the pandemic came along when it did. But it would be nice to see the FunCup continue to grow and grow and grow. Of course, it got the championship status officially in its title a few years ago, which has definitely helped with the, you know, if you're going out looking for sponsors, for example, that helps to sell your case. Greenheath here, meanwhile, battling with Team Stowbot. This is 9th position that they're scrapping over. Just diving up the inside of the 125 Greensall Motorsport car to put a lap on it. The 170 car up the inside line, now being driven by Richard Webb. That, as we've seen time and again, becomes the outside line into this next braking zone. The 14 car piloted by Jonathan Mitchell, who is another of those drivers that I certainly wasn't familiar with as far as FunCup's concerned. Anyway, coming into this weekend, stands his ground and manages to hang on to the position for now. They are 9th and 10th, as I said, lapping comparatively with the cars up the road, so they'll be pretty happy, I think, with their mid-race pace. Unlike, I suspect, Fabio Randaccio, who is now 7.8 seconds off the race lead. Part of me thinks there's a problem with the UVO car, but I think if there were, Neil Plimmer would have passed him. He's not, he's quite happy to sit behind him, so Neil clearly feels the pace they're running at is strong. It's just a really good performance, this, by GCR Racing. Craig Butterworth has surprised me. I don't mind saying that. I really cannot believe the consistently fast pace that car has had. By the end of this stint, they could be 10 seconds up the road from the car that won the championship last year and won 6 of 9 races. That's impressive.
Well, there are some people in this paddock that don't have a particularly good poker face. I was talking to Graham beforehand, and when I said, you know, is the car going to be strong? He said, oh yeah, oh yeah. He felt it coming into this one. It would be very easy for him to have given away that they were going to be race-winning pace, which of course they now are. We wouldn't really have suspected it coming in. But they felt something in the qualifying this morning and in the practice yesterday. They felt, yeah, this car feels good. We've got a good rhythm. So they've come in completely taking us by surprise that they've managed to find this much pace over the winter. What's really interesting is that the UVO car has not been able to make more progress because we're in this second phase, the second stint, where traffic becomes more of a problem for drivers to try and negotiate. But that's where the UVO crew are really good. They're really able to knit their way underneath car after car after car, and they're able to use that to get closer. I'm surprised that the gap is still as much as 7.8 seconds, as here again comes the Greenheath car on the inside now of the Agua Caliente car. Look at how they've done that. They've dropped the Stobart car that they were racing a lap ago, and now they're wheel-to-wheel with the Agua Caliente car. So they've looked after the car quite well in this second stint. They're able to go wheel-to-wheel with them. They're not quite going to be able to get the move done, but they've made massive progress in this second stint.
Yeah, they really have. Another car that's showing strong pace now. Then, as you said, the way they dropped the Stobart Sport car behind, Colin Kingsnorth is no slouch. He's been racing in FunCup for a number of years now. Not Colin Kingsnorth, Richard Webb. Same applies though, very experienced FunCup racer, and yet not able to live with this speed from the 14 car. The outside line at Stowe Corner is a risky place to go, and yeah, he was always going to get shown the edge of the road there. And indeed, has to wait for maybe a better opportunity into the next corner. Does Jonathan Mitchell to attack? Gets a wheel on the grass though, and that was a good catch. Could easily have skated straight on into the gravel there. I've seen a few people doing that, just running onto the grass slightly under braking, and that was a very scary moment, I'm sure, for Jonathan. Regroups though, he's still got the toe, and he, thankfully, still has a car in one piece.
That would have been a nightmare for him to try and get that car stopped as well, because once you get 2 wheels on the grass into that chicane, that's one of the coldest parts of the circuit. You've got so much surface moisture on the top of that grass, and obviously underneath it, it's sunny, but it's not heating the road up at all. It's not heating the grass up at all, so that would have just been an ice rink on the way down. He was very careful there to make sure that he didn't get on the brakes, he didn't slam it down, he just blipped it. In those conditions, when you get 2 wheels on the grass, you have to blip the brake, you have to dab, 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 get it to the braking zone, roll it off the power, get back on the turning, try not to use too much turning angle on the steering wheel, because that can counteract. You shift the transfer of weight really aggressively. I've done this in sim racing, which is not quite the same as obviously the world of FunCup for real, but the car is based very heavily on it. The weight transfer is the thing you have to try and get under control when you get 2 wheels on the grass. Otherwise, the back end will overtake the front. You've got to be so patient. It's very, very delicate, and this car is a little bit of a beast when you try and get it slowed down. So that was well caught. Now the Agua Caliente car is still directly in front, but now the Greenheath car will know exactly where it's going to put it if he goes for him on that corner, so he's now going to try and go after him, probably into Village.
Shows the speed that he's got though, because a lap ago he was, nearly a second behind, and now as they come across the line, he's right back with him. Yeah, looks to the inside into the first corner. Is he going to get it done though? That's a tricky place to overtake. We've seen all day that as inviting as it is to go to the inside of turn 1, Abbey Corner, it's actually not that easy to keep the momentum up through the turn, and that's exactly what Jonathan Mitchell finds. Looks to the outside through Village. Again, not much point in trying to overtake through here. It's all about the exit from the next right-hander out onto the hanger straight. A good exit from this corner and a nice slipstream should open the door down to Stowe Corner. It's an exit there though from Rob Croydon. He knows a thing or two about how to pedal these FunCup cars, and a 3 or 4 car length advantage down the back straight might just be enough to keep the Greenheath car at bay for now. Under the circuit access bridge they go in towards the braking zone, and yeah, that slipstream in a way doesn't seem quite as powerful now. I don't know if the wind has changed direction or it's lessened slightly, but the effect of that draft doesn't seem as powerful as it was in the opening stint.
That Stobart almost lost it completely on the way through Stowe. You can see as it turned in, the back end was trying to come around. He corrected it nicely, but that's lost him a good 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second as he tried to correct it. Again, the Greenheath car trying its best to try and put the nose of the car on the inside there of the Agua Caliente machine and getting completely slammed on the door. So it's a very forceful manoeuvre. But look at how quickly these two, working together, have managed to catch the Greensill Motorsport car in front. These two are actually using each other to catch up to the car in front. This is a great battle, but whilst they continue to push each other on the slipstream, the Greensill Motorsport number 263 is there. Oh, that was so close to the edge there for the Greenheath machine, but on the inside, using the adrenaline from the original first Apex, just continues the car, pops it round the outside, and that's a lovely overtake, but you really had to lean on that one to get that one turned in.
And that's perfect timing as well, because he's made that move stick just as they're closing in on the car ahead, the Greensill Motorsport car. So if he can hang on to the place, that is, he will be very shortly able to attack for another place. He's not going to have an easy time of it holding on to the position, though, because Rob Croydon's back on the inside in the silver Agua Caliente car. He's got the inside through Stowe Corner, and Greenheath are going to have to fight for this. They do fight for it, though. They stand their ground on the outside. That gives them the inside down through the Vale. And how late on the brakes does Jonathan Mitchell go here? Is it late enough to get back ahead of Rob Croydon? The answer is no. Agua Caliente reclaimed the position, and that's a bit of a shame for Greenheath. When you've got that momentum and you're passing cars left, right and centre, you want to keep that momentum going. If you get stuck battling one particular car, that can sometimes stall you out, and certainly Jonathan will be hoping that that isn't the case for him.
Pit stop window is open again. Just saw it as we went past the pits, so expect a lot of pit lane activity. I'm sure we'll go down to Jamie Petersenis again in a few short minutes' time, because they're all going to be bailing in once more. So GCI leading the way, 8.8 to the increase on Uvio, with PLR still within a second of them. The Olympian car has fought back beautifully to get into fourth position, but still with time to make. MJ Tech, Viking, and then the Greensill car that we are watching in front of Agua Caliente and Greenheath. And in the background, you can see the 10th place car, which is the Stobart machine, and they're all within the same leading lap still, but there's a long way still to go. Over 2.5 hours left of this race, and there's still an awful lot of mistakes to make and an awful lot of comebacks to observe.
Yeah, a good number of cars still on the lead lap as well. I think we're certainly more than 10 cars still running on the lead lap at the moment, so still a competitive race this. And as we move into the next round of pit stops, again, that fuel strategy starts to come into play. 99 are in, 99 are also taking one churn of fuel. That's Richard just getting out, and Riley Phillips getting in. Now, this was another one of the big stories over the winter. Riley Phillips, who won the championship a couple of years ago with the Team Olympian squad, making the jump over into Kaizen Motorsport, a new team into the championship, and Riley very much the star driver of that car. They're running down in 14th place at the moment. They were, I think, just off the lead lap when they pitted, but Riley Phillips, one of the fastest drivers in the championship, will now look to try and get that car a little bit more into contention. Riley definitely has the pace to do so. 263 are in as well, so are Apollo. 263 are going to be changing their drivers, Simon Smith to Ted Smith, the third of the Smith family members, to jump into that car. And now you've got a bit more freedom about when you pit as well, because everyone's spread out a little bit more. You can kind of pick and choose your moment to make your way into the pit lane. As there goes GCI Racing, putting a lap on CCS Media. How times have changed. Those two cars were fighting for the lead at this point in the opening stint of the race, and now GCI a full lap ahead of them.
Now there is the leading car, the GCI machine, trying its best to stay out of dodge. They've just lapped the CCS Media car. That just shows you the fortunes that have changed over the course of this race. Right at the top of the bill, they were sat behind the CCS Media car trying to stay in the hunt for the victory, and now they're a lap ahead of them. So obviously times change very quickly in the FunCup, but look at this. That's how much pace you get in the tow. Look at the car they've just lapped. They're going to stay with them all the way to Stowe Corner. The GCI car actually has to get out of the tow to ensure that they don't lose track position again, as the Vape Club car is battling away for position with the CCS Media Crew car. Now, if you're GCI and you've got 8.6 seconds on Uvio, how long do you leave it to come into the pits? Do you do it early, or do you try and just make sure that you retain track position by staying out a little bit later? It's a difficult tactic to try and work out here, but Craig Butterworth certainly going very well out there. He will, of course, be handing over very soon to Graham Butterworth. Look, he pulls right out. He's looking for the signal. He's looking for the team to tell him, are we coming in onto this lap? And you pull right up close so that you can observe it while also keeping track position.
Yes, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them in this time. They've got a bit of freedom in that both drivers are performing well. We were talking about this earlier on today, about just why Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus have been so good over the years, and it's because they've got two drivers who are very quick and are equally quick as well. So you can do whatever you like strategy-wise. It's not like you have to maximise one driver's seat time over the other. You can pit whenever is necessary, whenever is suitable based on what's happening in the race. And that's something that GCI Racing also have the benefit of, I would say, today, because both Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood have proven themselves to be more than capable of running at the front. So if they feel that it's worthwhile staying out a bit longer, they can do. If they feel they're going to get held up in traffic, though, and they need to pit early, that's also an option available to them. Let's see what they do. Out of Stowe Corner, they are staying out for another lap. Now they've cleared that traffic, they may as well, I suppose, try and make the most of the clean air. They did lose quite a chunk of time on that lap, though, getting past the back markers. A 23.28 for GCI Racing, played a 21.8 for Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus in second place. So it goes to show how much time you can lose by catching one or two back markers in an inopportune moment.
And let's not forget that the GT Radial car is actually a lap down from the car it's duelling with, so they're trying to get themselves back into contention. I think that's the GCI car going through and getting up close to the pit lane, almost trying to gesture to the team. Let's do it. Let's get the pit stop out of the way now. We've got this advantage over the Uvios, and I've been losing time in the traffic. Let's get the pit stop out the way now. It was, I'm not sure perhaps they were looking for the pit board. They were just trying to gesture to the team. Come on, let's get me ready. Get me into the pits. Let's get this sorted nice and early, and then we can just get back in the rhythm, focus on our objectives, and Graham can have the car with a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, although now they're in clean air, I don't see any merit in pitting, honestly, because you know you've got clear track now. You also know that Uvio and PLR will at some point have to pass that same traffic. If you pit, you could come out anyway. You could come out in heavier traffic than you were in to start with. So I don't know, I'd be tempted to stay out there as long as they can. They've still got 4 minutes plus a lap, essentially, of pit window left, because the pit window board, pit window closed board goes out at the end of the 10 minutes, and you've got 1 lap after that in which to make your stop. Back to this little fight, which is still very entertaining, isn't it? For 6th, 7th and 8th positions. Greenheath losing 6th place to Agua Caliente, but the Stobart Sport number 170 machine of Richard Webb has closed right back in on them now, so a 3-way fight here inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's great to watch that these three teams are still very close to each other as they come in. The Vape Club car has just come into the pits, by the way, so they are pit lane bound, and so is the other EDF car, so the two teammates are basically coming together. Nowhere near going to be an issue like you'd see in other forms of racing where there's only one pit bay. They can spread out amongst themselves and come in wherever they want. Let's see what the Greenheath car is going to do in relation to the Agua Caliente. Getting closer, not close enough. The Stobart car seems to be pretty quick in the draft, actually, so they've got an opportunity out of Stowe to get back up to Vale and then out through Club Corner. They might get a run up towards Farm on the next lap, depending on who decides to pit in. Greenheath comes in, so too does the Stobart car, so it's about to get busy on pit road.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out then. Another fight amongst the pit crews. The 14 team will see Gary Bate get back into the Greenheath car, and the Stobart car will once again have Con Kingsnorth on board. Both of those teams sharing between two drivers. There's the Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus car coming out of Stowe Corner. Does it choose to pit? No, that's interesting given the traffic that they're about to encounter. However, they clearly feel they can get through it quite quickly. On the inside of the CCS Media car they go. Alan Hodderman, I think, has taken that car over now, having made its second... no, it's only made 1 pit stop so far in this race. Bit of a gap now, actually, opening up between Uvio and PLR as well. Neil Plymouth could do with using the traffic, maybe, to get right back on the tail of the number 1 car.
But this is exactly what the Uvio car is good at, isn't it? Just working its way through traffic, car after car after car, and leaning on the inside there. The PLO car really had to make the CCS Media car think carefully about where it placed the car there. As they were leaning on the inside, they were lapping it, so obviously the CCS Media car had no choice but to get out of the way. Very unfortunate, that spin of earlier on, because they'd still be in the top 5 without that, as in comes the MJ Tech car, so that's one of the top 5, and that's obviously important. The Viking car is in as well, so they have all 4 of those cars, essentially, that were in that top 10 gaggle, battling for position, all coming into the pits within a lap of each other. The Greenheath and Stobart car obviously came in together, and a lap later the MJ Tech and Viking cars go out. Now that's going to be a good stop for the MJ Tech car, but the Viking crew is still in. The GT Radial car just leaving the pits as well. The Viking team have taken a long time over this one.
Yeah, that's slow. They both took fuel, those two cars. They may have taken more fuel in the Viking car perhaps, but you're right, that is definitely a slower than ideal stop. Haven't seen the Raw Motorsport car for a while. How are they getting on? Well, they've made their one pit stop. They're yet to make their second one. Of course, 158 now being driven by Alex McLeod, and he is, I think, the only driver that was listed as doing a double stint in this race. He is supposedly staying in the car this time. Sometimes the teams change that strategy once the race gets going, but that was certainly what they told us the plan was pre-race. We'll find out now, because he's coming into the pit lane is the 158 car. And when he goes back out, we'll see whether or not it's still Alex McLeod in the car. Uvio continuing on. PLR are now nearly 2 seconds adrift, so yeah, this could be a critical moment in the race here. If Neil Plymmer loses that slipstream, that's really been an important part of the PLR strategy today, it seems, is to stay in the draft of the number 1 car, but they've now got quite some real estate and 2 back markers separating them.
That's what I love about FunCup racing when we watch these guys in the draft of each other. That's the Kaizen car tucked up behind the Uvio, which is a good car to be stuck behind because you'll cut through the air pretty quickly. We've seen so many great battles, so many strategic calls and great wheel-to-wheel drama, but there's been no filthy driving out there whatsoever. They've got close to each other. They've left as little space as a racing driver needs to leave in order to be in the heat of the battle, but you haven't seen any dirty moves, you haven't seen any nasty tactics from anybody out there. They have given each other all the room that they need to play with and still made some great racecraft out of it, and we're still seeing drivers getting back into the hunt. There's going to be a few teams that will launch their way further up. Expect a bit of a look forward from the CCS Media car. They've come into the pits now, as has the Raw Motorsport team. Expect them to move up from B8 because they're obviously going to be wanting to try and crack the top 5 a little bit later on. I would expect the Kaizen 99 to move forward back into the top 10 with Riley Phillips behind the wheel. So that's obviously going to be one to keep an eye on. And I have a feeling that the Uvio switch is soon to come because there's only 5.3 seconds between them and Graham Butterworth, who's going to get it in the GCI next time. So it'll be interesting to see just how quickly Farkini can rain down on Graham Butterworth when they take over their respective cars, because that's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, that gap's really come down, hasn't it? Another 2 seconds or so since the last time I checked between GCI Racing and Uvio. So a good end to the stint here for Fabio. Maybe he's been able to use the traffic actually to his advantage. In most formulas, catching back markers is a bad thing, but actually here in the FunCup, you can use that slipstream from the slower car, and as long as they don't delay you through the corners, that can actually, ironically, see your lap times improve. Maybe that's what's happened for the Uvio car, which is going to probably, well, it will have to pit this time because the pit window is closed. So the leader is in, second place is in, PLR Racing will dive in 3rd position as well. So top 3 cars coming into the pit lane. GCI Racing had a 5.3 second cushion at the end of that stint. Let's see what that looks like once the pit stop sequence is done. In comes the GCI car, 1 churn of fuel going in there. This is a driver change between Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood, with the latter jumping in, but they can't do that until the refuelling is complete. The churn goes out now, and the second that happens, they can set about the driver change. The team jumping in to help with the belt. It's not the easiest thing to do, to get in and out of these FunCup cars in a hurry. Something, as Jake was saying, the teams practice and practice and practice throughout the entire course of the weekend, which starts often with Thursday or Friday testing, and a big part of that is testing those driver changes as well. So how is this all going to shake out then? Top 4 cars in, because Agua Caliente again went long. They did that last time, didn't they? 207. They were one of the last cars to come into the pit lane. 5.3 seconds was the lead. Can Uvio close in over this pit stop?
Looks like it's going to be Graham Butterworth in the car when he takes over the GCI Racing machine. A man who, when he's not behind the wheel of a FunCup car, is one of the top mods at the TKM Karting Company in British karting. There's the CCS Media car coming towards us. They're going to make a big gain through all of this. They're going to get themselves firmly up into the top 10, I would think, once all the pit stop rotations are finished up. The Agua Caliente car, I think, is still in pit road, so they're going to move up at least 1 more position. So expect the CCS Media car to make up a little bit more time and get themselves back into the overall top 10. The Kaizen car is now going in the 120.6, so that tells you that Riley Phillips is behind the wheel, because he's cracking the 121. So here he goes on the inside. Riley Phillips absolutely on a charge. If he's setting consistent 1:20 20s, expect that car to be out of the top 10, out of the bottom half of the top 10, I should say, and get itself back up the order very quickly.
Now you will notice we're talking about a 1 minute 20 being a fast lap time, and you may wonder why MJ Tech GT doing a 1 minute 10 isn't catching our attention. That's because actually a pit-in lap is quicker than staying on the track, because you cut that entire final club sequence of corners out, so they don't get counted towards things like fastest laps of the race, for example. It has to be a lap spent entirely out of the pit lane, but that can sometimes look a little bit odd on the timing tower. Right, the lead gap, which was 5.3 seconds at the end of the out lap, is 1.7. So whatever Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus did in the pit lane has really, really worked. PLR Racing are 16.7 seconds behind them. So again, we're seeing massive swings there in the pit stops. You have to suspect there was either a problem for PLR Racing or they took more fuel, perhaps a double churn of fuel, fill the tank up and try and save some time in a later pit stop, because that is, what, some 15, 16 seconds slower than the Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus car in the pit lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have double fueled it, because when you've got Farchini back in the car in front, you've got to think, well, what are the likelihoods of us staying with him in fired up motivation mode? So they may as well just let him drop one curl, one pearl one as he goes through the field, and they can just keep the car running on the straight and narrow, not get themselves into too much hot water, just keep it out there and remain in that top 5, and they'll actually make gains just through the steady draw of going through the traffic. This is a nice little battle shaping up. We've got the CCS media car trying not to be lapped by the Viking machine. Now, how have the tables turned from CCS media? They're way down, actually, in 13th place. Hopefully in this stint they're going to start to make up some more progress, but that spin earlier on, those 2 spins earlier on, really have cost them dearly, and a potential race victory is now looking far from on the cards. They've obviously still got a long way, so it's going to be fascinating to see how the battle continues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was... Oh, there's Jamie in the pit lane. Let's see what he's got for us.
Right, I'm down here with Craig Butterworth. So what's the warmest I've seen you look for a while? It's a hard work out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I was working pretty hard, and it's a lovely sunny day like this. It's quite warm inside the cars.
I mean, the sun's going to start causing a bit of an issue now, isn't it? Going into club. I mean, you benefit from a tinted visor, but it's still going to be mindful of, you know, could miss sort of apexes and things. But the car's been running great. You came in with a 6-second lead. Pit stops obviously is won and lost, but you've still maintained it, haven't you?
Yeah, the car's going really well. It had a few hiccups this morning in qualifying, and we sort of set our expectations a bit low as a result. But actually, it's going absolutely brilliantly this afternoon, and some lovely clear air. And it's funny, like having raced Radicals here and on so many track days in Radicals on the Grand Prix circuit. It's a circuit I feel like I know really well. I know a few little tricks, and it's nice to get a chance to use them in a race situation, leading the way.
Excellent stuff. We'll let you go and get some water, and we'll catch up later. Cheers. All right, thanks a lot, Craig. And also a bit of news, Team Olympian on their last stop double fueled, so that was 44 litres of fuel. We also had Team Viking, Stobart Sport, Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus and PLR all fueled. PLR stop was slightly delayed because as Neil Plymmer was pulled out of the car, it looks like he momentarily tripped and ended up on the floor, but he's absolutely fine. But back to you guys.
Okay, so that's critical then. If Olympian double fueled it, that is quite critical. It kind of tells us a little bit about what they're going to be doing in this next phase. But the Uvio team are now going half a second a lap quicker than the GCI car, so it is almost imminent now that we are going to see a lead change, as the Uvio Hoffmann's #1 is going to be behind the treble one of the GCI racing car. But for how much longer? Graham Butterworth versus Farchini, and this is definitely going to be tricky between the two guys as they battle away. It would not at all surprise me if we suddenly see a change of lead on this lap. We're going to try and pick them up, but the treble one, the GCI racing car, is still out there looking perfectly comfortable out in the lead. They must be about to go into another lap, so they'll be coming onto the main straight now. That is the Agua Caliente car still battling away with the Greenheath machine. A little further back from these two, I can see out of our commentary box window, the Uvio car is right behind the race leader, the GCI. The lead change is almost imminent now as the gap comes down. There they are. We've picked them up at exactly the right moment, Andy. 0.3 of a second between the leaders.
Yeah, so this is Farchini back in the Uvio car. It is once again Ian Wood in the GCI racing car. It's like Uvio flicked the switch here, isn't it? Suddenly they are absolutely the class of the field. Fastest car on track. They've managed to gain a huge chunk of time in the pit lane, and now out on track, Farchini's got the slipstream that has allowed him to close right onto the back of the 111 car. And as you say, I think the change for the lead, the next change for the lead, is probably not that far away.
Down the hanger straight, and the UVO machine is going to get quite close to the GCI. So there he is, Farkini Diot in the second position, chasing down Graham Butterworth as they go into the hairpin. This is going to be interesting, very tricky to hang on to, because he'll know just how motivated the UVO team are, starting from the very back of the grid, as we know the champions always do. So now they've got to try and get through. This will be the first time properly that the UVO team will have led the race, because they led the race through the second pit stop rotation for 1 lap, but that wasn't really taking the lead officially. This is definitely going to be taking the lead of the race properly if they manage to get through. But on that last lap, they actually lost half a second to the car. So this race isn't over yet between these two. It looks as though Graham Butterworth really is going to try and push this as hard as he can to try and keep Varkini at bay. They're not going to make it easy for them.
Yeah, that's interesting. I expected that move to happen on that lap, and certainly I expected the gap to keep shrinking rather than go back out. So maybe a mistake from Farkini, maybe strategy. Maybe he's realised you can save so much fuel in the slipstream that actually it's better to stay on the tail of the leader rather than going through past him. That's something we'll have to keep an eye out for. If he doesn't make the move in the next few laps, then I would lean towards that being a strategic call. Team Olympian here, coming out of the first couple of corners. This is the MJ Tech GT car they've got just in front of them, which is for 4 positions. So I think I came back to the commentary box a moment ago whilst we were talking about Team Olympian. They double fueled on that most recent stop, so I suspected that they didn't refuel at the first stop. They've double fueled this time. They're still in 5th place, so that was a really quick double fuel stop. And of course they've got Christian Rose in the car now, who is one of the fastest drivers in the championship. So that car, having not lost much time in the pit lane, is a genuine contender once more for a podium finish.
That's the other thing I love about this championship. Once you've got the mix of different grades of drivers as they battle in with each other, the way that the pendulum swings to and fro for certain teams, it always keeps the race that little bit more interesting through the course of each phase, because you just don't know which car is going to have the pace from one state of the race to the next. Now, CCS Media have gone a lap down, I noticed, so they are really struggling to get back into contention, as had that car, the Raw Motorsport team. So they are struggling. There we go, the UVO car is in the lead. That was very nicely done. That must have been on the run up towards Farm, because that was an absolute stellar move from the UVO car, which we now can call the UVO car. I'm sure Farkini will give us a little bit of a nudge about that one later. But yeah, the GCI car was leading when they came across the line, and all of a sudden at Farm they were in 2nd place, but they were 0.6 of a second behind, so they must have got an amazing run out the final corner.
And they were probably 0.6 of a second ahead 2 corners later. Yes. So whatever happened there happened very quickly, didn't it? And as you said, UVO into the lead now. Back to Greenheath here, this Greenheath Agua Caliente Stobart battle. 7th, 8th and 9th place cars at the moment, heading out of Club Corner and across the start-finish line. They've got a decent margin actually over the Green Saw car in 10th place. These three have been together for quite some time now. 14 is Gary Bates back at the wheel for his 2nd stint of the race, and looking strong at the moment. Now, the important thing here for the GCI car is to not lose faith. They are still in contention here for this race victory. Ian Wood, all he has to do, easier said than done, I know, but all he has to do is stay in the slipstream of the race leader. We keep talking about this slipstream because it's such an integral part of the racing here at Silverstone. It doesn't have to be. You could be half a second a lap slower than someone, but if you've got their slipstream, you can probably match their lap times. And if you can do that and hand over at the next stop to Craig Butterworth, then they could still be contenders for the race victory. This is an important next 20 minutes or so for the GCI car as far as their prospects of a race victory, a maiden race victory, go. They weren't even on the podium last year, had 2 4th place finishes GCI, so just to be in contention for a race win now, I'm sure is getting their heart rates going.
Any guesses for the fastest car on track at this moment?
Oh, blimey. Well, take your pick. I'm going to cheat slightly and look at the timing screen because it's the 99 car, is it? Oh, of course. Riley Phillips. Riley Phillips. I told you he was quick, and he's proving it now. What a shame that they were sort of a lap down even before he got in the car, because he is a really quick young driver. Did a lot of work over the first lockdown period, actually putting together a sim racing competition for the FunCup. Many of the teams and drivers, commentators spectators enjoyed immensely at a time we all needed a bit of a distraction. And Riley then came and started doing his talking on the real track over the last couple of years and has proven to be a real star of the show. An interesting move of team this for him over the winter. But, you know, if he can work with that team and give share a few pearls of wisdom that he's gained over the last few years, they could become a podium contending outfit.
Well, for those who are wondering just how quickly Riley Phillips is going in the 99 car, he's about 1.5 seconds a lap faster than anybody else out there, which is just astonishing, even in this phase of the race, when you've got the leaders battling away. So that car has now got up to 12th position. He's already gained at least 2 places, and he's just done another 1:21. That'll be a lap that's been compromised by traffic, no doubt, because he can set the lap in the 120s, no issue. So they are going to make they're going to make progress in this. They're going to make a bit of an impact in terms of the gap back to the car in front of them. They are 13 seconds adrift. 20 seconds adrift of the Vape Club EDF car, which is only 2.7 behind the 263 Greensill car. So they've got a chance of getting it back into this top 10 very easily if they just keep this together. But fair play to Graham Butterworth, doing exactly what he needs to do there in the GCI car. Yes, they've lost the lead of the race, but they haven't lost the toe. This is the important thing. You've just got to stay in the draft here. Strategy is coming the way of GCI. If we have one more blip from the UVO car at any point, then they are there for the taking. They can get a very easy podium here if they just follow in the wheel tracks of the #1 UVO car to keep it in the hunt.
And of course, we must not forget that this is the first round of a championship, and GCI will definitely see themselves as championship contenders, building on some of the strong performances that they had last year. They missed a few rounds in the middle of the season, did GCI, which is why they were down in, 18th place in the championship. But when they raced, they were rarely out of the top 5. So if they do a full season this year, there's no reason why, especially with a drop score to take into account, no reason why they can't go up there and challenge UVO for the championship. Certainly based on the speed they've shown here, we know they go well at places like Alton Park, which we visited a couple of times as well, so don't count them out of the championship. Those two are now 20 seconds or so ahead of PLR Racing in 3rd, and they are in danger, aren't they, PLR, of being caught here by the rapid Team Olympian car, which Christian Rose is pedalling very, very nicely indeed. He is only just himself ahead of the MJ Tech GT car, so that's probably the next little group of cars that are likely to engage in a battle here, because 3rd place is not as quick as 4th and 5th. And I think the PLR Racing car could start to have to watch its mirrors a bit here to hang on to a podium place.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an intense fight for the final step on the podium, but then 7th position downwards is a pretty intense fight at the moment as well. You've got the Greenheath car, the Agua Caliente car, and the Stobart machine, all very close to each other as they run 7th through to 9th. So a very interesting battle there. Greenheath, Agua Caliente and Stobart all the way through. The Greensill car is another 24 seconds back. So there's a lot of good fighting still to come from them. The Olympian car is now in the 120s as well, as is the MJ Tech car. So they are making big gains. There goes the Olympian car to get past the MJ Tech machine and put the EDF car just in between them for the moment. So they are trying to stick with the PLR machine as much as humanly possible. In they go, turning in. That's nicely handled from the MJ Tech car. Just gets a little bit loose on exit, but they need to stay with the Olympian car as much as humanly possible to not have to worry too much about how much time they're losing to it. But certainly these 3 cars, if they continue to tighten up, we're in for an epic scrabble for the podium. And let's not forget, we've only got another 12 minutes before the next pit window opens.
Yes, and indeed the halfway mark of the race. So nearly 2 hours in, with still another 2 to go, and still none the wiser really as to who the race-winning favourite's going to be. 3 abreast into the first corner we go. This has all changed around, hasn't it? Stobart now to the front of this fight for 7th position, getting ahead of Agua Caliente. And Greenheath, who were at the front of this queue a few laps ago, have now fallen right to the back of it in 9th spot, although they're going to try and do something about that now by going up the inside of Agua Caliente into the right-hander at Village. Just about gets the move made. That was pretty close stuff there. Just about cleared the 207 car, and now they'll set back off after the Stobart car ahead. These 3 are some way adrift, aren't they, of the other cars fighting for 3rd. Yeah, they're in fact about half a lap behind the 5th place car, so very much a battle in isolation here. And in a way, that's quite freeing. They don't need to worry about working together and not losing time for the leaders. This is just a fight for 6th position, and they are fighting for it tooth and nail.
There's a similar battle going on just behind them down the hangar straight, and I think that is actually between the UVO and the GCI car. I think they're actually scrappling for the lead a little bit now, those two cars. They're obviously following each other in the draft, but on that last lap, the GCI car was slightly quicker than the UVO. He hasn't been able to get past on the hangar straight, but he's just trying to keep him in the tow at the moment and stay with him all the way through. So a very interesting little bit of banter between those two cars as they come down the main straight. Look in the background, and you should see the two leading cars come together. Look, the UVO and GCI car, they've tightened up. So the GCI car was actually quicker than the UVO on that lap and has tightened the gap up. They want to have another go at it.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see whether they do choose to have a go or whether they are just content to sit in second for the time being. You're right, though. Really good lap times here, and they are further isolating themselves from the rest of the field, those two. So, granted, we're not even halfway through yet, but they are definitely looking like the favourites to contend for the race victory here today. Safety car free for the time being as well. I did wonder whether the addition of a couple of new gravel traps here and there would change that, but Silverstone does tend to have a history of safety car free races. It's only the third time we've ever raced on the international circuit, but on both previous occasions we've had one safety car in each race, and on the national circuit we had a safety car free race a couple of years ago. So if we continue this way, it does look hard now for anyone other than UVO or GCI to get back into contention.
That's the thing. This circuit, the international circuit of the Silverstone layout, has so much runoff area either side that you end up actually realising with plenty of notice that the car is going to have an issue. Now this is going to be interesting. We've got PLR, Olympian and MJ Tech. They're battling away for position for third down the hangar straight. This is now the Stobart car managing to get through the traffic to get well clear. But if we look back, the third place battle is on between those three cars. Here they are. That's the Olympian car getting through and into third position on the PLR. So that is a change for the podium. That is the Olympian car now in third, PLR fourth, MJ Tech fifth. We did say it wasn't going to be long until these three cars were battling, and this is it.
Wow, what a comeback this is from Team Olympian. A spin within the opening 15 minutes or so of the race, and now they're back into a podium place. Excellent stuff. However, PLR aren't going down without a fight here, are they? Ben Pitch back up the inside, or tried to at least get back up the inside as they headed towards Abbey Corner. But as we've said time and again, that's a difficult and sometimes unrewarding move to try and attempt, really. That's Jamie then, and he has got Fabio in the pit lane.
So down here with last year's champions, the UVO Hoffman's Lotus, I've got Fabio Randaccio with me. From what I've been hearing, you're trying something different today, aren't you?
Trying something different? What's that?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
No, not really. We're driving as fast as we can, which is what we usually do. So we've got a bit of weight in the car because of the new weight regs. But other than that, there's not too much difference. We've got different guys on the car doing the pit crew, and that's been going really well. We had a good session in quali, and the first couple of pit stops have gone smoothly. And it's close. It's nip and tuck at the top.
It is. I mean, it gets closer and closer every year. Obviously, last year it was pretty much a perfect year for you, wasn't it? And are you trying to just keep the momentum going and see if you can make it 5?
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is get in the car and drive it as fast as you can. That's all you can do. And then, you know, a little prayer to the motorsport gods that things go your way. I mean, we had a lot of good fortune last year, and I know in motor racing it's often 95% down, 5% up, and we had all of that 5% in 1 year. So all we can do is keep pushing and keep going for it.
And I mean, we've heard a lot of drivers mentioning about the wind. Because it's affecting people's, I think, coming onto the hangar straight, because it's a bit of a crosswind. I mean, how much does it make to the balance of the car? What's the car doing?
It's blustery. It doesn't bother it down hanger. You feel it down hanger, and the car moves a bit, but nothing serious. Into turn one, you can sometimes find yourself feel like you're sluggish through there, and other times you'll be right on the outside curb because the wind is just in the right way. But yeah, it's awkward.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Fab. We'll catch up later. Back to you guys.
So UVO saying that they are actually going flat out. This is all of the pace that they are unlocking. Do you buy that?
No, because Jamie messaged me about half an hour ago saying Farghini tells me they're doing something different in this race, but Fabio didn't know what it was, which sort of says all you need to know about A, their working relationship, and B, how much you can trust what they say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not convinced. I think they've got some left in the tank. I think they're very aware of what their natural pace is and the fact that, you know, they won 6 of 9 races last year. You don't do that through sheer luck. They were the pace of the field last year. A couple of the teams that really challenged them last season are not here this weekend. I think they're driving within themselves. I think they're saving a bit of fuel. I think they're saving the tyres. I think they're not taking too many risks. I do, though, think that GCI Racing are genuinely on their pace, especially when they're tucked up in the toes. So I don't think that they're sandbagging exactly here, UVI. I do think they're going to have a fight on their hands. But, yeah, I think that maybe they're driving at 98% right now, not quite the full 100.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think there's a little bit more to come from them because essentially there's no percentage in just trying to skate away at this point because you've still got a little bit more work to do. We're quite close to the next pit stop window. Essentially, they need to kind of see what happens at the next pit stop because if they can get like 5-6 seconds on the GCI car, that's when you drop the hammer. That's when you really push it. And that's when Farchini's going to give the car to Fabio and just say, right, gun it like hell, get away, and that's when they're going to really start to push it. They don't need to stretch away from the GCI car at the moment because they have to remember that, you know, Graham Butterworth is going to want to make the overtaking move, but does he really want to risk it at this point, even though that's the UVO car in front and it's for the lead? You know, how big a gamble do you take? You know that the UVO car is always quick. As you say, 6 out of 9 wins last year. How big a risk do you take to throw away a possible second place by gambling on trying to overtake the fastest car in the field that may be holding back?
Yeah, certainly at this stage of the race, I don't think that's a risk worth taking. If this were 5 minutes to go in the race, not 2 hours and 5 minutes, it might be a different story. Yeah. But for now, I think GCI, Ian Wood at the wheel at the moment, is quite happy just following the race leader. What could change that is when they catch this little group, because this is still the ongoing fight between Stobart, Agua Caliente and Greenheath. This is 7th place battle. They are only a couple of laps away, I think, from being lapped by the race leaders. It might happen just as we go into the pit window, actually. That could maybe just change the dynamic between the top 2 cars and between these 3 cars. We always talk, when we're discussing traffic, we talk about the leaders being delayed, but of course it also affects the cars going a lap down, especially when they are in the middle of a battle like this. So they can see the leaders. They've got the Greensall Motorsport car in front, a bit of clean air, and then they're into the 7th place squabble.
Well, the big 2 stories that are going to come out of this next pit stop rotation are going to be the battle for 3rd and the battle for 7th. That's where it's really going to be interesting in the pit stop phase because you've got Olympian, MJ Tech and PLR. They're all together on track, so they've got to come in relatively near each other, and that's going to be about who gets the best work in the pits. And Olympian are very quick on their feet, so they might be able to get a little bit of a gap, or they're going to get even more pressure from those 2 cars around them. And obviously Viking are there in 6th place still, so they could make a bit of an impression. The 7th place gaggle keeps changing corner to corner because you've got Agua Caliente, Stobart and Greenheath all together on the racetrack. This is those 3 cars. The Stobart car is now in between Agua Caliente and Greenheath, and you can see, look, Agua Caliente is desperately trying to break the toe. It knows that the Stobart car is going to try. Oh, a bit of a slingshot manoeuvre potentially wound up there from the Stobart. It went deeper into the corner, the 207 than usual. The Greenheath car is just locked in behind it. So now we're going to get to see some really interesting battles as all 3 cars look pretty wound up there in their gaggle for 7th place.
Yeah, Paul Turner defending well here from Colin Kingsnorth, with Gary Bate watching along the 3rd car in line, 9th place in the race. There are the leading 2, so still Farchini leading the way, still Ian Wood in 2nd place. Here comes the Stobart car. They like this inside line into Abbey, don't they? I don't understand why, because I've not seen it work for them yet once in this race, but they keep showing their nose, maybe just trying to cover off the attack from the Greenheath car behind, but as they come out of the corner, the Greenheath car is closer to them than they are to the 207 Agua Caliente in front. 2.5 minutes then before the next pit window opens, the 3rd pit stop, 3rd mandatory pit stop of the race. Who will do what with fuel, I wonder? I'm intrigued to see what Olympian do here, because having double fueled last time, they could potentially skip fueling again on this pit stop. They're 24 seconds off the lead. Now might be a good chance to try and get 12 of those seconds back and get a little bit closer to the leaders. I think this might be the chance for them to have a really quick pit stop.
The Kaizen Motorsport team with Riley Phillips behind the wheel just banged in a 1:20.2. It's an astonishing lap time, and it's nearly 2 seconds quicker than the leaders are managing. So that is phenomenal pace from Riley Phillips. It's all a little bit disappointing from their point of view, because of course they're not going to get the benefit of it in this race by the look of it, because they're still going to be so far back. Whoa, bit of a moment running wide there for the Agua Caliente car. Stobart and Greenheath are likely to get a big advantage off the turn. They're going to go together here, aren't they? They're almost going to be 3 wide as they approach the apex, but again, this could be the only time that the Stobart goes up the inside and it actually sticks.
Yes, there we go. What do I know, hey? 1 lap after I was criticising that move, they actually make it work, but for how long? Because
we have little faith.
No, there is a reason I'm a commentator, not a racing driver. It does stick as well, because actually they hold on to the position going into Village, and Greenheath there slot in behind as well, so they both get themselves past the Agua Caliente car. Down into Chapel they head. To that hangar straight, but now the leaders are right there, and if you're Farkini right now, this is the last thing you want to see in front of you. 3 cars changing position every lap, squabbling over that 7th place. They're not necessarily looking out for the leaders here. They won't necessarily be getting shown blue flags either, so this could be a tricky lap or so for the leading 2, who continue to maintain that single file formation behind. Greenheath back ahead of Stobart, so that's another change of position between the 2 of them. Can't pit this time. They probably won't be able to pit next time either. Remember, the board will go out in 24 seconds. I think this group will have gone past the line by then. Greenheath with a mistake. That's going to really stack this group of cars up. And Farkini doing his best here to stay out of it. Stobart on the inside. They'll be even slower again now out of Club Corner. And there goes the Uvio car from the outside to the inside. Which way does Ian Wood go? He's going to, well, they all sort of weave around a bit, but stay roughly in single file order through the first corner. Again, Stobart on the inside line. Again, it doesn't work. And this is nervy stuff here for the leading 2 cars. This could so easily go wrong, and it will be through no fault of their own.
Get out of the way, screams Farkini. He can't do anything about it because these 3 are battling for position. And the last thing you want is to trip over one of them. You almost want him to, it's almost a percentage gain to sort of back off and let the GCI car first. You know, after you, mate, you get through them first, and I'll pick off the pieces instead. So it's a big problem to have these 3 cars being very, very close together. And as you say, you know, when they came across the line, the board wasn't out, so they've got to do another lap after this one before they can consider a pit stop. This is where things are going to get a little bit nerve-wracking. The Uvio car decides to go the long way round, nearly loses the car altogether, tries desperately to get the switchback manoeuvre on the Stobart car and can't do it, but has got to try and find a gap to come through on the inside line to sort itself out. The Stobart car is so busy focusing on the Agua Caliente, it almost trips up the leaders.
Of course, they're not just fighting for 7th place, these 3 cars, they're fighting to stay on the lead lap as well, which they're perfectly entitled to do. Ian Wood almost has a go for the race lead there through the 2nd apex of Club Corner. We're into the 3rd hour of the race, and you'd think we were on about the 3rd lap. Look at this. This is the 3 cars fighting for 7th place, right in front of the 2 cars fighting for the race lead. Back into 7th go Agua Caliente, 8th place for Stobart, 9th for Greenheath, and finally Farkini is up the inside of the Greenheath car to put a lap on it. He's got the inside into Village, and I think he will make that move stick, but every one of these 3 overtakes is going to be a real Hail Mary moment here for Farkini. He has to be sure that it's going to be a clean move. The last thing he needs is contact, leaves the door open for Greenheath to almost get the lap back again. I can hardly watch.
I tell you what, Farkini's thinking, don't you know who I am, boys? Get out of the way. I'm the reigning champion. Move over. They are so busy racing each other. Now, this is a good opportunity for Butterworth. He just slides in behind the draft of the Uvio car, but that changes lines. So now he's going to get boxed in behind the Greenheath machine. Now on the inside of the Agua Caliente, one by one, he'll work his way through, but he takes a little bit too much curve. The car's going to get uneven. Now, who's going to come into the pits of these 5? Is anybody going to take it? Yes, the GCI car's coming in. Now, this could be an absolute masterstroke of strategy. He's letting him play and lose time in the gaggle of cars around him, even if it still takes him 1 or 2 corners to get past. He's going to have clean track to play with. That was smart thinking from Butterworth.
Yeah, I noticed that Ian Wood there was quite slow through Stowe Corner. I thought there might have been a problem, but I think he was just debating whether or not that was the moment to pit. It obviously was. That was definitely the right move to make, and Ian Wood will now come in to hand over to Craig Butterworth. So Butterworth will get in the car for his 3rd stint, his 2nd stint of the race. There was originally a 3rd driver entered in that car, but it's just the 2 of them going the distance now. Farkini up the inside of Stobart finally gets it done, but you'd think that they were 3 overtakes for position, wouldn't you? None of them made it easy for him, and within the rules of FunCup, they are entitled to not defend, but but they don't have to jump out of the way. We don't have that traditional blue flag rule, a bit like having something like NASCAR in the States. You're encouraged not to impede the race leader, but if you think you're as quick as them, you are perfectly entitled to run your pace.
How about this? Farkini is desperately trying to break the toe, and this is why, because there's going to be absolutely no love lost between the Stobart car trying to take back the position from Farkini in the UVO. Now, if I'm Farkini at this point, I'm thinking, you know what? We should probably try and stretch away from this gaggle of three, because we lost a lot of time stuck behind these three cars, and that allowed the GCI car to tuck right in behind. So now this is definitely going to be a tricky opportunity now, because a lot of time would have been lost. In fact, the GCI car was actually technically leading because of the way it came into the pits. So the UVO car takes back the lead officially now, but they need to get back some of that time that was lost, because otherwise the GCI car, which is under no pressure at all, will just get past them in the natural progression of the pit stop phase, because you've got to be so careful. The car that's under pressure is normally going to get these things done quicker. On the inside, the Greenheath car tries to get alongside the Stobart, hasn't been able to. Agua Caliente right there for the hunt and taking it to try and get through as well. But the UVO car have got to the front of the field. But notice as they go down the hangar straight, they're going to try and break the toe here. The last thing they want is for that Stobart car to get back in front. Look, he breaks the toe. He moves across to the inside line. I do not want you gaining as much pace as you did last lap on the slipstream, because the Stobart car just wants to stay well clear of the Greenheath. He's not going to have any issue at all getting back past the UVO. As far as he's concerned, that puts a nice buffer between himself and his closest rival.
Yeah, so back out of the pit lane have gone GCI. They are 48.6 seconds behind the leader. In, I think, is coming Greenheath. Yeah, so that's the 14 car in. Gary Bate to hand back over to Jonathan Mitchell for the second time in this race. And Farkini finally can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here. He is free of the traffic. He's starting already to stretch away. How much time did he lose? His last lap was a 1 minute 21.507. That was a solid lap time. In come Greenheath. No fuel this time for Greenheath. No, there is. It was just late going in. So one churn of fuel for the 14 car seems to be par for the course. That it's really only Olympian that we've seen going with this different strategy, and I can't wait to see what they do at the next stop. Getting confirmation from Jamie, by the way, that one churn of fuel went in for the GCI car, and Craig is indeed back in the car now, Craig Butterworth. So one fuel load for the 111. See how that compares with the strategy for UVO. Out go Greenheath, back down the pit lane. It's a long old pit lane, that, to be sat on that pit limiter. It doesn't sound particularly nice when they come popping and banging their way down, and it doesn't actually do the engine much good either. So some teams choose not to use the rev limiter and just sort of go about it manually. That's risky, but might be better for the engines.
Well, Jamie Peterzenis will be down in pit lane trying to grab a few stories for us, so we'll keep an ear out for that. But the UVO car is now 20 seconds clear of the Olympian car. It was anyway, but that's because they haven't made the pit stop yet by comparison. Only half a second back from the Olympian car in second place is the MG Tech Machine. But the PLR car has actually dropped off the back of them a little bit, so there's a little bit of daylight between those two cars. The GCI car has come out 48 seconds back. Now that suggests to me potentially a double fuel run. I think they've decided to go heavy on the refueling this time.
Possibly. That does seem long. I noticed it was in the pit lane for a long time. It was showing on the Tyres screen as being in the pits for a long time. So yeah, that is a long stop when you consider that you save a good chunk of time on pit entry over a standard lap. There is the GCI car then. So Craig Butterworth back in the race, and just ahead of the Greenheath cars. These two cars are both recently pitted but are on different laps. Of course, they were together on track before the pit stop sequence as well, so neither of them have really gained or lost a lot on each other, with still that one lap between them. Caught a brief glimpse there of Team Olympian, who are, well, they were half a second quicker than the leader on the previous lap. They were 1.2 seconds quicker than the leader the lap before. I am not counting Team Olympian out of this. If they can keep this speed going through the next couple of stints, they could still get there. They're 20 seconds behind UVO. If they can keep taking half a second a lap, though, there's still nearly 2 hours left.
Yeah, there's no reason why they can't be a threat to UVO at all. As into the pits comes Viking. That was very close to the mark, wasn't it, on the stopping of the pits. Very good work from the Viking team to keep themselves up in the top six. That's going to be Holm out and none in, I do believe. So they'll change over for the 5th stint of the race. There's the CCS Media car, which has not really been able to salvage anything since its earlier pit stop, unfortunately. They're just trying to tick down the time and hope that the race comes back to them, but they look permanently out of that top 10. and they are a lap down as well, which doesn't help things either. So some big problems there. The Royal Motorsport team have now fallen 3 laps down, I noticed, so not the best situation for them to be. Is into the pit lane. I'm trying to make out which car that was coming in. I wonder if it was the 263 car coming in, the Greensole Motorsport car coming in. But certainly it's getting pretty busy down there in pit road. The Uvio car is 19.3 seconds, so the Olympian car is chipping away at it little by little.
Another 9/10 that time, and remember the leader isn't in traffic at the moment. I'd like to see the Olympian car. Have they got a slipstream from someone? Has someone gone out of the pit lane in front of them or something? They've suddenly found a big chunk of time over the last few laps, and Christian Rose, we know he's fast. He is the son of Paul Rose, the boss of the FunCup UK Championship, and Christian, a very, very experienced driver. For years and years, he was one of the guns for hire, if you like. If you hired a JPR car and you needed an extra driver, they would give you Christian Rose for a race, but that meant that he never really had the chance to go and fight for a championship. He finally has had that opportunity with Olympian over the last few years, and he has not wasted it at all. Been really impressed with Christian's speed over the last couple of seasons, and he's showing it again here. Fastest car on the track right now. Well, he and the 61 car that's right behind him of Martin Gibson, sorry, are both the fastest. Oh, big spin for the fueled up car. That's the 49 machine, the fueled up racing car of Paul Ellis, who I think has just taken that car over. Yep, they've made 3 pit stops. Again, another driver to have a spin at high speed and end up undamaged. That is, I guess, where you're grateful for lots of runoff area, but he did that with a car alongside him that could easily have ended in contact.
Yeah, that was very, very fortunate indeed for both cars involved in that one, to be fair. They got away with that one. Here is the GCI car now coming up to lap the CCS Media car for, get this, the 2nd time. How about that? How different has this race played out? Right at the start, they were sat behind the CCS Media car and the Greensole Motorsport machine, just waiting and biding their time, and now they are lapping them for the 2nd time. That is baffling.
They've been lapping GCI, by the way, Craig Butterworth, about the same pace as Uvio. They were a bit slower that time because they got held up by CCS, but the lap before that, almost identical pace to the race leader. So right now, unless Uvio have a really quick pit stop, it's going to be pretty close still between the top 2.
Now, this is for position, these two. This is the Greenheath car, I think. Oh, no, my apologies. The Greenheath car is a little further up on the CCS Media car, but they're trying to get themselves back into this. Is that Nigel Greensole back at the wheel now?
No, I think they're saving him for the last stint, I think. 2, 4, 8, it is Bob Tomlinson, then Alan Honeyman, and then Greensole in for the last stint, which is typically the way they do that. They plug Nigel in for the start, he goes away and has a couple of cups of tea, a few chocolate digestives, and then jumps in again for the final stint, and that makes sense. He is the quickest driver, and it means that if they are still in contention at the end for a decent result, he's got a pretty good chance of getting it for them.
Their afternoon tea comestibles are available,
I
of
have
course.
news
In
from
the
the
pits
pit lane.
comes the Viking team. Now, this looks like a long... no, sorry, that's not the Viking team, is it? That is the...
MJ Tech.
That is the MJ Tech. Yeah, they were running in 3rd place. Olympian are in as well, just in front of them.
Where's your window?
So this is going to be interesting.
I want to see what Olympian are doing. Have they fueled that car? I think they were, weren't they?
I couldn't quite see either, so that's frustrating. But there is the Kaizen Motorsport car that has, as I told you, that they would have got themselves back up into the top 10. But obviously they've got a pit stop still to do, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, they might have done it already.
No, only 2 stops, I think, for 99. They're one of the few, actually. They and the race leading car are, I think, the only 2 now to have made just 2 stops.
Yeah, well, they've got to do it on this lap, because as you said before, you know, the pit stop window is only open for 10 minutes. So as long as they come in on this lap, then they're legal, which they do. So that is perfectly fine. But well done to Riley Phillips. What a stint. The fastest lap they were able to get in the end was a 1:20.017. They almost lapped the international circuit at Silverstone in under 80 seconds. Fair play.
Yeah, that is impressive stuff, isn't it? And Riley showing that he is still as quick as ever. He's going to hand that 99 car over to Ravi Ramyed now. They are waiting with the fuels. That will be at least 1 journey of fuel going into that car. Hearing the 125 car double fueled on the last stop, it's not terribly relevant because they're all the way down in 18th place, but there are teams out there that are doing it. We heard Olympian had done that before. Where the real interest lies is to see where Uvio come out of the pit lane in relation to this car, the GCI car, in a corner or so. So if we stick with this car, we should see Uvio Hoffman's Lotus come out of the pit lane somewhere, likely just ahead of them. Let's see. 99 still ready and waiting in the pits, and they will head back out onto the track. But where are the race leaders? What is that gap going to be between cars 1 and 111?
This is going to be fascinating to see what happens in this next phase of the race, because obviously we're now into the 3rd hour, and this is all going to be about when UVO decides to become it. They are in pit road, by the way, so UVO are in. They left it as late as humanly possible to make their pit stop, and that was kind of what we predicted they would do. Once they got held up, they kind of had to try and stretch out a bit of a gap and rejoin again. So they have now completed their 3rd pit stop. All teams have done so except for the Greensill Motorsport number 125, who have had to do an additional pit stop, by the way. So it all kind of shapens out. Everybody's now done their 3 pit stops, as it were, but the Olympian team have rejoined in 5th position. That's interesting. They have actually lost time to not only the MJ Tech, but also the PLR.
Yes, I'm guessing therefore they did put fuel in. I suspected they might not, but maybe double fuel, and maybe they can go to the end now. We'll wait and see. Caught a glimpse there of the UVO car just up the road from GCI, so they are still in the race lead. UVO then with Fabio Randaccio back behind the wheel. Give you the official gap in a moment or two. This, meanwhile, is Stobart versus Greenheath again. Oh, bit of contact that time, bit of door banging as they came out of the final corner. That's 7th place for Greenheath. And these two cars are just inseparable at the moment, aren't they? They head up through Abbey Corner. The 14 and the 170 have been tied together by a very, very short piece of string. The car we've lost from this battle, though, is Agua Caliente, who are some way behind. They've only just crossed the line now. That's a good 20 seconds or so back. So they obviously had a significantly slower pit stop than the cars with whom they were racing. Right, Jamie in the pit lane.
Yes, so I'm down here with Team 99. First we've got Richard Just. You're more used to the Ginetta Academy. They're a bit different, these, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a very different thing. It's more like a go-kart than a race car, I guess, but we're having a good time.
And how have you found the racing? Because it's a 4-hour sprint race, not an endurance.
No, it's good. It's pretty flat out all the way round. I was sort of in a bit of open air when I was driving, so I'm looking forward to the next session. Excellent.
Thanks a lot, Richard. And Riley, it's a new venture for you, isn't it? Former champion, got out of the car, huge hug from your dad. It's going well, and also it's helping Richard and Ravi pick up the pace as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're doing a mega job this weekend. You know, our pit stops are on point, really, and I'm really happy with that. And hopefully, yeah, they'll just get quicker as the weekend goes on.
And what's the track conditions like there? Because we've heard a few mentioning sort of crosswinds as you go onto the hangar straight, and buffeting inside the car. Do you find that's relatively off-putting?
There's a little bit of wind out there, but yeah, I don't really mind it. Yeah, it's good in the tow behind another car because you haven't got the wind to deal with. But yeah, no, super enjoying it out there. It's a lovely day.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, guys. Back to you, Andy and Jake.
So some very interesting developments there. Great to hear from Riley Phillips, who put in such an incredible stint, really charged his way forward and put the guys in the motorsport car. Once all the musical chairs have stopped, they're up to 11th, so they actually gained 2 places in that stint. Fair play to Riley Phillips, good work there. We've still got this battle raging in the top 5. There is the Viking car that is in 6th position, having lost about 15 seconds to the cars in front. There is the car that was leading the Greensill Motorsport car, is now down in 12th. So the 2 cars that were 1st and 2nd are now 12th and 13th. What a difference 2.25 hours makes.
I know, that's often the way because of the random grid, of course. Now, news from the pit lane here. Olympian did double fuel. So the car we're watching on the screen here, the green machine, they double fueled again last time. That's the 2nd time that they have done that in this race. They did it at the 2nd stop, and now they've done it at the 3rd. So they have filled that thing to the absolute brim. Can they now go to the end? The remaining 2 stints without refueling. If they do need fuel, it'll be a splash. They won't need anything like as much fuel as those around them. So they're taking the hit now, knowing that in all likelihood it's not going to cost them a huge amount. I mean, they're still, well, let's see, they're going to cross the line now. How far off the lead?
Less than half a minute away. Yeah, that's not bad going.
31 seconds. So 31 seconds off the lead, but they will have a significantly quicker final pair of pit stops. could be a stroke of genius. We won't know for another hour and 3/4 whether it was or not, but that could be a really, really good strategic call there for Team Olympian. Let's run through who's in the cars then. Uvio Hoffman's Lotus Fabio Randaccio leads the way by 3.8 seconds, nearly 3.9, over the 111 car. That is the GCI Racing car. That's really been the fight for the lead throughout most of the last hour or so. Craig Butterworth back in that car for the time being. Third place now for MJ Tech GT. Of course, they benefited from Olympian's long pit stop there. The 61 car is now being driven by Scott Jeffs again, the Euro NASCAR racer, and he is 18 seconds adrift of GCI in second position. PLR Racing still having a steady run here in fourth position. It's the captain back aboard the ship now, with Neil Plymouth piloting the PLR car. Fourth position for him, 2.6 seconds, as I said, behind the 61 machine. Fifth place for Team Olympian, possibly with fuel to get to the end. Certainly they're in a good shape now for some quick pit stops over the final hour and 40 minutes or so. That car being driven by Chris Doval, who started the car just over 2 hours ago. Sixth position for Team Viking, and that is the 110 car on Mark Home, again in for his second stint of the race. Seventh place Team Greenheath, we were following them just now in their scrap. That car being driven by Jonathan Mitchell, again his second stint of the day. Stobart Sport, the car they just overtook, that car being piloted by Richard Webb. Ninth position for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. They've had a solid day actually. They were in the thick of the action in the early stages, and now the 246 car in the fourth stint of the race being driven by Matt Dawkins, staying out of trouble, keeping inside the top 10. What's rounding out that top 10 at the moment is the Agua Caliente 207 machine being driven by Rob Croydon. That's how it stands inside the top 10 then, as we head into the second half of this opening round of the FunCup Endurance Championship. Still all to play for here, and because of the way the strategies are playing out, Jake, we are not going to know which way this one's going to land until that final 15 minutes or so.
You're absolutely right, but looking at the lap times of the Olympian car in the last couple of laps, that heavy car is really starting to hamper the lap times. They're dropping into the 122.5s consistently. That's a lovely move from the PLR to continue in its fourth position run. And a little bit of a mix-up for the EDF car. They got a face full of curb, unfortunately, as they came through the course there. But yeah, the Olympian car, if it wants to win this race, they've got to be so careful about their lap times. They've got to keep them as high as possible, and dropping into the 122.5s is going to be counterproductive. Look, they've just done a 122.8 now, so they're really hemorrhaging time. They've got to try and pick the pace up a lot because they've dropped now to 34 seconds back. Yes, they're not going to have the opportunity, they're not going to have the problem of having to pit again, but if they lose too much time in this stint, then essentially the time they've gained, well, it will already be lost by the amount of pace that they will drop. So it's really, really important for the Olympian car that they pick up the pace here. Dropping into the 122.8 is not really going to benefit them at all. They've got to try and keep this together as much as possible, because essentially the more time you lose in one stint, yes, you've gained the advantage, but it won't mean anything by the time the stint is over, because that 15, 16 seconds you gain, well, the car is so heavy that it's lost that out on the track. So it's a good idea, but unfortunately they haven't been able to keep the lap times high enough to benefit from it.
No, they haven't, and that is something that we wouldn't necessarily expect to see from these cars. They're actually not that weight sensitive when it comes to the fuel, but I think maybe because of the nature of this circuit, it's got some very fast corners, of course, but it's the stop and start sections at the start and end of the lap where carrying that extra weight is definitely going to hurt you. So Team Olympian, still though, I think they'll have calculated this. They've not just done this on a whim. They'll have calculated what their potential lap times are going to be with a full tank of fuel in, and they still must think that it's going to save them more time than it will lose them.
They've got a fantastic chance of third place, whatever happens here, because they're definitely close enough to MJ Tech and PLR to be a serious threat by the end of the race. If MJ Tech and PLR have only done one single fuel tank of stop on the last one, then they're only about 14 seconds adrift of them. So the podium is still very much on for Olympian. The win is going to be very tricky to predict, because it all depends essentially what Uvio and GCI are able to do across their last stint. But looking at Randaccio in the lead and in second place Butterworth, you know, these two cars are fairly evenly matched at the moment. The Uvio car is faster, but only by about 1/4 of a second a lap at the moment. There's not a massive difference in raw pace. So again, this comes down to how good the preparation early season has been for the GCI car. They have been so consistent, and they're keeping it at 121.1 and 121.4 respectfully, so there's not much difference between them. They're only losing about 0.3 of a second per lap at the most. That keeps both cars in the hunt. It keeps Olympian in the hunt for a podium, and there are still several teams that have yet to really show us the ace up their sleeve.
No, I agree with that, and that is important because they're doing that GCI, this is without a slipstream. That is genuine pace, just 0.3 off the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, which leads the way. Looking down the order outside of the top 10, meanwhile, Kaiser Motorsport in 11th place, are only 5.4 seconds out of the top 10. However, they are not lapping as quickly as the cars ahead of them for the time being. Right, I think we can head down to Jamie, who is in the pit lane.
Yes, I'm down here with Fueled Up Racing, a brand new team to FunCup. Those who are regular FunCup viewers will recognise the car from a couple of years ago. And I've got Wendy Ellis-Smith with me. Her husband Paul is out there enjoying his first race within the FunCup, and you'll be joining in from Croft. How excited are you?
Very excited seeing today. We've got beautiful sunshine, some really good racing. The car, Rob at Raw Motorsports done a great job of prepping it, and a whole team effort behind us to get us out, not just on the first ever FunCup race, but their first ever race ever. So, big day.
Yeah, I mean, you've raced before, you've done a little bit of mini racing. Of course, we were at Donington a few weeks ago, driving two very different minis. Safe to say she was faster than me, so yeah, so it's great. And what attracted you to this fantastic championship?
About 10 years ago, Paul actually did a corporate day where they brought him to Silverstone and put him in a FunCup. And ever since then, although we've done quite a lot of enduro bike racing, he's had it in the back of his mind that if we did do cars, this was going to be it. So, and he's so excited about it, it's infectious, and he's talked everyone else into it.
and from what I understand, you're hoping for it to be a long-term programme.
Yeah, I think so. This is just the very beginning for us, and it's a massive learning curve. And if we finish today's race with a finishing flag, the car in one bit, and all the boys in safe and happy, we're going to party more than the winners.
Excellent stuff. Well, it's great to see you. Welcome to the party, and we'll look forward to seeing you, Wendy, behind the wheel at Croft. But you have hinted it might be sooner.
Well, you never know what's going to happen, do you? But I'll always have my kit bag with me.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot. Back to you guys.
Another driver was faster than Jamie Peters-Ennis during a race weekend. Do you expect us to believe these lies, Jamie? Honestly.
Yes, he is. Jamie is a competitive soul. He wouldn't like to admit it, but I'm sure that will have irked him for sure. Yeah, a great point there that we're making with these inexperienced drivers. You know, we get wrapped up a lot in talking about fighting the race win, podium, blah blah blah. But you know, we forget that those teams that are running 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, they might still be really happy with how their day's going. You know, we might think that's, or some people might think that that's a bad result, but if it's your first ever time racing in such a competitive championship, just getting to the flag and not doing anything silly is like a win.
Yeah, let's not forget the Fueled Up Racing team. This is their very first race in FunCup, and as the driver representative there pointed out, for a couple of the drivers in the team, this is their very first car race of any kind. So to come straight in at FunCup, and they're lapping in the 122s, 123s, fair play. I mean, I couldn't do it. We may well find out one day whether Jamie could do that, because he keeps on badgering Paul Rose for driving one of these cars. Well, we've got, you know, 3 of us in the commentary box. I mean, I'm sure we can get Richard John Neal when he gets back from COVID. He can get in the box, and the 3 of us can have a go. We can't be that slow.
No, I would certainly like to put that theory to the test if Paul Rose is listening. Yes, absolutely fantastic to see so many new drivers racing in the championship this weekend at Silverstone, and hopefully they enjoy it. That's the main thing, and they want to come back, because you know, these are tricky cars to learn. It's a tricky series to learn in as well. You need to give it time, you need to give it a season or so, and we have seen teams that have come in and been, you know, complete racing novices sometimes, and go on and do really, really big things, not just in FunCup, but elsewhere as well. Enduro Motorsport being a great example of of that, and you know, that team now, the things they're doing in international GT racing even this year is really impressive, and it all started here at the FunCup.
And then conversely, you get the brilliant drivers that come in for the first time to FunCup and realise just how tough it is to run at the front. Remember Anthony Reid and the Trooper Beer crew? They thought, well, we're racing driver aces, we can come in and walk this, and they found it was really tough. Oh, goodness me, that's about as close to the nastiest accident of the race that we have overcome.
And that was a tad unnecessary as well. The Stobart car had the inside line, but there was a car fully alongside on the outside, and they just didn't seem to see it there, which is easily done, I suppose. The 170 car is being driven by Richard Webb, who's been around the block a few times in FunCup, and I'm sure would not have done that intentionally, but the car that he sort of elbowed out of the way there, that was the Vape Club Racing with EDF Motorsport car of Matt Dawkins. I thought for a second that had actually damaged his car. The way the right front wheel looked did not look healthy, but I think they just about got away without any significant damage. They are on different laps, those cars, so I guess maybe the Stobart car expected the EDF car to get out of the way. No, that is for position.
That was for position.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well, the Stobart car wasn't sure how much damage they'd actually picked up. I was watching them down the hangar straight. They did have a little bit of a weave, a little left, right, just to see if the car was a little bit unsettled as a result of that. Now, that's not going to please the Vape Club team at all, because that was just a little bit forceful. That was a bit of impatience, I think, on the part of the Stobart car, just thinking, oh, enough of this. I've been staring at your rear spoiler for the last 5 minutes. I need to get through now. I can't lose any more time to the cars in front, and I certainly can't afford to lose time to the Agua Caliente car a few seconds down the road. So he just forced the issue there a little bit over the edge. So it'll be fascinating to see what the retaliation's going to be, and it will come.
Yeah, well, it might come now, because Dawkins has got the slipstream down the hangar straight. The Stobart car doesn't really have much of a tow from the MJ Tech GT car, which is a lap ahead of them. So I reckon he's going to be left fairly defenceless here. He just pulled to the middle ground there just to try and cover it. And in fairness to Matt Dawkins, doesn't go for a really aggressive move, or does he? Yes, he does. Forget that. Up the inside he goes. There's going to be a bit more paint traded there. There wasn't really the space, but yeah, I get the feeling that these two drivers are going to want to word with each other after this stint. It's very entertaining to watch, but yeah, they are not particularly happy with each other. Finally, EDF go through. Nice move in the end round the outside, but can they make it stick? Because now the slipstream game turns back in the favour of the Stobart car.
Are they wearing racing gloves, or are they wearing boxing gloves? Because these two cars, you know, you don't get to see this much contact over the course of a couple of laps in FunCup very often. It only happens when things have gone very badly wrong, and they really were leaning on each other. I noticed that the window panel of the Stobart car has come quite loose. It's actually flapping in the breeze, such has been their door rubbing. So it just shows you that these two drivers very motivated. Just check out the Stobart car when it comes through. That's a very loose, flappy paddle on the side of the car. So a bit of an issue there. Maybe that's going to be looked at the stop, but it's just slightly out of its line. And with the crosswinds, that actually has a danger of blowing off, so they've got to be careful. Meanwhile, the Olympian car continues to lose its position based on the heavy fuel load. They're in the 122.4s, so that's better in terms of pace. They do need to up the ante a little bit more, but as the fuel depletes, they will get into the 121s, and the BLR car dives in on the inside of the 125 Greensill car in the hope that they're going to be given enough room on the exit of it, because they don't want to lose too much time to the MJ Tech car in front, you see, so they've got to try and work their way through the traffic fairly systematically. Around the outside, that'll do nicely.
Yeah, nice stuff there. That is Neil Plymmer taking the move stick, the most experienced driver on the grid. Well, he and Nigel Greensill maybe would have a debate over who's done the most FunCup race. I reckon Neil might just win that one out, actually, and he made that move stick with great aplomb, and now tries to do the same thing to the Stobart car. Yeah, I see what you mean about that. That shouldn't be hurting them too much on the Stobart car, the window cover coming loose. At least it's sort of going... There's not a gap in front of the window for the air to catch on. It's not aerodynamically hurting them too much. You're right about the risk of it falling off, but I don't think something they can certainly fix with a little bit of gaffer tape at the pit stop. Too much to worry about there, which, as we know, fixes everything.
It does, yeah.
Gaffer tape. Gaffer tape and a big hammer is a racing mechanic's best friend.
So down the hangar straight, and we're going to see if the Greensill number 125 car is going to get the run on the Stobart Sport machine. The CCS Media car is in the hunt as well for track position. The PLR machine is still losing a little bit in time to the MG Tech car. Well, I think the Stobart car has a little problem developing because the Greensill car got past it very easily and left it with absolutely no doubt about which of the two cars was going to get through the apex there particularly quickly. I wonder if the Stobart car has actually picked up a little bit of damage when it went wheel to wheel there with the Vape Club car, because that's suddenly looking a little bit leery under brakes. I noticed that when they came into the Vale. I wonder if the car is slightly out of sorts.
Yeah, well, it would be the left rear corner that took the whack, and that's the corner you're leading on through corners like Stowe, like here at Abbey, so just what you want on a really high-speed clockwise circuit is damage on the left rear corner, not. So, yeah, they'll certainly look at it at the pit stops. Let's hope it's not going to force them in for an early stop. What was their lap time that time around? They're running in 9th place, remember, as well, so they don't want to give up a top 10. Yeah, 24.6. That is slow. Yeah. That is a good 3 seconds off what they should be running. So we saw him have that moment at Stowe Corner. And of course that will knock the confidence now. He won't want to push that hard just in case it snaps again. If you have something break at that speed, it's not going to be a small accident.
Their biggest immediate problem now is that they've still got 6 3/4 minutes until the next pit window opens. Now when they get into the pit window, they can check it, they can look it over and figure out whether it can, they can just adjust whatever it is that's out of line or whatever and send them on the way. But, you know, 6.5 minutes of the Silverstone circuit, what's that? That's about 5 laps. So they're going to hemorrhage potentially 3 to 4 seconds a lap for the next 5 laps. That's going to be any chance of making the top 6 quickly evaporate. So that's a real problem for that particular car. And that's come at a very difficult moment at the very end of a stint as well. So a bit of an awkward moment. By comparison, the Vape Club car is currently lapping in the 121s. The Stobart have got back up to speed again, but it's still only to the 123.1 mark. So they've definitely lost a lot of pace in that car with that little bit of contact. Up to the top 10, though, has come the Tyres Motorsport car. We've got an absolute gaggle of cars coming towards us in the hangar straight up towards Abbey. And the Tyres Motorsport car has managed to get into 10th position. They finally made the top 10, getting past the Agua Caliente car. So they are going to make progress. And if Riley Phillips is going to get back in the car one more time, which of course he is, then they could even start knocking on the door of top 6 by the time this race is over.
Yeah, impressive pace in the second stint of the race for Ravi Ramyed. And just will take over next, then it will be Riley Phillips. So, yeah, all we need to do is stay in contention until that last stint, and then we know that Riley is more than capable of flying. Lead gap, by the way, came down by 3/10 that time. It's still less than 5 seconds between Uvio and GCI Racing, so doing everything they need to do here on GCI. Good stint this one for Craig Butterworth, just keeping that gap as small as he can, not overdriving the car. And as we've said, second place certainly looks good because they're 25.5 seconds now ahead of MJ Tech GT in third position. We were monitoring, weren't we? MJ Tech, PLR, Team Olympian all coming together. Of course, Olympian had that long pit stop then because of the double fuel. MJ Tech to PLR is 6.8 seconds and going up rather than down that gap. So PLR not really showing the absolute front-running pace at this stage. Team Viking are ahead of Team Olympian now. So Chris Doval has lost 5th position to the 110 of Mark Home. Worth mentioning that Doval is probably the slower of the 3 drivers in that car. He's quick, don't get me wrong, but compared to Christian Rose and, it turns out, Haytham Caragiuli, you'd expect the car to have better pace as the race goes on from this point on. I think that car will pit early this time. They'll get their quick drivers in and then hope that they can use these shorter pit stops to really get back in contention.
Just watching that battle of 10th place continue to unfold. This is the Kaiser Motorsport number 99 and the Agua Caliente 207. The Viking car is trying to lap them and will obviously get the opportunity to do that. The fastest car on the track at the moment is the GCI car, second place. They've taken half a second out of the leaders on the last 2 consecutive laps, so they've actually managed to find a little bit of pace. The 121.4 for the Uvio car last time round. The GCIs have been the 120.9, so that's comparable to the fastest lap they've done all race. So they've still got something to throw. They're not done yet by any stretch, as now up the inside the Kaizen car is actually having to defend from the Agua Caliente to make sure that they hold on to the position. But this race isn't done. Anybody who thought, well, the Uvio's in the lead, that's it, job done, give them the checkered flag now,
GCI are still throwing everything at them, and they've got pace.
And that is exactly what we would have been thinking if this were last year. You know, at this stage of the race, Uvio in the lead by 5 seconds, you'd be thinking, yep, they're going to just keep on building that gap, and we're not going to see them again until the checkered flag. That's just not the way that things have been today. Whether it is that they're trying something different strategically, whether the car just isn't on the pace, I don't know. But we may well not find that out until after the race has finished. Good battle pack coming through here. 99 in 10th position. Holding on to that 10th place still from Agua Caliente, and then behind Viking and Olympian. So that's the fight for 5th position there. The yellow machine is the Viking car, the green one Team Olympian. And again, Chris Doval just trying to stay in the wheel tracks of the Viking car and maybe use this lap traffic as an opportunity to attack again. They're weaving left and right down the Hangar straight. Here comes the Olympian car. Is it going to have a go at the inside? No, but we are going to see an attempted overtake from the 207 there. Rob Croydon, if there had been a gap, would absolutely have committed to it on the inside line. Pit window open?
It's not open yet. It's not open yet, so...
and that's all right. I thought the Viking car was pitting. It was just a very tight line out of snow.
Yeah, so did I, but the Viking car has only just got past the Olympian for 5th position, so the Olympian car still losing a bit of time because of its heavy fuel load. But if you're the Olympian car, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just tag in behind the Viking self-storage car and just let it pull you along, because that will actually help alleviate some of the lap time they are losing over the course of a lap. They just run in the draft, they'll actually get back a bit of the time that they're losing with a heavy fuel load. If they can stay within a minute of Uvio, they still have a good chance here of making the podium. They've just got to stay as close to that Viking car as they possibly can without losing too much time. Letting them go through is actually a bit of a benefit. It's a 1 step back to go 2 steps forward approach, because essentially, yes, they'll lose track position, but they'll gain momentum down the Hangar straight, down the main straight, and they can just follow in the tow. So that's actually a fairly decent strategic call for the Olympian, because they're not losing a massive amount of time by comparison. They're still in the 123s in the gaggle of traffic, so no more time lost than the Viking really is. But they essentially need to be very cautious about where they pitch the car. These two are still battling for position, Kaizen and Agua Caliente. This is a nightmare for Viking, but look how quickly the Olympian car is back on the tail of the Viking car. They can gain again as they move up towards the braking zone for the Vale. If they're not careful, someone's going to trip and someone's going to spin off here.
Yeah, it's a similar situation to what we saw earlier on when Uvio and GCI were lapping the, I think it was the 7th place battle then, wasn't it? It was ironically involved with the Agua Caliente car at the time. And now they're finding themselves in a very similar situation. They're fighting for a position, and they've got quick lead lap cars, podium contending cars potentially before the day is out, right behind them, trying to find a way through. Up through Abbey they go. Defensive line there taken by the 99 car, the Kaiser Motorsport car. Rami Rambiad is a rapid driver. He's defending well here as well. And look, a bit of frustration creeping in maybe now for the Team Viking car. I think Mark Holm knows that he's quicker than these two. He knows he's losing time to the likes of PLR racing up the road, but just can't quite find himself on the right line at the right point in order to make the overtake stick. This time surely he's got half a chance. Has a good run there out of Chapel onto the Hangar straight, but almost had to pull out of the slipstream a bit too early because of it. Loses all of his momentum and has to duck back in again for a bit of a tow halfway down the straight. Actively defending are the lapped cars here as they try and maintain their track position. I can understand defending maybe if it's the leader behind you. It is the 5th place car coming up to lap you though. I do kind of feel that maybe you shouldn't be making life quite so hard for the lead lap cars. Here we go though, side by side again for 10th place. Agua Caliente to the outside at Vale and still can't find a way through. But yeah, if I were the Viking team here, if I were Mark Holm, I think I'd be getting a bit frustrated here too.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see, because that gap between them and PLR is absolutely gargantuan now by comparison. PLR are still keeping it in the 121s, and Viking and Olympian have dropped into the 123s, so they're losing 2 seconds a lap being stuck behind this battle. Come on, boys, get out of the way and let us come by. The Olympian team are actually on the toe of the Viking team here, so they're not really going to panic about this at all. Viking are though, because all it takes is one big error in judgment and they could get swiped clean off the road here, or they could end up losing ground to Olympian. One of those two incidents is not preferable in the slightest. And they come down the hangar straight now. Now the pit window is open, so they might. If I'm Viking, I'm looking at this situation going, do you know what? It might be time to pit. As into the pits comes the Vape Club machine to start the ball rolling on the pit stops. In fact, the Greensill Motorsport car came in momentarily before them. So now we're getting cars coming in for the next pit stop rotation. These guys have it nice and easy. The MJ Tech crew, they're on their own in third place.
One of the Bridle twins watching on there. I'm not even going to attempt to tell you which one it is, but they were long-time FunCup racers as well, 3 or 4 years ago. Right, in comes everybody. Oh, this is good. Well, everyone apart from Agua Caliente, but we've got the Kaizen car in, Vikings are in, and Olympian are in.
If you're Viking right now, you are absolutely seething. Are you joking? I've been sat behind you for 3 laps, and now I've got to follow you in the pits as well.
This will be interesting, though, because we're wondering how quick the Olympian stop will be. Vikings, you can see, have got fuel waiting. What about Olympian? I see a churn going round the front, I think, so they're going to need a splash of fuel at least. But how much quicker can this pit stop be than the cars around it? Yeah, they're definitely putting fuel, and quite a lot of fuel. That surprises me, actually. That must surely now be a full tank that'll get them to the end.
I don't think they want to gamble at the end of the race. That's the thing. They've lost a bit of time in that last phase, so now they've got to go for a last gasp effort. Because they lost so much time, they think, well, we might need a splash and dash at the end, so why take the chance? Why risk the possibility that we might need it? Let's just top it up a little bit more, and then we know, whatever happens, other people may need a splash, we don't. Let's get it to the end. In the top 5, we should be able to come up with a decent result if we just keep it on the island. So it's kind of basically just trying to keep as many eggs in as many baskets as possible there. They just want to save themselves any aggro on the way back out the pit lane. So an interesting tactic there from many people. What they have done, though, is they've jumped Viking. Even though they've taken a splash of fuel, they have jumped them by quite a few seconds as well. So they are getting back to where they think they deserve to be.
Which does suggest that that wasn't a full churn of fuel that went in then, because like we saw, the Vikings were taking fuel, and yet it was a significantly quicker stop for Olympian. Olympian then plugged Haytham Karajuli in. We saw how rapid he was earlier on. This really is where the race begins now for Team Olympian. They need to be putting in some really good stints over the remaining hour and a quarter or so. They're back out on track right in front of the third place car, which is yet to make its penultimate pit stop of the day. And Team Olympian then, well, this is a pivotal few laps whilst everyone else is coming in and getting their new drivers in, getting their pit stops done. How much time can they gain and how quick can they be out on the track for the final couple of stints?
So PLR is the team that is leading of the pit crews that have made 4 stops. So they are still very much in the hunt for the podium. They did lose a little bit more time than they were hoping to lose, but that's the difference between Olympian and Viking in terms of their last pit stops. They gained about 12 seconds, which, as we've already deciphered, is the difference between 1 churn and 2. It's about 12 seconds. Jamie Peters-Ennis down in pit lane as the race really starts to unravel. This is going to be very interesting in the second phase.
So I'm down with Apollo Motorsport, who are making a welcome return to the FunCup Endurance Championship after a 3-year absence. And I've got Tegan Ramsey with me. Her dad, Stuart, is a team owner, but you're having a go at team managing. And how are they doing? They're doing really well so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're having lots of fun, which is the main thing. Their pace has been really good. Yeah, I mean, they've stayed out of trouble so far, which has been even better. But no, as long as they're having fun, that's all that we care about.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the hindrance of a bridle who's popped in, hasn't he, Christopher? We're trying to get him back out in these, aren't we?
Yeah, he has said to me that he's wishing he was out. I think he's a little bit envious of my dad, but he's got his own car to race, so it's only fair he comes and helps us. We go and help him, he can come and help us.
And has this changed since you were last here? Because obviously each year, as we've always said, it gets tougher and tougher. You've been away doing some LMP stuff with the European Le Mans Series. I mean, can you compare the two?
I mean, they're very different. They are very different. I guess the principle's the same. You're driving around as fast as you can go. I don't know. I mean, this is always fun. This is always very relaxed and very chilled. Everyone's very friendly. I don't really know. I mean, they're both very similar, but I think this is a bit more relaxed. LMP is obviously a bit more pressure, there's a bit more at stake. But no, it's nice to be back. It's nice to come and see everyone again after so long.
And it's a full campaign this year, isn't it?
Yes, they are apparently doing the full season, which we'll see how it goes.
Well, we'll get you behind the wheel because you've driven one of these, haven't you?
Yeah, let's not say how that went, but I had a go doing a couple of laps, we shall say. But yeah, I think if any of us are going to go out, it'll be my brother. Dad's already said that he might be able to have a go at the end of the year, so we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Well, good to see you back. That's Tegan Ramsey from Apollo Motorsport. Back to Andy and Jake.
Great to hear the presence of Apollo Motorsport coming back into the championship as well, because they obviously, you know, I remember them the last time I got involved with FunCup, which was back in 2016 at this very venue. So it's good to see that they're coming back into it. But this is what we were talking about earlier with the pandemic. A lot of people have had to pull away from racing. Now they're going to get the chance to come back. And 19 cars on the grid is good, but it's nowhere near what we've come to expect in the world of FunCup. We're surely going to get those remaining sort of 10 to 13 cars returning as time continues to roll on. So we should see more of a presence from these competitors as they continue on their way. But it is great to see them back, and I'm sure that with them coming back, there's going to be a few more faces returning. Now, this is a good opportunity to look at GCI, because they've obviously got themselves back into a good rhythm and a good run. But right at the end of the pit stop window, UVO have just set their best lap of the race. So they mean business here. They want to try and stretch this gap out a little bit more to GCI. But it is phenomenal to see that GCI, which of course is named after their three drivers, or the three people in the team, Graham, Craig and Ian, that's where the name comes from. But they are genuinely in this hunt. They are not here to come second place. They can win this, and they know it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do remember Fabio doing this, though. Fabio Randaccio at the end of his previous stint, his last 3 or 4 laps were his quickest by far. He really, I said at the time, it's like they'd flicked the switch and suddenly sort of woken up. But yeah, taking a couple of seconds here out of GCI over the last few laps, 7.6 seconds now the gap, and they were almost, no, they were just over a second, 1.1 second quicker than GCI on that lap. So really turning the screws now at the end of the stint. We'd expect them in, maybe not this time, but next time around, the leading two. They, as well as Team Greenheath and also Stobart Sport, are the remaining 4 cars that haven't yet made their 4th and penultimate pit stop on the race. Lap 123 we're on at the moment. Then Uwe Hoffman's Lotus lead the way, GCI Racing in second. MJ Tech GT have just pitted from 3rd position, and they were about 40 odd seconds ahead of PLR at the time. So PLR Racing we're looking for a good pit stop here to get themselves back into podium contention as well.
Now, it's worth reminding people, of course, that with the way that the pit stop window opens, it opens with the bang-on accuracy, but then the drivers have to pass that open pit board once before they make their way to the pits. If the time ticks down to 10 minutes completed in that pit stop rotation, which it will in about 35 seconds or so, once that ticks down to 0, obviously the pit board comes out, but that doesn't mean that you can't get it back to the pits on that lap. As long as you don't pass the pits again, once the time has run out, you can still come in on that last lap. So there are a few teams that will literally leave it to 1 or 2 seconds to go, and then they'll pit. They'll leave it as late as they physically can.
They can actually go an extra lap as well, because just in the same way that you have to pass the pit open board once before you can pit, you're allowed to pass the pit closed board once, which is why we say it's sort of 10 minutes plus a lap, the pit window. So the 10 minutes is up now, the board goes out now. Anyone that hasn't yet stopped can pass that board one more time, but only one more time before they pit. We have seen teams stung by that before as well, by leaving it a lap too long. They didn't see the board had come out or something, and they thought they had an extra lap. So they need to be having their wits about them, but that's why we haven't yet seen those top 2 cars diving for the pit lane.
They're the only 2 teams that haven't yet, so everybody else has now come in, because we've had the Greenheath car come in from P5 and the Stobart car has come in from P8. So that's it. It's now up to them to come into the pits. Now, the Vape Club EDF car has just done a 1:20.7. So they've suddenly come up with a very strong lap time out of nowhere. So their new driver in the car for this stint is definitely going to be getting some fast lap times in.
So Vlad Vasiliev in for the 3rd time in this race. He was the driver that started that car, and he was one of the most improved drivers of 2021 for sure. In fact, that team on the whole were one of the most improved teams of the 2021 season. GCI there heading through Abbey Corner. They managed to go fractionally quicker, a couple of hundredths quicker that time than Uwe Hoffman's Lotus. 7.4 seconds now is the gap. Quite a bit of traffic up the road though. in fact, quite a lot of traffic just negotiated there, so that is a bit surprised in a way, actually. They didn't pit a bit earlier. Seeing all that traffic in front, I thought they might want to try and get some clean air.
I was just going to say, both cars have now passed the pit window closed board for the only time they can, so they've got to both pit on this lap. They cannot afford to leave it any later, otherwise both cars will incur a penalty. So they literally have left this as late as they possibly can. So the GCI car has no alternative now but to come in on this lap, as will the UVO car. They will be in communication with the team about this though. So there's the UVO car, you can see it coming in, and here comes the GCI car. So they're both going to leave it to the last possible minute to make this pit stop. And this is, of course, their penultimate stop. They'll only have one more pit stop to take after this.
Yes, they will, and this is an important pit stop therefore. Let's see what they do fuel-wise. Let's see what the time is. About 7.5 seconds between them when they came in. One churn of fuel there you can see for the UVO car. Fabio gets out. Spider-Man, as he's known. Is he still wearing the Spider-Man helmet? I think he might be, yes. He did at one point have a full Spider-Man race suit as well, which was it was enough to make you jump when you came around a corner and saw him lurking in the dark corner of the pit lane. The UVO fueling is done then, and Farkini now gets in. Off he goes. Almost stalled the car, but gets going. And look, GCI have not yet moved. That's been at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds. So I think this is going to be another net gain over that pit stop for the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car. They've got the pace on track when they need it, and they're choosing when to use that pace, I think. Critically, they've had the edge in the pit stops. I think every round of pit stops they have gained on the GCI racing car. And these are the little things that you need. You can be quick on the track for a stint or so. You can have the odd race where you challenge for the victory, but it's those years and years of practice for UVO Hoffman's Lotus that have led them to this point where they are so fast on track, they're so fast in the pit lane that really, unless they make a mistake, they're so hard to beat.
And this is going to be it now, isn't it, for Farkini? He's just going to put the hammer down, and this will be it. They're going to try and stretch that gap away from GCI. I think they've made about 6 to 7 seconds more on the GCI crew in the pit stop. So they'll have a decent gap. They'll have about 13, 14 seconds in hand. This is going to be it now. Drop the hammer, get away, and then just cruise control home during Fabio's final stint. This is going to be it as far as they're concerned. Now, this is the Greensill Motorsport car trying desperately to get back into the top 10. They've made it up as far as 12th. So I would not be at all surprised if that was now Simon Smith in the car. I think Sam was in the last time round.
Ted.
Oh, it is Ted this time. I do apologise.
It's easy to get confused with the 3 members of the Smith family. Yeah, Simon did the last stint, Ted this time, Sam in for the last stint. They've not helped matters by completely reversing their driver order from the first half of the race for the second. So yes, I suppose they can put any driver they want in at any point of the race. We can just go with Smith is in the car, but that's not particularly useful for our viewers at home. So yeah, Simon, no, I'm getting it wrong. Ted Smith in the car now. Sam to take over at the final round of pit stops. Lead gap, by the way, what did I say? It was 7.5 seconds before the pits. It doubled. 14.5 seconds now between UVO and GCI. A huge gain. Maybe Jamie can confirm for us whether that is fuel related. Maybe GCI needed to put more fuel in than UVO. I kind of hope that's the case, because 7 seconds is a big chunk of time to be dropping in a pit stop if you're both doing exactly the same thing. Does that leave them vulnerable from behind? That's the other question. PLR are 23 seconds back and not really. They're in the 22s at the moment. We know that a fast lap is a high 20, low 21. MJ Tech GT are 7 seconds there or thereabouts behind PLR and are lapping in the high 1-minute 21s, and Team Olympian in the low 21s. Now, what is their gap to MJ Tech GT? Team Olympian, when they come across the line this time, I'll be able to give you that gap. It's 26.5 seconds. So even with the speed that Haytham Caragiuli has, he's a good 6-7 tenths or so quicker than MJ Tech GT at the moment. That car being driven by Martin Gibson once more. 24, 25 seconds, that is a big, big deficit to overcome.
Oh, there was a bit of a twitch there from the GT Radial car, which is now caught up to its nearest rival, which is the Greensill Motorsport car, which is a good 3 laps ahead of it. But again, you've just got to try and pick up the pace. You have to try and use the car that's in front of you to try and bring that speed up again. The fastest car on the track at the moment is actually the Vape Club with EDF car. They've just done a 1:21.1. So that is currently the fastest car on track, trying to make up some progress and get it a little bit closer to the back of the Viking car, which is only 9 tenths of a second behind the Greenheath car. So that's actually the closest battle on track is for P6 between Greenheath and Viking. So that would be a good one to pick up when we get a chance. But obviously keeping an eye on multiple different race cars over the course of a 4 hours race is going to be very, very intense. And you can see that these guys, there we are, Greenheath and Viking picked up at a perfect moment up into Stowe Corner. And the Viking team are there or thereabouts in terms of pace. There's not much to choose between them, but the Viking car is going faster than the Greenheath car. So that is obviously going to be the very important factor looking at these two machines as they race around.
Yeah, Gary Bate in for Greenheath. It's Nick Nunn back in for the Viking car. Again, this is both of these drivers' final stints of the race. And the Viking car just about close enough, I think, to get that bit of a slipstream from the 6th place car ahead. These two cars have been sort of in the middle, back end of the top 10 all race long, and they've never been that far away from each other either. Viking, we haven't seen a lot over the last couple of hours, but in the first hour or so, they were right in the thick of the midfield battles. And Team Viking had a good run here about 3-4 years ago. I seem to remember the last time we raced on the international circuit, they were on the podium. And former championship runners-up as well, back in, I think, 2019 that was. So Team Viking, having had that brilliant season, they haven't ever quite been able to fully recreate it, but they're always there. They're always sort of on the fringes of the top 5, and if they have a really good day, maybe they can challenge for a podium. They need to have more of those days ideally in order to build a proper championship challenge. So just over an hour to go in our first round of the FunCup Endurance Championship for 2022. Let's head back down to the pit lane and Jamie Peters-Ennis.
So I'm down here at PLR Racing and I've got the captain, Neil Plimmer. 23rd season, you're still loving it, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And bit of a slow pit stop with the start because you had the airlock with the fuel chamber, but you're redeeming yourself because they've been lightningly quick ever since, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a shame that, because we were things were going to plan that first 2 sessions just to get out and run at the front, stay in the draft. And the tank just airlocked, we couldn't get the fuel in. That dropped us off the back of OVO, so we lost the draft. Then we have to look at who else is around so that we can try and pit when they pit, pick up a tow, so we're not running free air, because, you know, you're a second a lap down round here running in free air. You need to be in some traffic.
And this circuit is probably as critical as the National because you've got some really long straights. So, I mean, if you lose the tow, you might as well just sort of let them all go, or it's so hard to catch them back up again, isn't it?
That's the thing, you don't have a choice. I actually prefer to race on the National circuit than this one, in all honesty. I just think it suits our cars better than this does. Other people might have different opinions, but that's just how I feel about this international circuit.
And on a different note, more live stream coverage this year. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I'm getting messages from home now. You know, what happened in that pit stop? Why are you slow? Why have you dropped back to here? But yeah, it's fantastic. It's the way that motorsport is going. It's what this series needs. And for the people that are fortunate enough to be here with us today, to be in the garage with us, you can catch up and watch all that action from the comfort of your sofa.
And 10 new or returning drivers coming back. I mean, it's just showing the championship's going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Yeah, championship's great, and obviously we're into third year of Masters, so, you know, not that we just want to keep winning Masters, we want to be winning the main thing overall. But yeah, and it's good for drivers that aren't in contention at the front of the front of the main series to still be competing and trying to take that title in the Masters series.
Excellent stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of the race, and we'll catch up at Alton.
All right, thank you. See you in 3 weeks, I think.
I know, it'll be my birthday as well, so bring some cakes.
Will do.
Thanks a lot, mate. Right, back to you guys.
Yes.
Subtle hint for a birthday present there for Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yes, he does subtle hints very well, does Jamie. Yeah, the Masters category is something we haven't actually mentioned yet. We probably should do. The reason I don't mention it is because PLR are always leading it seems. They won it last year. That is for any team that have only one driver over the age of 45. You can have 2 teenagers racing with you, and if one of you is over the age of 45, you're eligible for the Masters competition. PLR Racing leading that at the moment. Second place in that category is the number 14 team of Team Greenheath in 7th now, because they've just fallen behind Team Viking. Whilst we were speaking, Jamie, there is Team Viking, except Greenheath are back ahead of them now, so there we go, that's already out of date. Greenheath back into 6th place that position chopping and changing a few times. Third place in class is Stobart Sport, and they're the only three Masters cars at the very front now. Is that damage to the back? Oh, it's big damage to the back of the Viking car.
Yeah, big damage, big damage. I wonder if that's how Greenheath have been able to get through, because that is causing massive, massive issues. That car is definitely dying the death. I wonder, is that the wheel rubbing the fender?
Definitely, yeah, it's that left rear. We saw this for Agua Caliente in the early part of the race, didn't we? They had some lap 1 contact. That was not as severe as this, and it did eventually sort itself out, but that is a little bit too much smoke for my liking, that. And especially on a clockwise circuit, you're leaning on that right rear corner so much. We mentioned this a while ago when we thought one car had some damage, and yeah, that is fairly serious.
What's happened there essentially is they've had a little bit of a rub-in with somebody. We don't know who, but there's certainly been contact. It's bent the rear left fender in on the tyre, and now it's rubbing along the rim of the tyre. But it does look as though it's not as bad. Oh, they've just collided with GCI! They've tagged in with GCI! They absolutely swiped them!
Oh, GCI from second place. They were losing time anyway, but this is not what they needed, especially with a car that was possibly running damaged anyway. GCI continue with, I think, minimal damage. I don't think that car has been wounded too badly. What's happened to the Viking car? Did it get going? Yes, it did, and interestingly, doesn't bail for the pit lane. And also interestingly, the smoke seems to have gone down, so that whack has at least maybe sorted that out, but that was exactly what we feared might happen all race, really. A lapped car getting involved with one of the leading contenders. The lead gap shoots up by 10 seconds all of a sudden to 25 seconds between Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus and GCI Racing. What an unfortunate moment that was. And, you know, this is part of endurance racing. You're going to be dealing with cars on different laps to you. If something happens to them and you end up getting caught up in it, then unfortunately it's just part of the game. But massively, massively frustrating for GCI Racing. That may well now have taken them well and truly out of contention for the win.
I think it might have done, unfortunately, because that's a 25-second deficit with an hour to go. That's a massive problem for UVO if they're going to lose the lead now, isn't it? And I don't really see that happening. They've kept themselves out of trouble quite a long way. Mind you, we said that all GCI needed to do was stay out of trouble, and they got tangled up in somebody else's misdemeanor. So it wasn't even their incident that they got tagged in there. So very unfortunate. There's not a lot you could say about that one either with the Viking, because that wasn't malicious in any way, shape or form. They were so busy trying to correct their own issue that the GCI car was already there on the inside line, and essentially it just ran round the outside of it. I think it was so busy trying to figure out, you know, do we need to repair this? Do we need to come in? Do we need to sort something out? That they just neglected to check the right rear mirror, and there was not a lot you could do about it. Once you're in each other's door handles, that's it. You're on a pirouette course.
Ironically, that has sorted out the tyre room, though, because I don't see any smoke now. I think dragging the car sideways across the tarmac has actually knocked that bodywork clear. So there it goes. Look, absolutely no tyre smoke at all from Team Viking. Maybe it was all part of the plan. I don't think GCI Racing were on board with that plan, but hey, it has worked out, at least for Team Viking, who actually, well, no, they are 18 seconds behind Greenheath. They lost a good amount of time from that. How safe are they over EDF? They're 17 seconds ahead of the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports 246 cars. So scary moment. It changes things in that it changes a few of the gaps, in particular at the very front of the field. And of course it brings PLR Racing, MJ Tech GT and maybe Team Olympian a little bit closer to that second place. Even on that previous lap, PLR Racing in third were nearly half a second quicker than GCI Racing, who of course themselves may now be exploring whether or not that car's damaged thanks to that knock. It was a pretty big whack, could easily have knocked something out of line, and that's something that they'll have to try and figure out over the next few laps.
That's it. I mean, all it takes is just, you know, one of the electric lines, all it just knocks it out of position, and that's it. Conk out the engine. That's all you need. So a big worry for those two teams. Certainly for Viking, their pace has just plummeted since that incident. They were on a 1:23.1 last time. Let's have a look at the fender. You can see the fender's back in line, so that's definitely corrected it. But in terms of their lap time pace, well, they've got it back down to 1:21.9. So they clearly just needed to feel what the car was doing, get confident in it again. Once they realised, well, the car still feels like a FunCup, so we can still push it in the apexes. now they can get back up to speed again. But that was a nasty scare for both teams. GCI very, very lucky indeed to still be in second place.
Well, and you've got to think as well that, you know, Nick Nunn in that Viking car, that was 2 bits of contact in as many laps there, so he'll have knocked his confidence a little bit. You start thinking you've got a bit of a target drawn on the back of your car all of a sudden, and plus the possibility of damage as well. Now he's starting to get back into the groove again, putting a lap here on the Raw Motorsport car, which is down in 15th place at the moment. Alex McLeod back at the wheel. Paul Rivette will take over for the final stint. Another car that was contending for a good position earlier on, but has slipped down the order as the race has wound down. Pace for GCI is a little worrying, maybe. No, only a couple of tenths slower than PLR that time. I was going to say it was worrying because they're 8 tenths slower than Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, but I think Farkini has well and truly been let off the leash now, hasn't he, in the race lead? There's no point in consolidating this. A bit like we said earlier on, when second place is right on your tail, there's no point pushing too hard to pull away, but now they've got a gap, they might as well try and make the absolute most of that. And that's exactly what Farkini's doing. 27.3 seconds is his lead now over the second place car, and they look set to pick up in 2022 pretty much exactly where they left off last year. Well, actually, that's not quite true. They had a terrible end to last season in Uvio. They won almost everything going, but they had by far their worst result in the final race last season, so quite nice for them actually to come into the new season and straight away be back on top.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They say in motor racing you're only ever as good as your last race, so for them to come across the line at the end of this one and to continue their winning streak and get back on top again, it sort of validates what happened at the end of the season. They kind of wipes the slate clean and they can get back to what they do best. So here is the GT Radial car trying to get up the inside of the Greensol 263. No chance of that. It was very nicely planted and held well through the first couple of corners. It still baffles me that the cars that were 12th and 13th now were the two cars that were absolutely dicing tooth and nail, swapping positions 2 or 3 times in a lap at the start of the race. It's crazy how this championship plays out.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, 3 laps down. They've not just fallen to the back of the lead lap. They are so far down the order. There is the 263 car, and that car which Sam Smith drove so well in the opening stint. Ted Smith in it now. Sam will get back in for the final stint, so that car should start to find a bit more pace, but the best, realistically, that they're fighting for is to be in 11th place. Team Olympian towards us here, putting a lap on the Stobart Sport car, which runs in 9th position. Team Olympians, Haven Caragiuli, still the only driver really that's consistently getting into the 1 minute 20s. 1 minute 20.7 last time around, compared to actually a 22.1 for MJ Tech GT and a 23.1 for PLR Racing. So I wonder if those two were in a bit of traffic. Either way, that gap comes down to 4 seconds, 3rd to 4th place, and I reckon Caragiuli's probably lapping quite a bit quicker than the pair of them. He comes out of the final turn now, and yeah, 20.5, so he's within 20 seconds now of MJ Tech GT in 4th, who are now 4 seconds behind PLR Racing in 3rd. That's tightening up nicely.
If they don't take on fuel next time, then that's 12 seconds quicker for the stop that they'll make up. So that's going to put them they're currently a minute 6 back and gaining time. So the maximum they'll have in terms of a deficit after the pit stop is going to be about 55 seconds. So if they keep plugging away at it, and they are the fastest of the top 5 cars, the leaders are in 121.2s and 121.8s at the moment, but the Olympian is in the 120.5 mark consistently as well. So they are chipping away massively at their deficit. This is what we were talking about. They lost a lot of time when they had a full fuel load, but now that that fuel load's come right down, they are going to be hunting for that victory, and they will just chip away at it little by little, lap by lap, and then all of a sudden they will be very close, I reckon, to the GCI car. They could even snatch second from this Olympian. They're not out of this by any stretch.
Yeah, that is possible. I mean, GCI are 15.5 seconds up the road from PLR, so it's a big ask, but yeah, you're right, they could gain a big chunk of time in the pit stop, and they've really built their whole race strategy around these last 2 stints. Their 2 quickest drivers trying to have the quickest pit stops possible. They are banking on nothing going wrong over the final hour, basically. We are just under 10 minutes away then from that final pit stop window opening, getting down to crunch time now in this first race of the season. It is all tightening up here quite nicely between 3rd, 4th and 5th. Another second faster that time for MJ Tech GT's Martin Gibson than PLR Racing's Ben Pinch. So 3 seconds now is all that separate PLR from 4th placed MJ Tech GT. So we'll try and find them for you if we can, because that is a battle that is about to ignite well and truly.
So now we've got all sorts of battles taking into account as well. That's the MJ Tech car just lapping the Kaizen 99. And also in the mix there is the 246, the Vape Club machine. So you've got all sorts of cars out on track together now. This is where things are really, you need to have patience at this point in the race, because you can very easily throw it up the inside just because you're tired, you're exhausted, you've worked very hard as a team, you're 3 hours in, you're trying to get the car to the finish. It can be very easy to just get a little bit impatient and just go, for goodness sake, get on the inside and just stab it up the inside, hoping that the car's going to bite. And that's when you trip over the traffic. You've got to be so cautious. That car still needs to be in one piece for the last 48 minutes to be able to really capitalize on other people's misdemeanors. That last pit stop is where you're going to figure out where you can actually finish this race. So you have to make sure that the car is going to point in the right direction with all components working in unison still by the time you get to that point.
Yeah, most definitely. If you look after the car in the first part of the race, then it will hopefully look after you now in the final hour. So MJ Tech GT then, Martin Gibson coming down the hill. That time was actually 6/10 slower than PLR, but you can see why. He's got all of this lap traffic to find a way through. Another thing that is potentially going to start to become a hindrance over this final 45 minutes or so is that sun, which is getting a bit lower in the sky. We see our cameras are struggling with it from certain angles. When you're driving into that sun, the glare off the tarmac and the curbs and off the cars around you can be really quite distracting. It really does impair your vision. So imagine trying to overtake someone and get as close to someone as they do in this championship when you're half blinded by the sun. I mean, that's not easy to do. Most people struggle to drive down a motorway when the sun's in our eyes at sensible road speeds, let alone out there in close quarters combat at high speed at Silverstone. So lots of challenges being thrown at the drivers here as they head into the most difficult part of the race, and this is where it's all on the line. You know, they can't afford to back off and relax and stroke it home. Well, this team probably can, but everyone else has got something to fight for here. They can't afford to relax as much as they might like to.
This is exactly what they're not doing. They are stabbing on it. They are trying to get that gap up as much as possible. If they can get a full pit stop on GCI in the next 7 minutes, then essentially it's pressure off. They can just cruise home at the end of the race. But yeah, the sun glare is actually really important to take into account. It can cause a real hindrance for drivers. I was talking to a few people in preparation for this weekend, and they'd said testing yesterday was very revealing. They're actually going to really struggle to deal with the glare in certain places. There are a few drivers who wanted just a wisp or two of clouds. Another driver said to me earlier that clouds are a bit like back markers. As soon as they disappear, it's a beautiful day, but that doesn't necessarily make vision very easy.
No, nice sentiment, but yeah, I think a little bit of cloud cover now would probably be helping. It would also cool the track off. It's probably quite warm out there, although the ambient temperature isn't maybe all that high. The wind has really died down now. I'm looking out the window now, I can see very little in the way of wind. And that tarmac will be soaking up the sun, has been all day long. It's been a very mild day if you take that wind out of the equation. So track temperature pretty hot. The tyres are at their worst now as well, of course. They've been running on the same tyres for the last 3¼ hours. The tyres are more than capable of doing it. It's not that they're in any danger of running out of rubber completely, but they certainly will not be yielding quite as much grip as they were some 140 laps ago. Need to check distance records and things actually here, because we are, it would seem, touch wood, on course for our first ever safety car free race on the international circuit at Silverstone, and with this being a fairly high average speed circuit as well, I wonder if we could be getting close to the longest distance covered in a 4-hour race. I shall check the stats spreadsheet and get back to you.
That's a very interesting statistic that could develop here, so very good point. UVO doing an incredible job on lap 142 now of this Silverstone circuit, and yeah, it is odd to come through a 4-hour race like this without a safety car period. The funny thing is, and as I say that, the Greensill Motorsport car drifts off the road at Farman Village, and I think it may have actually stopped because that went a long way off the apex there at Farm.
I had to go and mention it.
Yeah, absolutely. We were looking so strong. Mind you, though, having said that, even if that's the case, the car is so far off the racing line, I doubt we'd even go safety car for that, because the 263 car, I'm fairly sure it was the Greensill car that the UVO car had just lapped. It's now well off the road. There is the new team, the Fueled Up Racing Team car. It should be the Greensill car, but I think they've drifted clean off the road and maybe even have parked it. I didn't see the car parked up. I'll have to double check. There is the race leader. I'm looking in the background trying to see the Greensill 263 car, and I still can't see it. So I think they've actually pulled off up at Village. So we might have to keep an eye on that, but certainly the car that was there is now not there anymore. So the race will continue on. We've got 4 minutes until the final pit stop window opens, and that will of course close at the 30-minute mark. There's Team Olympian trying to stay in front of Team Stobart at the moment. The Olympian are 5th, Stobart are 9th. They are a lap apart, but the Olympian car is the one to watch out for in this latter phase of the race. So 1:21.5 they set last time by, so they're not actually gaining time on the MG Tech car anymore. There it is. I thought I'd seen it pulled off. That's actually further round that they've parked it. That is at the Vale, and that's buried in the gravel. The Orange Army going to work to get it out because they need to, otherwise we are going to go safety car. Oops, very easy to do, but well done to the Orange Army. They have been fantastic in this race. They've kept us safe and sound. They haven't really needed to do a massive amount of work in this one, thank goodness. But I think that is going to be the Greensill car able to get moving again. We'll look in the background because that is about where the car is going to be. There it is, it's back on the road. How about that? Your statistic might still happen there, Andy.
I would be very annoyed if I did all that maths to try and work this out and then the safety car came out. I reckon they need to do 179 laps. The record for a 4-hour race was actually at Silverstone on the national circuit in 2019. That was also a safety car free 4-hour race, and they managed to cover 329 point something miles. 179 laps today will take them to 331. So we're on lap 144 now, and there's 42.5 minutes to go. It's just about doable, I think, if we don't have any safety cars, but it's going to be close, and it will certainly end up being one of the longest 4-hour races, mileage-wise, that we've ever had, and therefore you'd imagine highest average speed as well, but definitely my mental arithmetic is not good enough to work that out. We'll wait until the TSL results come out later on this evening, but yeah, it's been a typical Silverstone race in that respect. We don't tend to get many safety cars here because of the runoff area, because they have live snatch vehicles in operation very often as well. Thankfully there, the Greensill Motorsport car had not gone very far into the gravel. The marshals were able, therefore, to push it out relatively easily. And yeah, still no need for that safety car. Goes to show, though, in this final hour, mistakes happen. Drivers are tired, the tyres are past their best, visibility, all the things we've been talking about. Mistakes are far more likely, and therefore, so are things like safety cars. So we shall see.
Well, that's the thing about this international layout of the Silverstone circuit. This whole new complex, of course, was redesigned and rebuilt over the course of the 2010-2011 season, and it's been completely reconfigured and reformatted with Grand Prix racing, both four-wheeled and two-wheeled in mind. So there is a lot more runoff area than there ever was back in the day, which means that races like this do have the benefit of not having too many dangerous parts of the circuit to leave a car, because most of the drivers have the common sense enough and are sensible enough to leave it well off the racing line. And if you leave it well off the racing line here, then you're never going to cause too much of an issue with the other cars out on track. I mean, the closest you come is what we just saw with the Greensill Motorsport car being out there in position. Now, the Agua Caliente car is in the pits, outside the pit stop window, so they've got a mechanical problem of some kind. That's the only explanation, and they've been in for a little bit now, because they were in the top 10 running around there with the likes of Stobart and Kaiser Motorsport, but they are in pit road before the pit stop window is open, so that could be a race-ending problem for the Agua Caliente team.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, that's the first time we've seen that, right? That is the first mechanical issue, suspected mechanical issue that we've had. All race long. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into this, and that's the first car we've seen head into the pit lane for what we think may be something mechanically wrong. So
now this is properly one for the FunCup nerds. How late into a race has the first mechanical issue occurred in a 4-hour FunCup race? Surely that is close to pushing a record for the earliest mechanical problem in a race.
Paul Rose would like us to think that it's not, but I think it may well be, yes. I mean, these cars are highly strung, and they get some abuse as well. I mean, they don't get driven particularly gently, you know, maybe not at Silverstone, but at places like Alton Park or Croft, they hammer the curbs, they're bouncing over the bumps, they're sideways, knocking into each other occasionally. They don't get treated like endurance racing cars, really. So I guess first race of the season, the teams have really been working on the cars, making sure that that they are in tip-top condition, and it's paid off, because yeah, normally you know, we would always expect to see 2 or 3 cars running into some sort of mechanical issues by this point.
Yeah, I mean, racing cars are racing cars. They're not bulletproof. They can be as close to as possible. And when you run a one-make formula, you always want them all to have as equal a chance of getting to the flag as possible. And it's clear that they do. But racing cars are racing cars. You know, some things will go wrong. You'll pick up a puncture. Something will happen to a fuel line. An engine might just overheat. There's all these sort of things that can happen. So to go 3 hours and 15 minutes into a race without a single technical problem that's enough to put a car into the pits for a prolonged period of time, I think Paul Rose will have a quiet smirk this evening. You know, my cars are pretty darn reliable. They are pretty awesome machines. And I certainly can't think of another endurance race that I've seen in the last 10 years as into the pits for their last scheduled pit stops comes Greensall. I can't think of another endurance race that lasted 4 hours long that took that long for a mechanical problem of any kind to occur.
And has remained competitive as well, because often we would see in these kind of races, granted now we've got Uvio 30 odd seconds up the road, but that's only happened very recently with the spin for GCI Racing. We've had 19 lead changes in this race. That would be the 7th highest number of lead changes ever in FunCup Championship history. So this is a seriously competitive race, and it's been completely unimpeded by safety cars. It's been a completely genuine race, and that is a really good advert actually. Not the biggest grid we've ever had. Few people wondered what sort of race we'd get here today. It's been a good one, and that really bodes well for the rest of the season.
And if there's any teams thinking, oh, what sort of race should we go in 2022? Bing bong,
yep,
right here. It's not a bad championship to sign up for, because you know that you're going to get what it says on the tin. It is a fun cup. It is absolutely incredible. Racing is close. The battles are tight. Every team has a chance to make a real stink up the front end of the field, so it's bang on. GCI have decided to make an early pit stop this time, as Uvio cracked the 1:21 second mark again. So they are still pushing it on. From GCI's point of view here, they may well be thinking, do you know what, we can't beat Uvio now. What we can do is we can consolidate second place. We're thinking long term. We've got a long way to go in this championship. Second place in half bad.
Well, interestingly, they pitted on the same lap as third place PLR Racing. There's been much more urgency this time to get in the pits and get this pit stop done. The team's coming in quite early rather than leaving it right to the end of the pit window. Greenheath there getting a last bit of fuel in. That looks like it's going to be pretty much a full churn going in, up towards the 10-12 seconds. Fire extinguisher on hand just in case anything should go wrong, but that's all completed safely, thank goodness. And in goes the final driver for Greenheath. Taking over the final stint of the race. But yeah, interesting there to see PLR and GCI both pitting on the same lap. MJ Tech GT have gone on to another lap. Uvio have also. Away go Greenheath. And there is the PLR car coming down towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner. I wonder what their gap is going to be to the GCI car in front. That's important. That can they get up there and challenge GCI for that second spot?
Olympian are up to third position, but I think I just saw their car coming into the pits. So this is going to be an interesting one for GCI to finish off. Sorry, for Olympian to finish off. I think I just saw them come down pit road.
I think I did. Yeah, I saw a flash of green, definitely.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see who is going to make it through this time by to the pits. It's the 220. It's the Apollo that came in. That was the flash of green we saw.
Yes, Apollo in from 12th place. Not bad for their return, and great to hear they're back for a full season as well. And I did a bit of a double take actually walking through the garage and seeing this car this morning. It's been a while since we've had the Apollo colours down in the pit lane. Great to have them back, and they will complete now their final fuel stop as well, and that's going to be Stuart Ramsey getting in for the final stint of the race. And they've again done everything that they would have set out to do here today. Continued through the race, no major dramas. Those rear tyres look like new, don't they? That is a great example of how durable these GT racing tyres are. That's what allows them to keep on putting in these sort of 1 minute 20, 1 minute 21 lap times, even 150 laps into the race.
We just saw Tegan Ramsey in action there as team manager of Apollo Motorsport. That's the other thing I've always loved about FunCup racing. It's one of the few paddocks in British motorsport at this level where you almost, not quite, but you almost get a 50-50 split sometimes with the two different genders within a team. Maybe not necessarily on the driving front, but certainly with team personnel, there are a lot more women in this paddock in terms of the mechanics and the engineers and the tyre technicians and everything in this particular grid than you do in a lot of others. So it's nice to see that, you know, the FunCup is not just a place where you can have great racing, but there is a real family atmosphere, and there are a lot of, you know, women high up in these teams that are doing an excellent job, and it does give a good example to say that, you know, in this sport, this isn't just a man's game. This is for anybody who is a petrol head and who is determined to put in a good job day in, day out.
Yeah, we've had some great female racers in FunCup in the past, finishing on the podium overall on a number of occasions, actually. I don't think we ever had one win a race, and they've definitely knocked on the door a few times.
So we Wenham ever not get one?
No, they never would. I think they ended up on the podium a few times. I remember distinctly one race at Snetterton where they were running well. Guy Wenham was in the car for the final stint, and Zoe came into the commentary box to demand that I didn't mention them for the final half an hour because they were actually doing well.
Do you know, that sounds like Zoe Wenham.
Yes, if you are watching Zoe, which I'm sure you are, we do miss you in the paddock, although I have significantly fewer bruises on my arms these days. I used to get, she used to vent her frustration when I used to put the curse of the commentator on them, that's for sure.
It's all you.
It is always the commentator's fault.
Yeah,
we learn this over the years. News from the pits from Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. The 207 car, it was a right front suspension collapse which put them into the pit lane, so we wondered what their issue was. They have... they're still in the pits and they are 10 laps down. I doubt they may go back out. There isn't a huge amount of point. They're in 18th place at the moment, about to drop down to 19th and last. I don't think with 32 minutes left on the clock they would have a huge amount of time, a huge amount of chance to get any places back. You score points wherever you finish, by the way. That is worth mentioning. Even if you finish last, you still score some points. So that's why cars that are 20, 30, 40 laps down still go back out there and try and get a good result, especially if they're championship contending cars, because even if you finish right down the order, you will score some points. Still doubt though that we'll see the 207 today.
Well, they might just crawl across the line with a very, very slow lap. They might just go out with like 3 minutes to go and think, well, let's just tiptoe round and stay out of trouble, and we might just cross the line. But yeah, I agree. I don't think there's a lot of percentage because this car still has to turn up to the next round, of course. Now, the Olympian car has overtaken the MJ Tech car, and that is obviously because they are still to make their final pit stop, but this is where they've got a chance now because the GCI car has made its final pit stop. That's in third. The MJ Tech car is in and is making its fifth and final pit stop. The Olympian car has not yet, so we need to keep an eye on where they filter out.
And according to Jamie, they are not planning on fueling that Olympian car. They are fueled to the end now, so it should be a quick pit stop. How close can they get to the podium places? This is where it all starts to come together. I think I said 3.5 hours ago that you wouldn't know what was going to happen in this race until the final 10-15 minutes or so. It's working out that way. They've got a couple of laps left to pit, still waiting for the leader, Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus, to pit, and second place Team Olympian, although they're not second, they will drop down to at least 4th or 5th once the pit stop's done. But it's all quite tight, isn't it? GCI are only 10 seconds ahead of MJ Tech, who are only 3 ahead of PLR. So if Olympian can inject themselves into that battle, there are not just one, but multiple positions to be gained. In they come. This is one of the key stops of the race.
And also in comes the Vape Club car, which was the penultimate car other than the leading 2 cars to make a pit stop. So the UVO crew will be the very last pit crew to make their final stop. They stay out on track. They're over a minute clear, but of course they still need to make one final pit stop. So as far as the win is concerned, I think it's pretty much tied up, although as a commentator you don't want to put the jinx on anybody, but certainly this is the most significant pit stop of the race for the sorting out of the podium. The GCI car is going to be on the scene any moment now, and that was a very fast stop for Olympian. Now we need to look out the window and see where the GCI car is. It's just gone past our position, so it is going to be a sprint to the corner to see who gets second. I think GCI are just going to get it, but Olympian are going to get out right behind them.
I think they might beat PLR. I think MJ Tech will be ahead, but I think they may be ahead of PLR. PLR were quite some way behind as they went through. There goes the Olympian car. Is that PLR in front, the red machine? It's hard to tell with these settings, son. I think it is PLR, right, so they're still behind, but a lot lot closer than they were. It is Christian Rose now in the Team Olympian car. At the end of the lap, we'll get the official gap for you, but bear in mind, they are now potentially within 10 seconds of 4th place, within about 20 seconds of a podium. And remember how rapid Christian was in his first stint in the middle part of the race. This is going to be a nail biter.
Half an hour to go, and the podium is still completely undecided behind UVO. They've pretty much got this on a silver plate, but for second position, you've got GCI Racing, you've got MJ Tech, you've got PLR Racing, and you've got Team Olympian. Any one of those 4 teams could still bag second place here, and they would all have a very decent right to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Olympian, especially after their spin, really. GCI had a spin as well, of course. They looked good for second place, but Olympian, that early spin, a great example of why you never give up in this kind of racing. You know, if that was a 15-minute sprint race and you got turned around in the opening few laps, you would be, people would understand, I think, if you pulled into the pit lane and gave up having fallen right to the back of the field, but not in endurance racing. You can always get back in contention, especially if you manage to have a clean race from that point onwards, which is exactly what they've done. They've had the pace, they played the strategy well. Like I said, they've really tailored their strategy around these final 2 stints, really this final stint, and the gap officially at the line, 3.7 seconds between Olympian and PLR. They're 5 seconds off 3rd place.
So this really could go anybody's way. There is UVO, which is officially now a lap ahead of GCI. That's interesting, but they're about to lose that lap to them because they're going to come into the pits. I did wonder then, was the GCI car trying to stab on the inside line and just try and get back on them to hoodwink them a little bit, but into the pits now will come the UVO car, the last pit stop of this race, unless there are problems. So UVO comes in, they're still leading, they're not going to have any issues with their pit stop. They don't really have to panic too much at this one, surely. So they will come in, finish it up, and then the UVO will go all the way to the finish.
Yeah, most definitely. In goes the fuel then, out gets Farchini. In will go Spider-Man in a moment or two. And there he goes, Fabio Randaccio jumps into the car. That wasn't a lot of fuel, that was it? That was a splash and go. So this will be a pretty speedy pit stop, would appear. Across the line have just gone that MJ Tech, PLR and Team Olympian squabble. Not a great initial lap actually for Christian Rose. He was slower than the 2 ahead, but give him another lap to warm up and I'm sure he will start to shrink that gap. Out goes the UVO car now then. They're going to have over half a lap probably in hand over GCI Racing, especially after that really quick final pit stop. And they just need to stay out of trouble for the remaining 27 minutes and they will start off their 2022 campaign with yet another race victory.
Well, just as we started the race with 2 really close battles, we're going to end it with 2 really close battles, because not only is there a gaggle on for second place, GCI being 13 seconds up the road from MJ Tech, who are 3 seconds ahead of PLR, who are a further 3.5 ahead of Olympian. But further back, you've got Greenheath in P6, and they are 15.7 seconds behind, 15.7 seconds ahead of Team Viking, who are 21 seconds ahead of the Vape Club, who are 8 seconds ahead of Stobart. So there's actually a lot to play for in this final 26 minutes, because there's a lot still to do. This is the Kaizen car getting past the UVO. So that's interesting. So the UVO car just lets them go.
That is Riley Phillips now in the Kaizen car, remember.
Right, so there's no point trying to battle with Riley Phillips. No point whatsoever. We know that he can get a 120.0 out of the car. In fact, if anything, if I'm the UVO driver, Fabio Randaccio, I would just stick behind the 99 for the rest of the race and just follow him. You might even get a 120.0 out of this car if you can keep up with him.
Yes, and it would give them a much better chance of beating that distance record. They are on the 156th lap. They need 179, remember, to beat that distance record for a 4-hour race, and they've got 25 3/4 minutes in which to do it. And UVO Hoffman's Lotus, who already have more wins than any other team in FunCup Championship history, are going to do the exact opposite, I think, of what you suggested. They're going to try and race Riley Phillips, or it looked like they were anyway. But yeah, this would be their 17th victory in FunCup Championship history if they can bring this home. In fairness, not all of those go to Fabio and Farchini. The UVO car has had a couple of different driver lineups over the years. Graham Roberts was a particularly successful driver with them for a number of years, a few seasons ago, before he went off GT Racing. But the UVO car, for certainly as long as I've been working with the championship, has always been one of the pace setters, and it looks like that's not going to change in 2022.
So the gap they have over the GCI car is 42.4 seconds, more than comfortable in terms of a gap to go for the win. 13 seconds behind GCR is the MJ Tech GT car, so they do have a chance of second place. They're still very competitive. The fastest car of the 5 out on the track, though, in the top 5, is the Olympian car. They've just taken another 0.8 of a second out of PLR. So that's going to get interesting between those two cars. Expect the Olympian car, driven by Christian Rose. He is going to be after the 146 sooner rather than later, as here comes Fabio Randaccio trying to make his way on the inside now of the 99, the Kaizen Motorsport car. Come on, I'm the race leader. Don't impede me anymore. I'm going to get through. Thanks very much. Ooh. And he goes a little bit wide on the exit, though, so Riley Phillips is going to take that as an invitation. Well, you messed it up. I'm going to come back at you.
I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but that is exactly the kind of unnecessary move that Fabio really doesn't need to be making. But this is Fabio, and he's not one to turn away from a potential bit of fun battling on the track, even if it is with a car that is 3 laps behind him. But the driver that has set the fastest lap of the race, so I suppose this is a genuine fight. And in years gone by, this would have been a genuine fight for the victory. Riley Phillips has fought against the Uvio team for multiple race wins over the last 2 to 3 seasons.
There's pride being fought over here, isn't there? Look at it. Phillips is coming straight back at him on the inside into Stowe, and I think that move was made as the GCI continues on in second position. No problems at all there, but only about 12.6 seconds back is the MJ Tech car. Only 4.3 seconds back is the PLR. Only 1.3 seconds behind them is the Olympian, so it's game on.
Yeah, Olympian are going to be on the tail of PLR within the next lap or so, I think. Maybe by the end of this lap, actually. If GCI don't put a foot wrong, I think they're okay for second place, aren't they? 12.6 seconds ahead of MJ Tech GT and 7/10 slower than them on the previous lap. They can afford to drop 7/10 just about per lap from now to the flag, and they should hang on to P2. But of course, the closer that Scott Jeffs gets to them in that 61 car, the more incentive he has to keep on pushing and pushing and pushing as they get into the final portion of the race. And there goes Apollo, their lap's down. Next car is MJ Tech GT there. I was trying to look in the background. I reckon it's probably about a second, maybe just less than a second now, between PLR and Olympian for 4th place.
This is not easy to predict how this 3rd place battle is going to end up, because the Olympian car is taking not only half a second to 7/10 of a second off the car in front, but they are actually going quicker than the car in 3rd place as well. So they are actually lapping quicker than MJ Tech, and there's 22 minutes on the clock, so there is definitely enough time to get into 3rd position. Is there enough opportunity? Well, that's going to be all down to how clean they keep the car. There is the Apollo car going through, 12th position on their return. They can be very pleased with that indeed, as in the pits again has come the Greensall car, the 263 machine. Now that's unfortunate. I noticed the Agua Caliente car has come back out on track after its little suspension woes, so they are going to try and finish in 18th place. But the Greensall 263, that's back in the pits. That's the car that was leading at one stage and is now down in 17th, so unfortunate for them.
Had that trip into the gravel, didn't it? So maybe they think there's a problem that either led to them being there or came from them being there. Here's the fight for 4th place then. PLR's Neil Plimmer and Team Olympians Christian Rose. Again, 2 drivers that have raced against and with each other actually extensively in the FunCup over the years. I don't think there's going to be a lot of contest here though. Neil Plimmer knows when he's beaten, and he knows that Christian Rose is quicker than him right now. And of course, if he lets Christian go and then tags onto the back of him in the slipstream, they could both catch MJ Tech GT, who are only 4.4 seconds up the road. Neil has done a few of these FunCup races over the years. That will not be a fact that's lost on him, and he, I think, will now just sit there, work with Christian. Let's watch these lap times with interest. The starting point then, 4.5 seconds. Can they do it? Can Christian Rose and maybe Neil Plimmer get on terms with the 3rd place car in the remaining 21 minutes? I think they can.
You've hit the nail on the head of this. Plimmer is just going to consolidate behind Christian Rose and go, do you know what? I can go quicker if I sit behind him. We can lap together, pull away like the 2 leading cars did at the very start of the race and gain, you know, the 12, 13 seconds on the rest of the field that they did. And then, with a lap or 2 to go and the MJ Tech car in their sights, it'll be every man for himself. And then it's all, right, well, we've helped each other out. Thanks for that. Right, I'm going to go rogue. So it just depends on how quickly they can work together. And I think they can work quite rapidly together with each other. There is the MJ Tech car, having just lapped the Viking. But this is going to be the interesting factor. Can the MJ Tech car pick up the pace just a little bit? They've done a 1:21.2 last time round. Team Olympian did a 1:21.4, but that was trying to make the overtake. So I don't know what that does in terms of the raw pace of the car on the whole. Faster than everybody out there at the moment is the CCS media car. Nigel Greensaw's got back in the car.
And Nigel definitely does try and get the fastest lap when he's in the car at the end of the race. I've seen him do this multiple times. He's told me that that's basically what he goes for. If he's out of contention for the win in that final stint, then he will always try and steal that fastest lap away. At the moment, it's Riley Phillips he'd have to try and steal it from, and that would be a 20.017. So that's a tough lap time to aim for, but if anyone can do it, you wouldn't bet against Nigel Greensaw, would you? Across the line come Olympian and MJ and PLR. More importantly, what was MJ Tech GT's time? It was a 121.1 and a 121.7 and a 21.1 for Olympian. So half a second quicker that time for Olympian. PLR are matching them, unsurprisingly. So the gap comes down from 5.1 to 4.5.
Yeah, all I can say is good luck to Nigel Greensaw, because the only way really he's going to get the fastest lap is if he breaks the 80-second barrier. So he's got to be very careful what he does with his car. But Nigel Greensaw doesn't do careful when he's motivated. He just charges at every apex, eats up every white line, and he will be absolutely rampant in that particular car. There is the Royal Motorsport car coming through. Unfortunate that we kind of saw that drift away in the end. They were firmly up in the top 10, getting some good performances in the early stages. They just slowly, gradually drifted away into that 14th position spot, which I don't think they're going to lose. They might gain some time on the EDF 104, but I think it's pretty much solid and done and dusted as far as they're concerned in 14th. Looking further back, here we go. We're going to see the Olympian in behind the GT Radial, and there's the car they're trying to catch, the MJ Tech in third position. This is very much Rise of the Valkyries now. You've got to get on with it and try and charge away.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what this lap time is then. MJ Tech come through. Scott Jeffs in his second or third year of FunCup racing now does a 21.7. It's consistently half a second slower. That was a 21.2 for Olympians, so it's down to 4 seconds. They are just dropping Neil Plymouth slightly. That gap's up to nearly a second between Olympian and PLR. But of course, if Olympian do catch MJ Tech GT, which I think they will presumably start to battle, and that could just allow Neil Plymouth to close in again anyway, so he's doing everything he needs to. Bit of traffic there for Scott Jeffs. He's negotiated the Viking car, the Apollo car. That might also have cost him a bit of time. A wide moment out of Chapel, very close to the edge of the road. I think he's pushing here.
Yeah, just a little bit, He realises just how close the two cars in front. And of course, they'll be in communication with the man behind the wheel, so they'll be pushing very hard to try and make sure, look, we need to get on with this because Christian Rose is hot on R6. We need to get on with this now. The Viking car is still there in 7th place. They are actually trying to make up some of the deficit to the Greenheath team. The Greenheath team have been knocking on the door of the 120s, so I think 6th position may be done and dusted. There's 20 seconds deficit back to the Vape Club car for 8th place, so the Viking team will obviously be keeping an eye on that as well. And they want to try and make sure that they don't lose over a second a lap to them. But it looks as though with 20 seconds, they're about equal on pace. So the Viking team can pretty much be very consistent and very careful and keep themselves in that 7th place. I'm not sure they'll gain enough on Greenheath, but they can certainly keep well clear of Vape Club. And staying right on the tail of the MJ Tech car is exactly the best tactic for them, because they know that they can't really hold them up as a lapped car. But if they just stay behind them and follow in the draft, then they won't lose time, but they won't gain time either. So they can just keep themselves in position to the flag.
Yeah, that will be the plan, I think. But of course, that could come unstuck as and when the Olympian car arrives on their tail, because they're not going to waste any time getting past the Vikings when that happens. There's the 2nd place car, GCI, 14.2 seconds up the road. I think they're looking good for what would be their first podium. I mean, we've spoken so much about the possibility of GCI winning this race. It's easy to forget what a big deal finishing 2nd would be. You know, they came so close to those podiums, 4th twice last year, and to finally get onto that podium, and not just the podium, but the 2nd step as well, having led multiple laps, having shown really genuinely solid pace all race. Oh no, MJ Tech GT! Scott Jeffs slowing it into the pit lane with just over 15 minutes to go. The 3rd place car is in trouble. Now, what is this? There's no smoke, there's nothing falling off the car. Usually suggests something either electrical or maybe something to do with the clutch or the gearbox. We'll find out, I'm sure, when the team get in, but this is absolute heartbreak for MJ Tech GT, who really hadn't put a foot wrong all race. They'd put themselves in position to get a podium, and it's going to come to naught in the end. They are in the pit lane, even if it's a relatively quick fix. They're going to fall off the lead lap, they're going to fall out of the top 10 or so. Heartbreak.
Oh, heartbreak. They've done everything right in this race. And it just looks as, yeah, they're signalling it's done. That was the signal, that was the kill code, wasn't it? The jugular sweep, so unfortunate there, but I think it's game over. Whatever it might be, whether it's an engine misfire, whether it's a fuel line, there's not fuel getting to the engine, whatever it might be. But surely Jamie Peters-Ennis will be able to tell us what the situation is, because that is a podium gone.
I really feel so terrible for them. MJ Tech GT, they had a couple of podiums last year, so well, they had one podium last year in the season opener. Scott Jeffs gets out of the car, and there is Martin Gibson walking over to see what the problem is. The fact that they decided so quickly that it was terminal means that it's something fairly catastrophic and not something that they can fix in 15 minutes time. So they're going to drop another 7 or 8 laps down. They're going to fall towards 17th place or so by the end of this race. There is the saddest sight of the day. A car that's running the podium places or in and around the top 5 all day is not going to make the finish.
Well, that really is catastrophic. I mean, you've got to remember just how much hard work these teams put into it. It's not just on race day, in testing, in preparation, in build-up, in funding the drive for the season as well, because you've got to chase your own sponsors to make sure you can put yourself on the grid. It's not the most expensive sport in the world, but it's still, in FunCup, by comparison to some of the other pursuits and disciplines you can do, you do have to find money to get onto that starting grid. So when you're that close, within 15 minutes of the flag, that is absolutely heart-wrenching, and it will feel like someone has just come in, undone the top of the suit, and ripped the heart out of the driver. It was to be so gut-wrenching. That's going to promote PLR to 4th place, despite losing out to the Olympian. But it is going to promote Greenheath to 5th place. Viking will come up to 6th, and getting into the top 10 will be the rapid Nigel Greensall.
Yes, he will be very happy with that indeed, won't he? Nigel Greensall, he's not likely to gain any more places here. The next car ahead of him is Riley Phillips, who's 33 seconds up the road, but top 10 finish for CCS. Not bad after the up and down day that they have had so far. Big story for the championship, that as well. MJ Tech GT were definitely a team that were looking for the championship this year. They were 4th in the points in 2021. Now, each team has 1 dropped score, so you can have 1 mulligan, 1 bad race. This is their bad race. They can't afford another bad one. It's the worst thing in the world, though, to use that up on the first race of the season, because the pressure that heaps on the team for the rest of the year, not to have another mechanical failure, not to have an accident, not to have a penalty that takes them out of contention. They have to be wheel perfect now for the remaining races this season in order to take the fight to this team, Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus, because we know that they are probably going to operate pretty much flawlessly all season long as well. So yeah, that could be an issue that we look back at the end of the season as a championship defining moment for MJ Tech GT.
I mean, it very much depends on how they decide to treat it in terms of their reaction to that. They can go away and feel, you know, pretty heartbroken right now, but if they come back next time going, well, what's the worst that can happen now? We've lost the podium. We know we deserved a podium. We could even have been 2nd if things had gone slightly better our way. We know we've got a car that we can win with, so let's just keep that motivation high. You know, they may even come into this thinking, well, we've already lost the championship, so there's nothing more to lose. There's no more pressure. So that could actually fire them up and motivate them to get even better. I've seen teams do this. When they come into the first race of the season, they've got a podium and it goes away from them. They think, well, what's the worst that can happen now? We've already had the heartbreak. So let's just crack on, keep pushing, and we'll actually find that we can do even better than we would have done.
Proof, by the way, that even a broken cock is right twice a day. I did suspect it might be a clutch failure, and it was. Jamie has confirmed that for us. Now, the way the car just slowed suddenly was very light. They couldn't get it into gear, or it was stuck in gear or something. So that's what the issue was for MJ Tech GT, and yeah, that is a lengthy fix. They certainly wouldn't get that changed before the end of the race. The reason that Jake nearly fell off his chair then was because Fabio had a big moment going through club. That AstroTurf, or whatever it is on the outside edge through club, is still really slippery, even at this late point of the day. You don't want to be going on that. It's so easy. These are rear-wheel drive cars. Very easy to lose the rear, spin, and then stall them when the engines are hot, when the clutches are hot at the end of the day. If you spin and lose the engine, you're probably not going to get going again.
Exactly, and in the low temperatures that we've got here, it's early March, let's not forget. It's mid-March, so it's bone cold temperatures out there. So you've got to remember that even the slightest skate wide, even the slightest trip onto those curbs, you know, the dew is starting to collect already at this late point of the evening. All it takes is one tank slapper, one missed gear, one drop on the curb, and the back end starts to correct, and sometimes you can correct a little bit too early. You know, that can throw the car in the opposite direction. You've got to be so careful, even in these late stages of the day. And moments like that for Fabio, that would have been a wake-up call. That would have been a big wake-up call for him. If he was just starting to get into a false sense of security, that will have been a, right, okay, I can't do that again. I've got to bring this home.
And knowing him as I do, oh, there you see, look, Riley Phillips does exactly the same thing.
Same thing.
I was about to say, knowing these two as I do, I am pretty sure they're racing each other. I know there's a lap or two between them, but I just think that neither of them wants to get to the checkered flag behind the other. They are seeing this as a bit of fun. Neither of them are really fighting as such for a position at this stage. They are just trying to push themselves as hard as they can. Like you said, there's a bit of pride at stake, and that is what's leading them to still be pushing so hard and making those little mistakes. It's all fun and games until it goes completely wrong, of course, but they're both very talented drivers who do not often get it wrong. I was about to mention that PLR had caught back up to Team Olympian, and then they hadn't. All of a sudden, the gap went back out to 1.2, but it was under a second a lap ago. I think a bit of traffic for Olympian possibly coming into play, but of course, now that they're not catching MJ Tech GT anymore because they're in the pit lane, will Neil Plimmer have anything left to try and go back after Team Olympian and get that third place back?
But this is the kind of battle I love to watch in the closing phase of a FunCup race, and we've seen it a couple of times before. You know, you've got cars that are 3 laps apart from each other, these two, and yet the drivers are equally as good as each other. It's circumstance that's placed them in these 2 separate positions out there on the road. So, you know, what's the worst that can happen for UVO? They are 50 seconds clear. They don't need to get into silly situations. Fabio is not the kind of driver who'd be reckless in this battle with Riley Phillips. He wants to race with him, but he's not going to lean up the inside and slam dunk him. He's going to give him space. He's going to play with him, but you know, they're not going to get into anything stupid here. And even if there is just the slightest bit of contact, they've got so much runoff to play with here. They can roll off the throttle, lose about 5-6 seconds maximum, and still have the lead of the race. If you're Fabio, why wouldn't you go for Riley Phillips here? You know, this is a good bit of banter between the two of them. There's nothing really for UVO to lose here in terms of the grand scheme of things, because he's not going to do anything silly. So he can lose a few seconds, yeah, but he's not going to lose the lead in this kind of situation where he's in, unless something catastrophically goes wrong. And Riley is too good a driver to put him in that situation. He wouldn't risk running a guy off the road 3 laps clear. This is all about pride. He's not going to deliberately chuck him off the racetrack. So why not go for it? You know, the whole point of this championship is that it's the FunCup. It's fun racing, so why not give it a go? He tucks in behind Riley Phillips again. I think he just wants him to make the mistake. He doesn't want to go for the move. He just wants him to make the error.
Yeah, you might be right there, actually. To us mere mortals, what they're doing looks like unnecessary risk, but of course, these highly talented racing drivers, they are more than capable of doing this for another 7 minutes or so, I hope, anyway, without it all going wrong. Lead margin, by the way, is 51.6 seconds. The leader is lapping about 1.5 seconds or so a lap quicker than GCI Racing. I reckon we could have a winning margin here of over a minute, which happens very rarely. It's only ever happened 8 times before in the 80-odd championship races we've had in FunCup. About 5 of those times it was UVO that won the race as well, so it's a typical UVO performance this, but I wonder if they will get over 60 seconds. At this rate, they might just about get there, I think. They really are a record-breaking team, UVO, more wins than anyone else. They've had the most dominant victories, and here they are on course, it would seem, for yet another.
And on course for potentially the most distance covered in a 4-hour race, because we're on lap 170, aren't we?
We are, yes. They needed 179 though. I don't think they're quite going to get there, unfortunately. Which we shouldn't be surprised at, really, because that record was on the national circuit, which does have a higher average speed because there are fewer corners, basically. Yeah. So it would have taken a pretty Herculean effort, but we've got close, and that's pretty impressive, actually. It's going to be about the 2nd or 3rd longest mileage 4-hour race we've had.
Now, this 3rd position isn't done. No way at all, because PLR are still right up behind Olympian. Olympian have done all that hard work to get into 3rd position, but look how hard they're pushing. They're trying to get well clear of PLR, and in 4th position, their lap times are comparable. There's only about 2 or 3 tenths per lap between them. All it's going to take is 1 missed apex, and the Olympian Homes car is suddenly going to find that the PLR is all over the back of it.
Well, I think that's going to happen. That was a much neater line through there than Neil Plymouth. I think maybe Christian Rose has overworked the tyres a bit. Like I said, the tyres won't wear out as such, but you can use up a bit more of the tyres than some of your rivals, and especially a team like PLR. How many times this race have we said that PLR are just sort of sitting behind people, not really racing them? That will save their tyres, and this is when you will start to reap the rewards of that in the final few minutes. I reckon Neil Plymouth is very much up for the fight here to get back onto that podium, and again, that would be significant. Both of those cars gunning for the championship, and it's an extra few championship points between finishing third and finishing fourth. There they go, look, the Olympian car makes its way through Stowe Corner, down towards the braking zone at Club. Neil Plymouth, in his excitement, has flicked on the indicator, I think, or possibly to try and distract. Well, actually, it's not working on the front of the car, so it wouldn't be distracting Christian Rose. Christian's car just doesn't look happy though, does it? It's missing apexes, it's sliding a bit. But yeah, I think that Neil Plymouth has the better equipment right now, but he's only got 4.5 minutes to get it done.
I mean, in a straight fight between Christian Rose and Neil Plymouth, could you pick a winner between those two? They're pretty evenly matched, so it's going to be very interesting to see who makes the error and whether Christian Rose is able to hang on to this in third position, because there is not much in it. And Neil Plymouth's getting his first serious run at the Olympian since they swapped positions, and he's going to get held up here by the fueled up racing car. So this is going to be a little bit of a headache for Christian Rose. If Neil Plymouth can follow him straight in on the inside, which he can, he's got a good chance of the run at Hanger Straight. And look, he's actually dipping onto the mud every time he comes through that right-hander. That is how hard Christian Rose is pushing. So he's actually going to be in danger of incurring track limits if he's not careful.
And they are two words that I haven't heard mentioned all day.
No,
we are at Silverstone, aren't we? I have got this right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are at Silverstone. But the thing is, it didn't come up in the Mazdas or the Formula Fords either.
No. Or maybe those gravel traps are working then to deter them, because it was always Club Corner, wasn't it, where they would, I mean, and they were so far out, they were almost in the grandstand, weren't they? They were taking so many liberties with that runoff area. Absolutely the right thing to do to stick the gravel trap there. Correct. And from a safety perspective as well, it slows the car down better. But yeah, clearly that is working. We've seen people having moments through here, but not really. I think I've seen maybe 2 cars dipping wheels into that gravel trap all day long. 3 minutes to go, so we're going to get 3 laps, aren't we?
Yeah, 3 laps.
This is the 172nd, so that's 175 will be the distance that we should cover here, unless Fabio really does drop the pace at the end of the race. I don't suspect he will. Into Abbey Corner he goes then, and chasing on after the 99 car ahead, the Kaiser Motorsport car running now in 9th place, of course, after the demise of the MJ Tech GT. That's not the battle we want to see then. We want to see what's going on between Team Olympian and PLR Racing, because they are only 6/10 apart.
One thing I will note though is that looking at the Uvio car, I don't think it's a terminal issue. I don't think they need to worry about it, but there's a lot of steam, a lot of smoke suddenly coming from the back of the car. Now, I don't think that's a terminal problem, because looking at their lap pace, they're still in the 1:21.0s, and they've been at that for a couple of laps. I just wonder if there's a little bit of bodywork rubbing on one of the wheels at Uvio. I don't think it's a massive problem. I don't think it's going to cost them the win, but it's just a slight concern in the back of the mind, maybe, because it's just a little bit of a worry for the steam and smoke to suddenly be pouring off the back of that car. I don't think it's terminal. I don't think it's going to cause them to retire, especially not now they're 55 seconds clear, because they can probably nurse it home even if it is a problem. But it's certainly a slight problem at the back of their head there.
Yeah, that's, well, it's got me concerned anyway. Even if you're confident it's going to make it to the end, I mean, that really would be
it's Uvio, isn't it? I mean, thunderbolts and lightning would stop them with a 55-second lead.
They do have this, as far as everyone else is concerned, annoying habit of just coming out of these things scot-free, even when things look like they're going wrong. But, well, we'll keep an eye on that. That's certainly an unwanted bit of stress here in the final couple of laps of the race. They've just gone through on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Of course, these two, who are nearly a full lap behind the race leaders, still have the best part of 3 laps to go. Neil Plymouth in the slipstream, trying to get close enough here to Christian Rose to launch an attack. He can get within a few car lengths, but it's never quite at the right bit of the track, is it? He really wants to be close here so that he can get alongside, up the inside into Stowe Corner, and although he closes, he's just not quite close enough. Now, Neil Plymouth is a sensible chap, generally, and I think he will, discretion may well be the better part of valour here. He's not going to risk it all for 3rd place. He's not really known for being a very aggressive driver, Neil Plymouth. he is Mr. Consistency. That team's whole thing is consistency, staying out of trouble. But if he sees half a chance here to get up the inside of the Olympian car, he ain't going to turn it down.
Oh, and they might just get one because he's caught that EDF car at exactly the wrong place. He will have had to get off the throttle there briefly. So that could be a nightmare. They'll have 2 laps to go as into the last lap comes the UVO team, and Fabio Randaccio just keeping himself nicely behind Riley Phillips. There is still a little bit of steam coming off that car, but I don't think it's going to cause an issue. Christian Rose gets very wide there through Farm, and as they come up towards Chapel, this is very much dangerous territory now for the Olympian team. Neil Plymouth is a lot closer to them than they would like. Time ticks down to 0 now, so we are just on the run to the flag for UVO. But 3rd position, look, Christian Rose is nervous. He's trying to break the toe from Neil Plymouth, but certainly for the leading car, even though there's a slight concern, the UVO car is on the run to the flag, Andy.
Yes, he is. The time ticks to 0 then, 4 hours of racing completed, and whilst this battle still has just over a lap to resolve itself, not far behind is the race leading car, and Fabio Randaccio and Farkini Diot have put together another sublime performance here at Silverstone. It is going to be their 2nd win in a row, of course, after a really good end to last season as well. Out through Club Corner we go for this battle. A bit of a mistake there for Neil Plymouth. There is the race-leading and soon-to-be race-winning car. It is a 17th FunCup Championship race victory for an UVO branded car, and many of them coming at the hands of Fabio Randaccio and Farkini Diot. They do it again here at Silverstone. The checkered flag waves, and UVO Hoffman's Lotus are winners in the opening round of the 2022 season. And now we all sit back and get comfortable and wait nearly a minute for the 2nd place car GCI Racing to come through. And more to the point, to see what's going to happen in this fight for 3rd.
This is very tight. Plymouth has absolutely got to throw it at him if he wants to, and I think he's just made the mistake that's going to cost him the chance to do it, because he just took the apex out of Chapel a little bit too tight over that apex, and the back end of the car stepped out slightly. So I think Christian Rose may have done enough here to get the job done, but how big a moment is this for Messrs Butterworth and Wood? This is such a big moment for the GCI team. Still no change between Olympian and PLR. They're going to need a big gamble, but this is their 1st podium for GCI Racing. A big, big moment for the crew, and they utterly, utterly deserve this. And they are celebrating as if they've won the championship across the line. Great work for the GCI Racing team, and what a fight back from Team Olympian as Plymouth nearly loses it in the final sector. But that's a great fight back from Olympian, and a very deserving 3rd place.
Yes, it is. Neil Plymouth was throwing everything at that, even through the last few corners, but he comes home just short. 4th place for him and Ben Pitch, but that is still the win in the Masters category for PLR Racing, and that's a championship that they are always front runners in these days, and I'm sure they're going to be again this season. Team Greenheath come home in 5th and Team Viking in 6th. A brilliant race, 323.89 miles covered in the end, which is actually only about the 5th longest 4-hour race we've had. We came so close to breaking the distance record, but not quite. Confirmation then, UVO Hoffman's Lotus get the victory, 59.363 seconds the winning margin from GCI Racing in 2nd place. Team Olympian 3rd, PLR Racing 4th and win in the Masters category ahead of Team Greenheath, who was 2nd in that class. Team Viking was 6th, the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car 7th, Stobart Sport was 8th, Kaizen Motorsport 9th, and CCS Media were 10th. Right then, for all of the reaction and still plenty of answers we want actually to questions, particularly regarding that smoke from the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car, let's head down into the pit lane where Jamie Peters-Ennis is there amongst all the celebrations.
What a great start to our 2022 FunCup adventure. I'm just trying to find Farkini, trying to find where Jeremy is, if he follows me up the pit lane now. Farkini's just wandering down now. Big hugs with Ian Wood. Right, Mark Werrell's just beat me, so I'll get Ian Wood. Ian, you fought to the very end. That's your best ever result. You've got to be so happy.
Delighted. It's our 1st podium as well. So yeah, it was a long race, but yeah, absolutely delighted. Graham's done a stunning job with the car as usual, and yeah, we brought it home.
And Graham, it's it's a proper family team, isn't it? And it's great to see the boy on the podium as well, isn't it?
It is. Do you know, it's 20 years next month that I first brought the race series to this country, and it's great to be back here again and great to see a good result. Second this time, we'll make it first next time. I think they've done a really good job. So good day, fantastic.
Excellent stuff. We'll go and celebrate. Let's see if I can grab Farkini. We'll hopefully go into the pit garage and quickly grab him. He's just having a hug with Fabio now. Let me quickly dive in and have a quick word. Yeah, if you've come back out here a little bit. So, starting as you mean to go on.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Here we're back. It's nice to be back after the winter break and get into the cut and thrust of it. It was we had a good gap at the end, but God, GCI kept us honest for I guess 3 hours, and then they had a bit of a coming together with someone else, and that put them back. But otherwise, it was just so close. So it was just smooth as silk.
And Fab, as Farkini would say, it was fabulous.
Yeah, I think that was pretty fabulous. That was great, wasn't it? And yeah, it was close for GCI all the way through. They were quick, trading time. So it's great to be back. Great to be number one.
And what was the smoke at the end?
We don't know. I think there must be an oil line leaking or a perforated cooler or something like that, because there's quite a lot of oil on the back of the car. So all the pressures and temps were good. So engine was fine, but it's losing fluid.
Okay, well, congratulations, guys. There's your winner, Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus. I'm just seeing if I can try and find Team Olympian, who are somewhere, or they may have gone into Parc Fermé, which unfortunately the mic won't work. I think, thank you, Scott. Where are they? Let me find Team Olympian. They're just down here, Jeremy. So if you follow me, we'll come down here. Quick word with the boss. Great start to the year, isn't it?
Fantastic start to the year. Great race, no safety cars, no accidents, really good.
Roll on Alton.
Yeah, absolutely, can't wait.
And of course live streaming's, we'll be live streaming that one as well, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely. The live streaming is, I think, the way to go with this now.
Excellent stuff, thanks a lot, Paul. Right, let's have a word with Team Olympian. Mark Werrell's just dived in on Circuit Comms to chat to Christian, so I'll chat with Christopher. We haven't spoke all day. Bit of a tough first stint for you, but bounce back, you're on the podium.
Yeah, we had first couple of stints actually were tough for us. I got tagged at the hairpin and was pushed out and went to the back. Fought myself way back, made up 5 or 6 places, and then we had a good pit stop as we pride ourselves in. And then unfortunately, Haytham came in contact with the car on his second lap, I think, which shook him up a bit, as it was his second ever lap in FunCup. But it didn't let him put him off, and he had a great session. And then we just built from there. We really did. We didn't put a foot wrong after that. Frustrating second stint for me, getting caught behind some back markers along with Viking for the whole session. But apart from that, it was fantastic. Everything went well, and start of a good season.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations to you both. Haytham's been a good addition, hasn't it? Haytham, you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun, and to get a podium on my first time, that's amazing.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. So that's all from me down here in the pit lane at Silverstone for the first round of the 2022 FunCup Endurance Championship. I'll be back at Alton Park in 3 weeks' time with my partner in crime, Andy McKeown. But for now, it's good night from me, and I'll hand you back to Andy and Jake in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. I echo those sentiments. Fantastic race that we've enjoyed today. Another dominant win by Uvio Hoffmann's Lotus, something that we are very used to seeing. That was the 10th biggest winning margin we've ever had in FunCup Championship history. And of those top 10 most dominant wins, 5 of them were won by the Uvio car, and at least 3 or 4 of those with Fabio and Farkini at the wheel, including actually the season opener last year at Donington Park, which is the most dominant winning margin. They just know how to do this. They arrive after the winter break and they dominate. They go straight out on track. They show everyone how it's done, and they will look to try and do that again at Alton Park next time. But Alton, a very different challenge, that's for sure. Brilliant second place for GCI Racing, overcoming that spin after contact with the Vikings. And Team Olympian in third. We heard them talk Chris Doval then talking about the spin that they had early on too, recovering to get on the podium. That is it from Silverstone here today on the international circuit, but that is not it for racing this weekend. Join us again tomorrow because there is a packed day of racing. 14 races tomorrow in total. No endurance racing either. They are all sprint races, the majority of them 20 minutes. The Mazda MX-5 Championship and SuperCup, which entertained us all earlier on today, is back. So too the National Formula 4 Championship. And we're joined tomorrow by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. Their Intermark Series and Super Saloons and Tin Tops will be joining the bill, as too will the always eclectic mix of cars that represent the Ford Modified Series. 14 races, the first one starting at about 20 to 11 tomorrow morning, with build-up about 5 or 10 minutes before that. Be sure to join us. If the racing is anything like what we've seen today, you're in for an absolute treat. Well, thanks to Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane, Jake Sanson as well. We'll be back again tomorrow morning. We hope you will be too.